Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Water Pavilion. Today is our Inclusion Day, and I'm going to hand it directly over to Rihanna Gonzalez, who's going to do an overview for what's going to happen today. Over to you, Rihanna.
Thank you so much, Danny, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today at the Water Pavilion, where we'll be focusing on inclusion, accelerating youth, Indigenous, and gender action on climate and water. As Danny said, I will be setting the scene and giving you an overview of the agenda for today. Then we will have Mr. Tariq Kumbaz from the Egyptian Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation to share the local context on water and climate. As mentioned before, my name is Rihanna Gonzalez, and I work with the Global Water Partnership, one of the organizers of today's program, along with Sanitation and Water for All, and the Center of Excellence for Water of the American University in Cairo. I would also like to take this time to recognize the efforts of Marissa Streel, Isam Mohammed, Manuel Eckert, and Daniel Gilad Bichet, who we've just met, who have been working tirelessly to get everything up and running for today. So we all know the impacts of climate change, and its manifestation through water affects everyone, but not equally. Globally, when we speak of inequality, we focus on various vulnerable groups that are disproportionately affected by the consequences of human actions on the planet. And women, youth, and Indigenous people are at the forefront of the climate and water crisis. Approximately 70% of the 1.3 billion people living in poverty are women. In urban areas, 40% of the poorest households are headed by women who are responsible for water collection and management. Women predominate the world's food production between 50 to 80%. Yet can you imagine that they only own less than 10% of the land, and they are woefully underrepresented in government and decision-making levels? Let's look at the Indigenous people. Indigenous people account for more than 476 million people spread across 90 countries and represents 5,000 different cultures. The potential of their traditional knowledge in climate action has been globally recognized, but remain largely invisible in international forums, strategies, and development agendas. Then we come to the youth. Approximately 60% of the world's population are under 35. Young people do not only carry the burden of living with the impacts of climate change, but also carry the burden of climate mitigation and adaptation for the future. That is a heavy load for young shoulders to carry. The power imbalance behind the closed doors of decision makers undermines these vulnerable groups' access to resources, technology, and the information needed to adapt and build their resilience to the climate and water crisis. Yet these vulnerable groups are changing their narrative from victims to change makers, using their local knowledge, skills, leadership, and networks to bring sustainable practices to their households, communities, and countries. So we'll start the day with the youth session, and they will showcase youth actions. They will share collaboration opportunities and initiatives towards the upcoming UN Water Conference, followed by a session that explores how women are engaging in resilience strategies, adaptation, as well as mitigation activities across sectors providing benefits to various communities. Then, in the afternoon, we will hear stories from Indigenous voices from the Asia Pacific and beyond on approaches for linking Western science with traditional and Indigenous knowledge, followed by sessions that will share experiences and stories of resilience building at community and city levels from Africa, Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and Latin America, as well as stories on how women and youth are impacted by drought. In essence, today's program will be putting the human face on climate and water action. I hope you will stay with us throughout the day, both virtually and in person. I will now like to introduce our guest speaker, Mr. Tariq Kumbaz from the Egyptian Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation to share the local knowledge and context on water and climate. Mr. Kumbaz, I hand over to you.
Good morning. My name is Tariq Kumbaz. I'm chairman of the Regional Center for Training and Water Resources. Maybe at the beginning of this day, very important day, I will get the chance to talk about one of the most important elements, which is training. Of course, training will go for all groups, for youth, for women, for everybody. So I would like to share with you the experience of Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation in Egypt in the field of training. This regional center work on the national level. It has like more than 30 years of experience, and it is the training arm of the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation, and it follows the Water Resources Plan, National Water Resource Plan, and the National Sustainable Development Plan for 2030 for Egypt. On the regional level, this center is a Category 2 center under the auspices of UNESCO, and that's for the last 20 years, and we have been renovating the agreement with UNESCO until 2030. Will be, and we are providing services in Africa and the Arab regions. We have one main headquarter in the 6th of October city in Giza, and 6 branches along the Nile River. The vision is, we consider it as a hub regional center capable of facilitating learning and development in water management within Egypt and outside Egypt. The mission is building capacity within the water sector for effective and efficient water management in the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation, and other regional and international stakeholders to enable water sector in national and regional levels to be objectively dynamic and adaptive. As I said before, the programs of the regional center following 2 main like guidance, the IHP 9 strategy, which is the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program strategy, and also the National Sustainable Development Plan for 2030. Those programs are multidisciplinary programs, water studies, integrated water resource management, advisory programs, gender issues, public awareness, and water ethics. Those are the main components. We provided for the last 5 years for African countries, 18 programs with 350 participants. For the Arab region, 16 program, about 270 participants. And for the national, more than 1,400 programs with participants of 32,000. The national programs, the percentage of male to female, the females are 45% of our trainees, and we provide the water resources leadership, digital transformation, languages, soft skills, awareness increase, professional training, and hydro policy, and also climate change courses. The related activities to today, we provide for youth activities, digital transformation, and this is one of the main priority of the government in Egypt these days. We provide languages, young water engineers, those for the new generation who are coming from the university direct to work on the water sector. We provide them a special program for training. Research support, we provide researchers support on how to select their topic, to write their ethics and so on. Culture exchange as well. Public awareness, we also provide for the Egyptian farmers awareness on the water conservation measures, how to develop their water association systems, and also on climate change and how that affects their crops as well, because crops they had changes in the timing of plantation, and also African and Arab envoys. Women activities, of course, the center appraises the value of gender in all contribution, in its contribution in all aspects. We had like 2 days ago symposium for equal opportunity unit. We have a unit called Equal Opportunities Unit within the ministry. This was on Sunday, the symposium for increasing awareness on the national strategy for empowering the Egyptian woman, that strategy up to 2030. We also provide farmer women some training on climate, water and climate awareness. Culture exchange. Also, we organize different symposium on water ethics for African and young generations. We also provide symposiums on culture exchange between those who are living in Egypt, the African, the students living in Egypt, and some Egyptian as well. This is just what I would like to say at the beginning of the day, and I wish you all a successful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumbaz. And it was very interesting and very impressive program that you have here. In particular, the youth and the women activities, pushing forward digital transformation and building their capacity and empowerment in farming across Egypt, but also across the various African countries as well. So great to see that cultural exchange as well. So thank you again. I see that we are really have a lot of time as well, but please stay with us. We will be starting another session in just 15 minutes, which is the youth session. And we hope that you stick around both virtually as well as within the pavilion, as they have a lot of stories and a lot of information, not only on youth, but also on collaboration initiatives towards the UN 2023 Water Conference. So thank you, everyone, and please stay and network within the pavilion. I hand back over to Danny now.
Do this session on catalyzing youth action for water and climate. I'm Joe Ray. I'm a senior advisor with the Dutch government's Valuing Water initiative. One of the other hats I wear is as youth engagement focal point for the United Nations 2023 Water Conference, which will be familiar to many of you. James, please join us. Today's a collaboration between several different organizations and many different people. And so thanks in advance to all of you for being here. What that means is that we could, if we chose to, spend a lot of time talking about process, which youth group is doing what, who has which task force, how these institutional relationships work with one another. What I'd really like to do, if possible, today is focus on the content and on the substance. We have some really fantastic speakers. I think we're going to have a lot of energy in the room, joining us remotely, but also in our panel. So today's focus is really on the substance of how we, in venues such as COP27, can include and incorporate the ideas, the energy, the values, the perspectives of young people into our water and climate governance and decision-making processes. So this is not about how to encourage more young people to get involved in water and climate, right? And I think that's quite an important distinction. Young people already care. Young people are already engaged and passionate about these issues. What matters is how we collectively here and partners can maximize the contribution of young people who already care so passionately about this issue. And the question, or one of the questions that I'll be putting to our panel today is what do we need to do to make this happen? So I'm just going to kick us off with some words of welcome from our special guest, Sultan Rahimzoda, who is chairman of the executive committee of the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea, and a really key player in convening and co-chairing the United Nations 2023 Water Conference. So Sultan, welcome, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's really a great pleasure to welcome you in this beautiful morning and in beautiful session with beautiful ladies and gentlemen. It was, I think, the session of the youth in Central Asia. I said that when I was in your age, I was saying that I'm young and handsome, but today only N left, no youth, no handsome. But it's indeed, and I said that you are young and handsome, beautiful, and you are full of energy and enthusiasm to make the change. Really very nice to see around the COP. We are coming basically step by step and day by day to the end of this COP27. And really it's wonderful having so many youth engaged in this process. And they are engaged not only on the climate, but also on water issues too. So really we need you, we need your support, we need your energy, we need your enthusiasm, your approach and your action in this process. I participated in a number of events, including the with youth engagement of from Central Asia, the session organized by Unify. So the closing session of the Water Day was wonderful. The young generation, Sarah from the Netherlands and Karim from the Egypt, they joined the ministers to make a statement from the podium. And I think it's some kind of the dialogue between the generations. And it is very important to keep this dialogue in the future. So it's really inspiring and it energizes us. We have now 4 months ahead of us until the UN 2023 Water Conference. So this conference is already historical in terms of the time dimension. I think many times it was mentioned that it will be the second in the history of the UN and the first after almost 50 years. And the importance of this conference, basically because it is action-oriented. So we need basically now the transformative, innovative actions, the actions which could make the change, the actions which should be game changers, basically. And in Dushanbe conference, many of you joined the Dushanbe Water Decade Conference in June this year, and we provided a platform for the youth. So the Unify adopted the action plan in this regard. But at the same time, we launched the Water Action Agenda, the outcomes of the UN 2023 Water Conference, which should collect the actions from individuals, starting from individuals until the heads of states and the governments, from different stakeholders. And these actions, from our point of understanding, it doesn't matter, it should be small, big, and medium. So we need these actions, and our idea also to build a partnership and coalitions around those actions, which from our point of view uh, could make basically the big wave, could make the big change, and could be game changers. So as co-hosts, Tajikistan and the Netherlands, of course, we are willing to support the youth in this process. We organize a number of events. My dear friend from the Netherlands is a focal point from the Dutch team, basically uh, working with youth delegations around the world in terms of their engagement in this process. And really, we need you and your actions, because you think different, you make different, and your approach, again, your enthusiasm, your energy will inspire us, all of us, in this process. So please give us your ideas, your actions, more importantly, of course, inspire us and the world basically around the water in 2023 and make a wave. So together we can make many things and make the 2023 conference as a watershed moment for the world. So please be with us and let's do it really a big success in March next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sultan, for those words. And I think a very important point to highlight around the conference is that it is cross-sectoral and action-oriented and inclusive. And my experience as a young person, it happens to be my 29th birthday today. It is Adnan's 28th birthday today, so we are still youth. But I think our experience is that young people are so full of energy. They do think systemically and not in silos. And so having a conference that is cross-sectoral is absolutely essential. And of course, the point about inclusion is a very important one. So what we're going to hear now is a set of short video testimonials from young people around the world. This has been put together by our friends at the Global Center for Education. Then we will have some presentations illustrating very concretely what young people have to offer. And I think this also comes back to the point that was made at the beginning. It's very important that young people are not participating just for the sake of participating. Youth engagement is not an end in itself. We need to take action on youth engagement because young people have a substantive contribution to make. And I think that that's something that will come across very strongly from the presentations that will follow. After those presentations, we will move to what has been called in the program a solutions panel, where some of our more senior professional friends, and I look here to James Dalton and colleagues who will be joining online, will be talking and reflecting on some of the points that the younger members of the panel have made. And we hope to go into a bit of a sort of intergenerational dialogue there. So looking now to the tech team in the hope that we can play these videos.
We are decarbonize. Decarbonize.
Decarbonize. Decarbonize.
Decarbonize.
So what is decarbonize?
Well, actually, Decarbonize is a global child climate program that brings together children from different parts of the world so that we can discuss the different climate issues, action plans, and especially to help us raise our voices. Every year, we write a report called Manifesto in which we show our struggles and our demands. So if you want to read this year's manifesto, just check out this QR.
With our voices, we demand change. As the voice of the planet, we demand action. As the future, we demand to be heard.
So now the students from Decarbonize will share their stories about Water Pavilion.
Mabuhay! I'm Vince Pereira, an 18-year-old student from the Philippines. The Philippines is known to be a tropical paradise just right beside the Pacific Ocean. However, with that comes extreme storms, an effect of climate change that continuously devastates my country. Just recently, we were hit by Typhoon Paeng, who caused major flooding in the islands of Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. More than 150 people died, and 100,000 had to be rescued from their now non-existent homes. Such storms compromises the Filipinos' health, their homes, their livelihood, and eventually the whole country's economy, with agriculture most affected. Climate change is real and we have caused it. That's why to reverse what we have done, especially its effects to the Philippines, we demand the Philippine government to invest in better sewage and drainage systems and in sustainable sources of energy to mitigate our greenhouse gases, better and widespread waste segregation, and evidences of financial aids distributed during times of calamities. Our world is drastically changing, and if we don't act now, we are risking the Philippines and eventually the whole world to being a place that is inhabitable for us and for the future generations.
Hello, my name is Fatma Rashad and I'm from Cairo, Egypt. And I want to talk about my issues with the climate in recent years and maybe issues other people can relate to. Egypt has seen drastic weather changes, droughts, loss of crops, and flooding. As the sea levels rise, the clouds absorb more and more water, and since Egypt is not built to withstand large quantities of water and flooding, it affects us and our farming, which is needed for Egypt's economy. 90% of people live near the Nile, and because the Nile is such an important resource of ours, we must work together to keep it clean, which it is not. I believe that we need to begin to double down on laws relating to the Nile, such as throwing trash and dead animals in it, which are very common occurrences. Egypt needs to invest money to clean the Nile, and it needs to be one of our utmost priorities. We need to keep our Nile safe. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Taria Tontoy and this is Jana Shawi. We're both from Egypt and we're here at COP27 with hashtag Decarbonize to make more contributions in solving the issue that is climate change. We've had the honor and the privilege to be able to meet other delegates, each from different backgrounds, and we've been able to exchange our stories of how we've been impacted by climate change. One of our peers from India shared his climate change story, and to say that it left a substantial emotional impact on us is an understatement. His story takes place in India, in his home at 4 in the morning, where he woke up to alarmed and distressed voices from his parents. He discovered that his house was flooded and the water filled the home up to approximately 3/4 of a meter. The water consisted of rain, but also accumulated pollution that was roaming in the streets, as well as overflowing sewage that bursted out of an underground sewer. To recover his house and compensate for the damages was unimaginably difficult. It's even worse to think that these unpredictable weather changes and pollution that he encountered could have been avoided had the world been more conscious of the contributions they make to worsen the climate crisis on a daily basis. Climate change is affecting us all, and the more we postpone taking action, the harder it will be to fix the problem we face. It is absolutely vital that we amplify these stories and spread them so people can finally understand that the clock has run out for procrastination and we must take action now. We can only do that if we can all come together as a community to put an end to all of this. Thank you.
From floods to hurricanes, we're experiencing it all. The United States suffers every year from natural disasters as a result of climate change. Tens of millions of people get displaced from their own homes, including children. So that's why I'm passionate about climate change. I didn't just watch it on the news, I actually experienced it myself. My dad was picking me up from school, and it was a rainy day. On the highway, the floods were 2 feet high. Can you imagine that? So ask yourself, what if your child, your sister, your brother were in my situation? What would you do? So I demand the US government to invest every penny into climate change because it's what matters the most. My name's Addy Weiss, and this is Decarbonize. Thank you.
All right, thank you to the tech team for making that work. I think we've seen there exactly the point that, without sounding like a CD with a distraction, I am going to continue to make, which is that young people are motivated and engaged and passionate about these issues. So this is not about encouraging more young people to get interested in water and climate. This is really about trying to capitalize and harness the energy, the passion, the commitment that we already see. And just a comment, I mean, these are all teenagers. These are teenagers from right around the world who care about climate because they're experiencing it in their communities and who are absolutely passionate about finding a solution. I think it's really incumbent on all of us to try to help that happen. Now, I'm very pleased to introduce Adnan Khan, who is youth representative of the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center in Pakistan. Happy birthday, Adnan. Over to you.
Thank you, Joe. I'll talk in general about how the Red Cross Red Crescent changed across the world, and then specifically in Pakistan. So Red Cross Red Crescent being the largest humanitarian organization in the world, it has a volunteer base of almost 14 million volunteers. And the unique opportunity that we have, that almost all the 14 millions that we have, almost 7 millions are youth. So this puts us in a unique position for youth-led actions that we can do locally and also nationally. Since I come from Pakistan, there's also a unique opportunity. As all you already know, that 1/3 of the country is currently undergoing floods. But the unique opportunity that we have, that almost 64% of the population that we have is youth. So there's a huge opportunity for youth-led climate actions in our country. Basically, mostly when you talk, mostly we talk about the problems. But I'll specifically be talking about some of the problems that we faced locally when our youth was working, and what solution that we proposed, and how we solved those problems. So initially, I'll be talking specifically about the northwestern part of the country. Our youth teams were doing climate awareness in this specific area, and we had this problem of mostly, if you are from a Muslim majority nation, most of the community members who are illiterate, who have been misinformed, they think that all the weather-related events, they are divine acts. They happen because they have to happen. They are divine acts. We cannot do nothing about it. So what we did in Pakistan, specifically in the northwestern part of the country, that since you already know that they have been misinformed, they don't know what specifically the religious position on this is. So we held dialogues between the academia and also the religious scholars that we had. Luckily, a person like me who is technical, who has studied science, would think that there would be a conflict between the religion and the science when they sit together. But there wasn't any conflict. They were both saying the same things. So we made them sit in a one room. We found common grounds between them. They were saying both the same things. Both were saying conserve water. The religion is saying conserve water. The science is saying plant trees. They act as lungs of the environment. The religion was saying the same. So based on the dialogues that we held, we proposed and we made, as you would already know, that Friday sermons is a big congregation in a Muslim country. A lot of people come to Friday prayers. So based on those dialogues, we formulated some key messages that would go to the community, and they would know that the religion says this: plant trees, conserve water. Even the religion, there's this saying that even if you are by a river, you still have to save water. So we made them sit together. We formulated key messages that could say that no, these are not divine acts. You have a role to play. There's the human nature relationship. If you put more carbon in your environment, it's going to get warm. So all the solutions were proposed. Then, interestingly, if you are aware of the Muslim culture, normally before we pray, we do ablution. Normally, in countries who are developed, countries who are well aware, the water is not that much wasted. It's utilized, it's recycled, it goes to farms, it goes to agriculture, for agriculture practices. But till our local youth, we came up with the proposal, we came up with the solution that you might have seen when the coronavirus happened. We would open the tap and we would leave it running. Why not? We thought of, there were a good alternative available in the market. There are instant tapes that you could use. You just click and it releases water. When you leave the pin, no water is coming. So the local youth who are in that community, what they did initially, that they replaced the instant taps, the normal tapes, with the instant tapes. When you just click, it releases the water. And luckily, we were able to save 1,400 liters per day. That is almost 500,000 liters per year. So basically, a local-led idea a local-led solution, and it led to mostly a revolution in the whole country. It was initially ideated in one place, and then it was scaled at other parts of the country. Then, when talking specifically about water, is they say that one of the good indicator, the biggest indicator of climate is water. If you look at an area, the water availability is decreasing, you could say that this is being impacted by climate. So when I talk about the northwestern part of the country, where I belong from, it's basically used to be a greener area because there was a lot of water. We had more rains, and we would grow orchards. Almost all of fruits we would go there. But since the weather is getting warmer, the water availability is decreasing, we could grow orchards anymore. So that was a problem. Then, luckily, the mountains that we have, they are naturally suitable for olives. They would grow olives on their own, but they were wild olives. Wild olives mean they couldn't grow any fruit. They were just there, just the greenery. So what our youth did, what we locally did, that the youth, together with the agricultural department and also some academia, they did researches. How can we make this wild olive productive? How can we make them as a source of livelihood for the community? So we came up with the idea of grafting it. We grafted all the wild olives that were there in the mountains with fruits, with trees who could produce. So in 2 to 3 years, they were productive and they were giving olives for the local community. So it was an alternative source of livelihood. Also, since I share that the space, the geography that I'm specifically talking about, it couldn't grow orchards anymore, but there was also an opportunity for other species, for other plants that could grow in that temperature. So we researched and we found out that now you can grow olives over there, which you couldn't grow anymore. So what we did, together with the local community, we supported the research, and we planted almost 1,000 trees in that space, and then it became to start to grow out in rest part of the country. So basically, the idea of sharing these live examples is that I don't want to talk about the problems only, but also the solutions that we had, and also I'm sharing these because there's an opportunity to support locally led adaptation. There normally we hear that there's the bottom-up approach, the up-down approach, but I would say that let's go with the locally led approach. It starts with the community and it goes up. Let's decentralize the climate finance that we have, and we will solve most of the problems that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Adnan. I think a very powerful example there, as you say, of locally led adaptation and youth-led adaptation. And here we have an example of a local cultural link led by youth, driven by youth, which can help make a really positive change for the entire community. So I think these are the kind of examples that, for all of us here, are very, very important to hear and to really contextualize, because this is how we can inspire others to take action in their own communities in a similar way. So thank you so much for that. I'm now very pleased to hand over to Shahzoda Ali Khanova, who is an alumni of the Central Asian Leadership Program for Sustainable Development, amongst many other things. Shahzoda will be talking about the role of young leaders in regional cooperation that addresses water and climate issues. So over to you. Would you like to stand? Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have a PowerPoint presentation. May I have it on the screen, please? Thank you. Do I click it? Okay. Hello, everyone. It's great to see you all here, and thank you so much for your interest in our session today. As Joe mentioned, I'm Shahzoda, and I'm a representative of the Central Asian Leadership Program. Just to start with some quick facts on Central Asia. This is the region, geopolitically, that geopolitically covers territories of 5 countries, which are Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. And the population of the region currently is 77 million people, 52% of who are rural residents, those who highly depend on water resources and who are highly vulnerable to climate change impacts. The population of the region is very young, so we have the 50% of the entire population is people who are under the age of 30, and according to some estimates, the median age is 27 years only. So these people are not just the future decision makers in the region, they are also those who will suffer most in the future from the impacts of climate change and water resources availability or unavailability. Central Asia is also highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change due to several reasons. First of all, the territories of some countries are completely covered by deserts, and the whole region is about 60% of the whole region are drylands or desert areas. You can imagine that water availability is a major issue there. And also climate change, according to some reports, is much higher in Central Asia compared to the global average, just due to the fact that there used to be the Aral Sea, which dried out completely and which used to serve as a local climate mitigating factor. So those of you who are sitting here, can you recognize these photos, but not those people who are from Central Asia originally? Could you raise your hands, those who know about the Aral Sea crisis and could recognize these photos? Okay, 3, 4. Okay, this is much less than I expected, but it's fine. So all of those people who I talked to, even from the environmental sector, like 80% of those people have never heard about the Aral Sea crisis. This is the sea, which used to be the 4th largest inland water body in the world decades ago. And the first photo shows the sea about 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago. And this is the picture of how it looks now, almost completely dried out. And this was within the lifespan of only 2 generations. And this is not the end of the story. According to some projections, Central Asia, as you can see, will be among the areas that will be under extensive water stress in just less than 2 decades from now, which means that water availability will be a huge challenge among many other issues. And the areas will be, and many more areas will be prone to drought and desertification in Central Asia. So what could be the solutions to combat some of the climate change and water issues in the region? There are many, many opportunities, and it's not just, I think, the role of the youth, but also the decision makers to tap into those opportunities. First of all, we need to invest. We need more investments in green circular economy. There is a huge issue of solid waste management in the region. We need to increase water efficiency in agricultural production. As you might remember, I mentioned that more than 50% of the population resides in rural areas, and they are heavily involved in agricultural activities as well. We need to enhance disaster preparedness in the region. According to IPCC and WMO reports, the number of water and drought-induced disasters doubled over the past decade, and their number will surely increase in the next decade or 2, which is why Central Asia is one of the regions most prone to disasters, drought, desertification. We do need some actions to prepare us for future disasters. We need to invest in renewable energy sources. Central Asia has a huge potential when it comes to solar energy, and also upstream countries have huge potential to increase their hydropower. We need to invest in research and development. Here comes the youth. We need more education, awareness raising activities on environmental issues. We need to provide younger generation with platform to communicate, to exchange knowledge, and as far as I know, Central Asia is not just underrepresented, but it's maybe even non-represented in such environmental events. And according to my knowledge, it's our first ever session where youth from Central Asia, young leaders from Central Asia, had a chance to participate and to raise their voices in such events. We have huge we have a great, actually, example of how cooperation in the region works among the young people. We have Central Asian Leadership Platform, which was organized by the Regional Environmental Center for Central Asia about 12 years ago. And this is a program for education for sustainable development, and it united 5 countries of Central Asia plus Afghanistan, which is one of the key countries in terms of water cooperation for water resources and transboundary water resources management in the region. It was also a great platform that maintained friendship and communication among the alumni, and it was also a great tool that enhanced the potential of early career professionals in the region. It has basically 3 pillars. I'm not going to talk much about them. These are basically scientific. First, the scientific component, where people had a chance to learn more about emerging environmental issues from experts, not only in the region, but also from international ones who were invited to participate as speakers in this annual leadership program. The second component is a political one. It basically, the CALP used to serve as a platform, as I mentioned before, to unite the youth of the whole region. And it does have an applied component, where we as alumni can participate in various national, regional, and international events and represent not only young people of Central Asia, but also can appeal to the global community with the issues that we are facing in the region. But nowadays, unfortunately, the existence of the Central Asian Leadership Program is challenged just due to the fact that there's lack of funding, and last 2 years, the leadership program was held online because of the global pandemic. And this year, we didn't have a chance to organize this event because, again, there was not enough funding, as you can imagine. Bringing 30, 40 people to Kazakhstan, where it used to take place in person, is not quite a costly thing, which is why, and Regional Environmental Center is a non-profit organization, doesn't really have its own funds to support the program. And we as alumni of this leadership program want this platform to continue functioning, to continue being a viable platform, so that 370 people could still have a chance to communicate among each other. They have a chance to have this privilege to have their voices heard and being represented at such events. And also, we want to have future applicants, future beneficiaries, this chance to participate in this leadership platform and gain knowledge, which is why we are appealing to the governments of the regional countries and also to the donor community to help us sustain and support this leadership program in the future. So as a great example of cooperation, I can just mention the regional statement of Central Asian youth to the participants of COP27 that we prepared all together with the cooperation of other youth organizations in the region. I think for the sake of time, I'm not going to read this whole thing through, but we can circulate it further. But I have 6 messages that I think I have to voice them now. First, so we representatives of the youth networks of Central Asia, young climate and water experts, First, call for all countries of the central region to act immediately in terms of the national and regional commitments in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, increasing energy efficiency, adopting climate-smart agricultural practices, water-saving technologies, innovative water and waste management solutions, improving disaster risk reduction and preparedness to secure the well-being of our generation and that of the generations ahead. Second, appeal to the Central Asian and global decision makers to ensure that voices of young and climate and water experts are heard, and to support their rightful concerns through the meaningful participation in national, regional, and international processes in shaping the climate and water agendas and commitments, as well as in the implementation of those. Third, urge to increase the investments in education for sustainable development, including innovative and nature-based solutions, capacity building activities in climate and water diplomacy to shape a firm basis for knowledge accumulation in climate change and carbon neutrality issues. Fourth, ensure that youth and women living in rural areas vulnerable to climate change have an adequate access to environmental education and awareness-raising activities so as to prepare them to undertake local action towards better adaptation and mitigation practices. Fifth, ensure that women are involved in the decision-making processes at all levels, including in building their leadership potential through various youth-led platforms. And last but not least, continue to support and expand the efforts of sustaining the Central Asian Leadership Program on Environment for Sustainable Development so that the next generation of climate experts and young environmental leaders could have a chance to learn, develop, and communicate their stance on the global agenda. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that, Shahzoda. And I've been listening intently, and I hope you've all been taking notes on this. I just wanted to reflect on 2 points that were highlighted there. I think youth involvement in decision-making is crucial. That's what we're all here to talk about. I was surprised by the statistic around the proportion, the percentage of young people in Central Asia as a proportion of the overall population. And yet, still very few of those young people represented in decision-making processes in a really substantial way. And so I think that then links to the second point, which is that there are so many solutions to this that young people are coming up with. We've already heard it from Adnan. Shahzoda, again, great to hear it from you too. I think that this really underlines the need to try to harness the ideas and the energy that young people have and can contribute in a really substantial way. So thank you so much for that. I'm very pleased now to hand over to Zainab Zahid, who again wears many hats, but is, amongst other things, the contact point for the Water and Climate Working Group at Unify, and also a Youngo representative, the official UNFCCC youth constituency. So Zainab, over to you.
Thank you so much, Joe. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Please excuse because my throat is not very well, and I'm really glad to be here. Like we have two Pakistani youth panelists here. My friend Adnan has earlier talked about it, and he was more focused on the local action around the water and climate. But I'll share like a broader perspective of what we are doing as a youth platform for the UN 2023 Water Conference. So as Joe has already mentioned, that I'm also representing the Unify, that is the official constituency, youth constituency of the Water and Climate Coalition and the Water World Meteorological Organization. We are developing a youth development plan and agenda on water and climate that is that consolidates the official inputs of young people to be submitted to the conference secretariat before the conference. And why we felt this need to have this plan and to consolidate the youth inputs was basically that all the organizations were doing work in silos. They were developing plans, they were coming up with inputs, but there was no cohesion between the action, and there was no coordination between different organizations. So we thought to bring all the people at one platform, and we came up with the idea of developing this youth development plan and agenda that we call as YDPA. And this is how we are trying to make this process as inclusive as possible. We are trying to contact different organizations, be it the organization working on the water and climate sector, or be it the they are like, if even if they are working generally on the climate change, we are inviting them to submit their demands and their inputs in form of projects, policies, programs, and activities that we again call as PPPAs. So they are submitting and coming up with the PPPAs, and we are trying to make sure that we have the regional representation on a table. Because again, when we talk about the solutions coming from youth, it's very important that we come up with the local solutions, something that's very pertinent and that provides a solution to the issues that the local youth is facing. So this was a brief like overview of YDPA. And in a broader context, YDPA is also going to add up to the water action agenda that consolidates the voluntary commitments of different stakeholders in lead up to the UN 2023 Water Conference. And again, since it's more like of an umbrella thing that covers the different inputs coming from different organizations, YDPA is going to be one of the major component of it. Now I'll dive a little deep into the YDPA of what components we are trying to cover, what solutions we are trying to propose. So recently, the Unify has been sorry. So recently, the Unify has been recognized by the World Meteorological Organization as their youth constituency, and we have been endorsed by the Secretary General of the WMO as their youth platform. And we were able to come up with 5 different problem dimensions under the development plan for young people. And these problem dimensions particularly cover awareness and capacity building, governance, policy and management, climate change in the water sector, wash issues, and youth representation and engagement. So the process of coming up with these 5 different problem dimensions was again a consultative process. We conducted a survey. We found what young people want to table for the conference, and then identified these 5 key domains for the solution dimensions, or for the inputs in form of the PPPAs. So these 5 different dimensions cover the major solutions, and then again those solutions are grouped under the 9 different dimensions. I won't go in the details of 9 different solutions dimensions. I can perhaps share the link where you can read like a 100-pager YDPA. But again, those solution dimensions are reflecting these problem dimensions in the local communities. And if I just give an example of the PPPA under the awareness and capacity building, for example, if a person is coming up with a solution that there should be youth fellowships or training programs for young people, it is something that follows the SMART strategy that could be mired after the implementation, and that provides the actionable goal in lead up to the of the dimension of the awareness and capacity building. So all the PPAs are framed in a way that it's measurable following the SMART strategy, and we are also going to propose the monitoring and evaluation plan in lead up to the from like duration of 2023 to 2030, so that all the commitments with parties are going to make at the conference are also properly monitored, and we can actually follow the progress of how much progress they have made from 2023 to the 2030. And as I can see, like a lot of young people are here. Definitely you will be representing, some of the organizations. Since it's a working document, we still are in a process of crafting the YDPA. I would invite you all to submit your inputs, your suggestions, your PPPAs, any particular domain in which you are working. If you want that to be incorporated, if you want that to be tabled as a demand coming from young people for the UN 2023 conference secretariat, I would like to welcome you all to please reach out to us and submit your demands, because again, I think it's very important that we have representation to make it as inclusive as possible. Um, we had the maximum inputs that we got were from the African region, followed by the South Asian region. Unfortunately, the European region is not well represented, followed by the Latin American region. So if you can amplify the voices, if you can, bring in more people, I think it's very important that those people who are, facing the issues, water related issues in those areas, those must also be incorporated in the process. I think that's all as of now. I've given you like a gist of what we are doing and how it's gonna, add up to the conference. If you have any questions, I'm available after the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zainab. And thank you also for making a very concrete link between the local and the global level. I think we've heard already about locally led adaptation and the role of youth in becoming leaders in their communities, but also the youth contribution to international high-level multilateral processes is equally important. And I think you've also, both of you, well, all of you so far have made clear it's not either or. This is not about youth inclusion at the global level or youth inclusion at a local level or a regional level. It's really at every conceivable level. We need to try to integrate the ideas, the perspectives, the solutions that young people have to offer. On that subject of solutions, I would like now to go to the solutions panel, led by James Dalton, who's head of the water and land management team at IUCN, and I believe joining us online. And again, I look to our tech team here to see if we can patch in our remote speakers. We have Neil Dott, who is executive director of Aquafed, the International Federation of Private Water Operators. And I believe we also have Daniela Bostrom, who is communications manager at UN Water based in Geneva. So I look to the tech team to confirm whether our remote participants are here. Daniela, Neil, do you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Fantastic, thank you. Perhaps a quick round of Neil's talking, but appears to be muted, so presumably talking to somebody else. That's fine. Neil, hope you can hear us okay. Perhaps a quick round of reflections, starting with our panelists online. Maybe Daniela, you want to start off with just a few thoughts and reflections on what you've heard from our speakers this morning.
Yeah, thank you. There's so much to unpack here. I was just watching yesterday an episode of The Crown. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that British television show, but in the episode I'm in, the Queen talks about how to reform the monarchy, and they've created a task force to work on this and so on. And she says in this episode, while we're busy creating task forces and working groups, maybe the solutions is right in front of us. So listening to the speakers who just talked, that was very much what came to my mind, that the youth is already doing so much and the changes are already happening. And then it's up to the more senior colleagues, I would say, and the more senior institutions and what's already there to just help out and make sure that they get every support that they need. So I think I'll just sort of stop there as a first reflection. And then if I can maybe come back on some other points linking to the UN 2023 conference, that would be great. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Daniela. Neil, perhaps over to you just for an initial reflection.
Yeah, hi everyone. I hope you can hear me because I'm on a dodgy connection at the moment. First of all, Adnan Ji, happy birthday to you, birthday Mubarak, and hello to all my brothers and sisters on the panel there. Adnan's buying the cakes for everyone later, apparently, so he told me earlier. Quick reflections. I think I'm going to follow on from what Daniela said, which is about focusing on the job in hand rather than thinking about new task forces and new groups. There was a long list of solutions from that Shazoda presented, which were all absolutely, I totally agree with. What my message to youth will be, I'll keep it short for now, is in those long lists, you need to get to the next level. We all want investment in green economy, and we all want increase in water efficiency, and we all want enhanced disaster preparedness, etc., etc. What people like us as the private sector need, but also whether it's UN organizations or governments, we need to know those next level of ideas from youth as well, because you have them. And Adnan presented a very, very nice example of a local solution. And Shazoda, I know from your professional background, I know that you are much, you know exactly what's needed. So we need to hear that next level down from youth, and let's get away from these kind of higher order statements into some specific detail. These are long lists from youth, and I understand that, because young people, quite rightly, the world is your future and you want to save the world, and trust me, so do I for my kids. But we need to kind of prioritize and be very, very specific. And I don't mean that at all in a patronizing way, quite the opposite. I just think that there's many, many things we can do, but for the youth voice to be really, really heard properly, you need to drill down to that exact next level, and don't be shy about offering specific solutions to the decision makers, because don't think we know everything, because we certainly don't. And I was just in a meeting yesterday all day with some of the big corporates like Unilever, Lixil, Kimberly-Clark, who produce a lot of these kind of products that we all know, particularly in Asia, and Domestos and etc. And even they, we were saying as corporates, we don't have the answers on sanitation, and we're having to rethink all the time about what we're trying to do and get sanitation particularly higher up the agenda with governments, and higher up the agenda with climate change. So don't think we have all the answers, and give us your answers. Okay, so that would be my first thing. Like Danielle, I've got a few more things to say, but I'll cut it short for now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Neil. Now I'm looking at James, who's been waiting quietly and patiently, but before, just one more moment of your patience, James. Shahzoda, I just wanted to give you a chance to maybe come in if you wanted to reflect on the point that Neil made around the level of sort of specificity when we're talking about solutions and going from, a sort of a long shopping list to really more detailed and specific ideas. Mike's on the table, but maybe you want to dive in on that, Shahzoda?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Neil, for the suggestions. Actually, we do have two specific solutions or appeals to the government or to the private sector. First of all, as I mentioned before, we need to continue supporting this CLP platform, which does provide quite a lot of solutions and empowers youth. First of all, I'd like to request those who would be interested, or those the governments of the Central Asian countries, to institutionalize CLP, so that it without support or without funding, so that it does not disappear as it is actually now. And the second one would be, I'd like some people who are from the region, we would need your support, and we want you to provide us with a quota, at least for one person who would be able to participate in the future in such events, so that we could raise our voices and we could inform the global community. As you saw before, there were only 4 people who knew about the RLC crisis, and there is no actually a platform where RLC crisis was not mentioned. It was actually mentioned like 1,000,000 times, and still people do not know it. How are they going to help the youth, or how are they going to help the countries to solve the environmental issues if the global community doesn't really know about the crisis at all? So these are 2 specific asks. And regarding that long list, we have many offers. We can, those who are interested can talk to us, and we have, actually, it is also country specific, each solution. It's not just a broad list. So I can talk about them like for hours and hours, but for the sake of time, I will just stop here, maybe.
Yes, thanks, Shahzoda, for that. I think maybe just to flip that on its head very briefly, we're here at the Water Pavilion. This is only the second Water Pavilion at COP, but of course the water community has annual events of its own. There's a World Water Forum every 3 years. There's Stockholm World Water Week every year. So the other way of looking at that is that it, in a slightly roundabout way, it's almost encouraging that there are people here, participants in the audience here today, who don't know about this very high-profile, catastrophic water issue that Central Asia has been dealing with these past years. Because this means that we are hopefully reaching out to an audience of people who are not, let's say, up to their ears in water every day, the way some of us working in this community are. So just another way of looking at that. James is a very patient man. I don't wish to test his patience any longer. James, would you like to reflect on some of the points you've heard this morning?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, just a couple of points to start with. I think 50% of youth, the Central Asia is 50% youth. Pakistan is 64% youth. I looked up this morning the global average that 49% of the planet are under 30. So at the same time, I think what's very clear is that youth are a stakeholder, given they are half the planet, not a statistic anymore. And I think one key thing to ask of ourselves is how we view youth as a stakeholder in all of our initiatives, rather than it being just a sectoral perspective. Are we thinking across sectors when it comes to climate? But are we thinking intergenerationally as well and taking that into account? I would suspect not. I think looking around the pavilions, certainly much more can be done on that. Much more can be done to raise that message. And actually, if there's any movement that's better at this than anything else, it's generally climate. But I still think much more can be done on that. And I think water has a very significant role to play in that going forward. I think the other thing that's very clear is, and I say this because I've got some young people in my team, is that they are generally less tainted or less jaded by the processes that we create at the institutional level, but also at the intergovernmental level. They're much more able to see the end point that's being aimed at and focus on that than the myriad of steps that we create to try and avoid us creating the solution we're looking for. And I think it's that level of energy and purpose-driven focus that we need to harness much more in young people, and not do what we tend to do in both sort of institutional processes, which is to remove that enthusiasm, but instead harness that and grow that. And I think learn from that in terms of how to streamline processes, how to streamline initiatives so we can get the results that we're looking for. So I think those are my first 2 points.
Thanks so much, James. And I think also, just to pick up on your point about involving youth in all of our initiatives, I think that's a very strong one. Sometimes we see, I mean, I know there is a youth and children pavilion here at COP. I know they're doing fantastic events. Great credit to them, credit to the organizers for including that pavilion. I think there is a need, but also it is quite straightforward to include young people on every panel, in every process, in every delegation. This is something we can all do. And I'm looking at the audience here. All of you are here as delegates. You're, in many cases, part of larger delegations. How many young people do you have in your delegation? Would the delegation be more effective with more diverse perspectives, with more young voices? How can you bring some new energy into the room, and how can you integrate and mainstream youth across all activities, and not just leave youth, you know, at a separate youth table? So I think the intergenerational component in everything we do is what's critical here. It's why I'm so delighted to have the panel and the speakers that we have with us here today. I'd like to come back to Daniela, because Daniela, after those initial reflections, you wanted to add some further thoughts. So over to you.
I did, thanks. Yeah, and on that point of the intergenerational dialogue, Joe and I were in a other youth meeting a few weeks back where I talked about the tension of the opposites. And it's something that really comes to mind again when I hear the panel speaking, because if you think about youth and the tension of the opposites in terms of how youth motivates an older generation, but also how youth can create that frustration because of the dissatisfaction that's there, then it's important to keep that tension in that intergenerational dialogue. And I think that's exactly the point today and what I'm hearing from the other speakers here. So that's just the first point. Then I'm thinking about two things. So going into the UN 2023 Water Conference next year, you were saying that, yes, it's the first time, well, the second time, but it's the first time in almost 50 years. It's long overdue, and it is a watershed moment. So how can then, based on what the colleagues were saying earlier in the panel, how can all that energy be harnessed, and how can we help bringing that into the conference? And I think that there are two things there that's really interesting and important to have a look at. And one is telling the stories. So you saw the Decarbonize project in the films, and I love that because it's so simple. It's via video cameras, or via your iPhone or your phone, and you just tell your story. And it's something that I think that's important on social media, but I also think it's important to do to your neighbors and to your school and to your parents and to everyone's around you. So always telling the stories is important for me. And there we have created, in the campaign that will lead up to the conference itself through World Water Day, we've created a website where you'll be able to tell those stories. So that's going to be available. It's going to be there for inspiration. And I invite you to have a look at the website when it comes up to see how you can share that with the world. It's also, of course, on your own social media channels. And we will just make sure to share those information and that inspiration more widely. Then if we continue along kind of what the Decarbonize youth representatives were saying, and also what Adnan and what Shisoda were saying, what I heard there was that there is a call for for someone else to help you out, because you do need help when you're embarking on such a project as solving the water and sanitation crisis. So what we've done is that we created this website where people can make these really, really easy actions. They can make commitments to take those actions. It will be part of the water action agenda, of course, like Sultan was referring to, and also the last speaker. So there will be a space for that. But what we also made sure is that there's, on the one hand, these super easy actions that people can take, but on the other hand, there's a space for collecting other ideas. So I was listening very intently when Adnan was talking about the 3 things that they did on a local level, which was addressing the misinformation, replacing the taps, and the planting a tree. And the latter 2, they're extremely concrete. So those are really solutions. And the first one is really addressing misinformation on a wider scale. So for me, that is actually, it can become something of a game changer, because when you have religion and science meeting and having those dialogues, that's hugely inspirational for other communities. So for me, providing a space where you can enter that idea and you can be heard and you can inspire other with that, that will serve as a commitment, as a voluntary commitment, and also will serve as inspiration for other people. And also for the Decarbonize project representatives there, it will provide them with a space to just say, I need my X local authority or my government or someone else to help me out with my idea, which is the Decarbonize project. So what we're aiming to do with that is to just get as many people as possible involved and making those commitments, but also sharing their ideas with the world. As a first step, it will just be collected internally, but then as a second step, we will be following up in all those other forums that Joe was mentioning and referring to, but also, of course, through other high-level events and through World Toilet Day, which is another campaign that we'll be having at the end of the year. So I'll stop there, recapping with telling the stories and collecting the ideas being, for me, 2 fundamental things that an older generation can help with. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniela, and thank you, as always, for being a leader in this space in terms of taking the initiative to engage with young people and to provide exactly the kind of the support and the institutional support. I mean, just as a reminder, you're representing UN Water. It's an established United Nations agency. And I think that having the support from people such as yourself, Neil at Aquafed, James at IUCN, and other senior and established institutional players, I think is really, really important. So thank you for that. Daniela, Neil, James, I have quite a list of questions in my pocket, which I would like to pose to you, and also, of course, to our other speakers. What I would like to do is just check who here in the room is still awake, because I may pick on you. In fact, I will pick on a colleague from the government of the Netherlands, Robert Moray. Robert, you've been listening this morning to the reflections from our younger speakers. You've heard the testimonials from teenagers from around the world. And of course, you've heard the response of Neil, Daniela, and James. I wondered if you wanted to make any reflections of your own as somebody who has been in a government institution for much of your career at a senior level. And following on from that, whether you have any specific questions that you would like to ask of any of our panelists. So Robert, over to you.
Thank you very much. And also, congrats. Yes. Being a middle-aged old man, but I have still future left. So the actions of the youth are also important for my near future. But you have more future ahead of you. And as that middle-aged old man, I live in a city and I live near schools. And when I do my walk each morning, I see young people getting from school to the shops, buying pre-packaged breakfast. And when they walk back to school, they unpack it, eat it, and the package are the things that I pick up, because that's my job. And in that way, I can keep my environment clean. And if I see what the youth here is doing in time, investing in environment and activism, and I see what the youth in my neighborhood is doing, then I see a huge gap. And if I see your activism here and the time and money you are putting in, then I think that's not a good reward for what you are doing. And then I'm an old man and I'm on social media, so I'm really getting into it. But social media is your thing. And my first question to you is, can you, within your own communication systems and your own circles, get more young people on behaving responsibly for their future? And my future, of course, but their future. Because that's one thing that I see lacking, that there is a small part that is really engaged in climate, and there's a large part that says, well, I don't care much about it. So I think we have a job there. I have a job, but my question to you is, so I know what I do about it, but what can you do concretely about it? So that's the first question. The second question is also of concern of my future and your future. I'm plus 50 or 50 plus, and many people who are engineers in the Netherlands are also 50 plus. And to solve your problems in the future, you will need engineers and hydrologists and other people who are able to solve climate issues. But I will be retired, and a little bit after I will be dead. So I will not take care of your climate problems that are arising. So the problem I envisage in Asian countries where I'm active and in Europe is that there are too little people between 12 and 20 who are preparing themselves for solving climate issues, choosing technical professions. They are choosing communications or business or other fancy education. And that's also, I can say as an old man to a youngster, you should do something different. And then the youngster looks at me like, why should I listen to you, old man? So I do hope that your generation will listen to you, and that you will be able in your group to make engineering and hydrology and the other things we need sexy again. And I would love to see towards the UN 2023 Water Conference if Unify and many other youth, because Unify is only one big one, okay, good work, but there are more regional. Can you come with a kind of commitment, not call, but a commitment of the youth group themselves, saying, we are going to use influencers, social media, whatever, your group, to take more action among our own group on picking up our own dirt. And the second thing, to get more youngsters in professions and education that are safeguarding our future given climate change. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you, Robert. I noticed you didn't specify who was requested to respond. I see Shazota has picked up the microphone, but Adnan, Shazota, would you like to go first? Do you want to come back to Robert? Yeah.
Sure. Thank you very much for your questions. Very interesting ones. First of all, about concrete actions, what are we doing? So the Central Asian Leadership Platform, which I mentioned, which I talked about, is solely based on voluntarism, on activism. So we all who represent this platform are volunteers. We never get paid. And still, we keep on functioning for the past decade or 12 years. We do have a group where we exchange information, where we try to raise awareness. And among us, there are people from the academia, from the national governments, who are also alumni. And we, as we try to reach out to our peers who are able to make decisions already, and to reach out to tell them, to talk about our concerns, and also to get help from them. And apart from Central Asia Leadership Platform, there are also two different youth organizations in the region. One is Youth for Water, and the second one is the first regional climate working group that also helped us develop this youth regional statement. They are also volunteers and activists. No one gets funded. So I think investing our energy, time, and awareness raising activities is a huge contribution, I guess, because not all people out of those 50% of the younger generation are aware of the issues, environmental issues, even in their communities. We also do a lot of activism on the ground. For instance, we have waste management campaigns, annual ones. We have day without transportation. So And also we have tree planting activities. The RLC basin has turned into a forested area. And there's also a contribution from youth, local youth, who do go there to plant trees, again, without any funding support. So our biggest issue in the region is funding, again, and being heard by the governments or by the decision makers, because we feel like whatever we do is basically based on individuals and their enthusiasm only. The second question about the engineers, right?
To be muted. I think the question was around making hydrology sexy. How do we make
people,
technical subjects and technical professions attractive?
Right. So again, this is very relevant to Central Asian region. As you might know, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, there was a huge brain drain in the region, and people who were hydrologists, who had excellent education, who built all those dams and reservoirs, for some reasons they had to migrate, and there was a huge gap in knowledge, technical knowledge and education in the region as well. And it is difficult. It was difficult at the beginning, but now I guess that people are getting, younger generation is getting more and more involved in eco-education and being employed by ecological organizations, because they feel themselves on their skin how dramatically the environment has changed. And myself, again, I have my background is very different. First one is I have Bachelor of Science in Economics, which is completely different. And then I realized that if I want to make an impact on my communities, to make a change in the region, in the country where I'm living, I realized that in natural resources management, biodiversity conservation is something that I want to do. So I had to switch my profession, to start from scratch, to start all over again. So I lost a couple of years, and now I can say that I'm an expert in my field, but still I'm learning. Now I'm doing PhD again on environmental sciences, and I'm working on the RLC. So I'm just trying to say that with my own example, I try to involve people, or I do advocate for environment very much. And I think, again, social platforms do help. And those platforms that I mentioned, the youth platforms, youth organizations, which are not funded again, do have an impact on the younger generation, because the younger people have to learn from their peers and not from the decision makers who do not really know much about the generation and about the problems that the generation is facing. So I guess the number is growing, which is very, I mean, which is quite satisfying, but still we need support from the local governments. We need some funding, and we need support in the sense that they do hear us, they do know about us, and they are interested what we are doing, so that our efforts are not lost in the future. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shizoda. And then Adnan, did you want to come in on that as well?
Yeah, so I'll add to what Shizoda already said. The thing with the social media is, I'll just comment on the social media part of it and the climate information, that if you want to reach out to youth, if you want to reach out to teenagers, stop using Facebook and Twitter. Use TikTok. This is where the youth is. If you are from an organization, if you are from the government, and you are still using Facebook and Twitter, and you want to reach out to the youth, you are using the wrong platform. Use TikTok. This is where the youth is. The other thing, the climate information that we have is more like a problem oriented. It tells you what the problem is, how much the greenhouse gases are increasing, how much forests are burning, how much glaciers are we melting. Make it action oriented. Tell them what to do. This is how you can reduce your carbon footprint. Translate them in their local languages, contextualize them. The problem is that I used to conduct sessions in schools and colleges, but normally I would go with the IPCC reports. I would tell them that the world is warming, global warming is going to happen. This is what the greenhouse gases are. This is what the ozone layer is. And they would tell, okay, what I have to do. So focus on actions. Tell them briefly that this is what you have to do. If you take a car, If you share a car, if you carpool, this is how much carbon you are saving. If you take a bicycle, this is what you are doing. So make the information, the climate information, accessible, action-oriented, and mostly make it use TikTok. Go there and make your content creative so that the youth can see it. So this is.
Thank you, Adnan. I hope, Neil, that you're taking notes on social media platforms, which ones to use if you want to engage with young people. I also noticed you've revealed a hashtag water generation jumper, which is great to see. I don't know, Neil, if you want to just reflect on some of the points that you've heard, and then I'd like to bring in somebody else from the audience.
Yeah, the thought of me going on TikTok to do anything is terrifying, for not only for me, but I think for the rest of the world as well. But I think I'd take the point on TikTok. I just wanted to make 2 quick points. The Central Asian Leadership Program is a brilliant example of young leaders getting together. And I think that is, and for real purpose. And I think not only should we, the water community, be supporting these types of organizations, we should be helping to fund it better as well. And we, being private sector research and learning, not just donor funders all the time or governments, it's a model that I think should be replicated all over the world. One point I'm going to make, which I think will probably be controversial to some, is I hear youth a lot talk about we need more funding, and yes, you do, but the sources that traditionally you think are going to be your funders have not got any money. Donors, Western governments are, I think, particularly in water and sanitation, are reducing the amounts that they are providing at the moment because of global recession, cost of living crises all over the world, war in Ukraine, etc., etc. There's many reasons for it, we all know. I think seriously, youth can start to rethink what you want and what you offer, because you should be tapping into the billions of private capital that remains unlocked in the sector. And I know some don't like it, and some in the sector will say, oh, this is terrible, we can't have private capital coming in, this leads to financialization of the sector. Fine, if you want to think like that, then we're going to have the same problems in 30 years time. You know, we will not have achieved any, you know, SDG 6 or anything, or what comes after that. So I think what you should be doing is, young people should be doing, is either them. I know Shazoda example is an economist, so she will understand, I think, the how you can turn some of your objectives into actually make a business case out of it, and where you can unlock private capital to come in and help you solve some of these problems. So young people, my message to youth involved in the sector is you should be talking to your friends who have you know, done degrees or masters in MBAs, for example, because they will help you unlock some of these ideas. And unless you start to do that, we can just carry on dreaming about trying to fix the sector, because it's never going to happen, because there's just not going to be enough donor funding. There will not be enough public funding. It's not happening. So that would be my one plea. I just wanted to finally offer Shazoda and the Central Asian Leadership Program, Aquafed's assistance and help in what we can do to work with you, because it's kind of a kind of program that we would really strongly support. But thanks to all the panel for your and to everyone else for your ideas, because it's been a really interesting session. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Neil. We've got about 10 more minutes left. I want to come back to some of our panelists in a moment. But first of all, I just want to bring in a representative from the Dutch Young Climate Movement in a moment. But first of all, yes, you had a question.
Thank you so much. My name is Noura Haji. I am from Ireland, but originally from Somalia, who have really, really big trouble on climate change, the way it have been suffering in the last few decades, again and again. So many people and young people of Somalia are suffering. So it attracted me when I see young people who are speaking about saving the world and sharing their ideas, how they want to stand up and be the leaders of the change. I really appreciate that. On the other hand, I'm a mother as well. I have young people, especially I have now with me in this COP27 conference hall is in here. She's somewhere. She's 16 years old, and she started activism on climate change when she was 12 years old. And she's doing incredible job, including her studies, because she's in primary school, now she's in secondary school. But for me, as a mother, I have understand the importance of what my daughter is standing for. But in other ways, sometimes she's quite very tired because she see me, she wants to feel this is very big. Something horrible is coming. She has to stop it. That's her job. And she's getting a lot of tired and she's losing a lot of energy. But actually looking at her as a mom, I understand some other mothers and parents who does not understand the importance of this issue. How can they let their children do that activity, especially those who are in schools? I would like you to target the parents, to teach them, to educate them, to let their children understand the importance of this issue and to let them do if they want to stand up for this. And I really appreciate that and I understand and I honor you of your own collaboration and important job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that contribution. I'm just wondering if there's anybody on the panel who wanted to reflect on that. James, I'm not sure if you wanted to come in on that, or Zainab. Okay, no worries. Okay, so I think we have a few minutes left. Zainab, did you want to? Okay, we'll keep the conversation going. Thank you so much for that reflection. I'd like now to bring in a representative from the Dutch Young Climate Movement. He's been waiting patiently with something that I think you've been preparing. Just based on what you've heard today, I wonder if you want to share any reflections with us briefly, if you can.
Thank you. My name is Alex. I'm from the Dutch Youth Climate Movement. But at 18 years old, I was also elected in my regional parliament in a small southern piece of the Netherlands called Brabant. And Brabant is a very developed province, but has lots of issues with water. And young people experience the issues with water. But there is one thing about water policy making that we should clearly understand. It's really technical. So I got the water portfolio and I had to make decisions about water at 18 years old. We were the biggest political party in the state Senate. So first I went to the technicians, and to get 500 pages of papers and technical stories where you could not make policy from it. Then I went to schools, to youth, and just asked them, so what do you think about water? And they're like, yeah, we experience problems with water. But here's the thing. I brought the technicians and the young people together. And what I asked of the technicians and the policymakers to give us the dilemmas. Because the young people often are too young to get into hydraulics and adaptation and biodiversity and all these technical issues. But they do get the dilemmas. If you explain it clearly, what choice do we have? And what the government then should do is, when you have the input of these major stakeholders, is actually put the policy to practice. And I told the technical people, give the dilemmas, the young people make the choices, and the political mumbo-jumbo and the bureaucratic process that follows, that is my problem. And I'll deliver on that promise. And as Brabant, we then, with all these input, not only got better policy that is future-proof, but we also got young people interested in the technical professions. Because the young people in that room, and some of them literally started to study at the technical universities because they were in that session, understood that it was an impact profession. And that is the thing we need to do.
Thank you so much. I think that's a very nice reflection on incorporating youth involvement in decision making, but also recognizing that it is a very technocratic process. And that's a bridge that we need to build, and something that requires real effort and investment from all of us. James, I think you wanted to reflect on this comment. Just hold it up, and the tech team will. It's on, James. The microphone's on. Just hold it up.
Okay. So, just on a couple of points, and I think probably because I'm so old, my hearing's not working very well. Zainab was able to explain to me what your question. So I think, firstly, I think Robert's going to be working longer than he thinks before he retires, because we're going to face some challenges going forward that we will need the expertise to help us solve them. I think also it's up to young people to challenge, in some ways, the education system, to give them the diversity of education needs going forward. we complain about everything being siloed and sectorized, and therefore we can't solve the problems. It's the gaps between the silos where the solutions are. And that's where the education system needs to improve so that we can actually get those experiences shared. I would rather in the future, somebody who is 40 has the experience of a 50-year-old, because we're going to have to accelerate education just as much as we are going to have to accelerate finance, capacity, speed of purpose on the ground, and implementation. So I think those are really key issues that we have to understand. I would rather that happen than we stay in the current way that we structure our education systems going forward. And I think also we have to also get young people to ask of those systems what they want and how they want it, and definitely in terms of investment in technical solutions. I'm also deeply concerned. I'm an engineer, actually, and I'm deeply concerned as to where there is the capacity coming in to the actual water world going forward. If it's out there in other sectors that can solve water problems, that's great, because water affects every sector. But if we don't see enough of that capacity, we're going to have some problems in the next 20, 30 years, and we're going to have to shore them up somehow with additional support. So I think that's great opportunity for youth. I think there's a huge opportunity for them to be bringing their experience and enthusiasm and this purpose-driven solution-finding focus. You can find the people who can do the tech, but to be able to get to what's the problem to solve and focus on solving it rather than bifurcating onto other things is critical.
Thank you very much, James, for that reflection. So we just have a couple of minutes left. Obviously, we don't want to overrun because we have another session following this. I would like to ask one final, very rapid-fire question to James, to Neil, and Daniela. So just really in a few seconds, each of you, if you could. You're all here from established institutions, from UN Water, from Aquafed, from IUCN, which care about youth, which advocate for youth and engage with youth. But none of these are youth-oriented organizations. These are not youth advocacy groups on their own, right? So you are all established institutional players. I'd just like to ask you very briefly, what is it that motivates you personally about this issue? What is it that motivates you, aside from my emails, to participate in a session like this and that really drives you on this subject? So very briefly, if I may, Daniela, starting with you.
Finding my energy for the day. Starting my day like this gives me the inspiration I need to actually do my emails and do my task forces. So listening to the the wonderful examples that youth has, it inspires me to think differently, but also to actually do my work. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Daniela. And Neil.
I think my motivation is to help young people navigate the system of trying to get their influence, trying to influence and trying to be heard, because I've had to try to do the same thing. So I'm on the same journey with them for the same purposes. So it's really difficult to be effective and campaign and try and deliver what you believe in. So that's what motivates me. And plus the fact I've got kids, right? And so and the future looks really, really bleak at the moment. I want to make it better for them. So and it's people like who are on the panel, the three of them, Zainab, Shazilda and Adnan, who to me are my superheroes, and they're the ones that are going to sort it out. So my job is to help them. That's what motivates me.
Can you follow that, James? Just hold it up. The tech guys will unmute for you.
Is it working? Yeah. So believe it or not, I was young once, right? And we all go through frustrations in our learning and career development and see what we want to do and become. And you can never really pre-plan that pathway. But I was lucky enough to have good mentors who helped me along the way. And if I can help other people find a path that's right for them and harness their experience and their energy and enthusiasm, then that's what I should be doing as a professional in the water world. You know, I've got kids. My 11-year-old son is really interested in climate change. If I can influence him to potentially make a contribution to the health of the planet going forward, then I've done my job.
Thank you so much, all of you. So I think we're going to wrap it up there. Thanks to all of you for being here, and to those of you who've joined us online. Final comment from my side is, as you all know, you should know by now. If you haven't, then perhaps we haven't made the message quite loud and clear enough. But the Netherlands and Tajikistan are co-chairing the UN 2023 Water Conference. It's coming up in March next year in New York. This is something that needs to be cross-sectoral and action-oriented and inclusive. And those are just words until we actually do something about it. And it's these kinds of events where we're trying to drum up attention and engagement in the process leading up to the conference, where we really need your input. So please come and approach any of us after the session. Send us an email through the contact details in the chat, and we will try to engage you and incorporate you, your perspectives, your views in that process as best we can. So thank you all very much. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the rest of COP. Thank you.
Há muita simbologia na relação
want to sit on the stage throughout the session? No? Yeah, oh yeah? Is that okay?
But when some presentations.
Maybe you can sit. Maybe you can sit on the side. Maybe it's just the two of you, so the stage is not empty. Do you want to do that?
I'm okay if we can somehow see still.
See, it's up to you. If not, then we can just keep the stage empty, and I'll sit maybe next to you.
It's a little bit strange when there's
No one sitting on stage, yeah. Especially so the three of us are the only on-site people. So maybe if you want to sit here, I can sit on the edge, and so we're not blocking the screen. That's fine. Yep. Sorry.
I could actually also get my phone up and view on the phone by going on online.
If you want to tilt it a little bit to the side so you can see, that's fine as well. Is that better? Yeah, you can see? All good?
Let's have a screen up at the top there or something.
Start now? Yeah.
Sometimes.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. We'll just commence the session now. So thank you so much for attending this exciting session. It gives me great pleasure to moderate this session on women as change makers for water-sensitive climate action. My name is Tanvi Oza, and I'm the Regional Climate Change Advisor at WaterAid Australia. Climate resilience depends on women, and women are playing a powerful role in tackling the effects of climate change, which is evident through innovative water management at local, national, and transboundary levels. Yet, women continue to face persistent social, political, and financial barriers to equal participation in water jobs and water decision-making. It's often said that water is a woman's affair due to the legacy of personal responsibility that women have had to ensure clean water and sanitation at the household level in many parts of the world, particularly impacted by climate change. However, women are not the passive victims, but crucial change makers. True and inclusive resilience can only be built if we enable broad engagement in climate adaptation and mitigation. The urgency of the climate and water crisis demands to lift up those leaders in communities with the experience and knowledge to prioritize water and sanitation for all and reach our adaptation and mitigation goals. We cannot afford to have the decision-making bodies shaping the arc of humanity to have one hand tied behind their backs. Barriers to women's participation in climate and water jobs and decision-making must actively be removed. Therefore, this session will feature female water and climate leaders and emphasize strategies for stakeholders, local, national, regional, and international, to build inclusive water and climate resilience. The session will explore how women engaging in adaptation, mitigation, and resilience strategies across sectors provides broader benefits to communities. It will reflect on the insights gained from the practice and policy of water resilience and draw a diverse picture of female engagement and gender equality. By providing concrete examples and lessons learned from Latin America, Africa, and Asia from different sectors, we will discuss the merits of and need for including women more actively in water-related climate adaptation and mitigation. So we'll be presenting some case studies, drawing on the experience of female water and climate leaders, and they'll showcase their role as change makers for water and climate resilience. The topics that we'll cover today include water, sanitation and hygiene, agriculture and food security, nature-based solutions and traditional knowledge for water security, water diplomacy, and water jobs. One more note is that we wanted to make this session as inclusive as possible, so you will hear a lot of virtual and live presentations, and you'll hear from multiple different voices at the global scale. So we really hope you enjoy the session, and I'd now like to welcome Elke Hüttner to give some opening remarks. Elke has been with GIZ for 25 years. Since December 2021, she has been holding the position of the Head of Division Climate Change, Environment and Infrastructure within GIZ's Global Division. Before joining GIZ, she studied chemical and process engineering and gained significant experience in the private sector and consulting industry. Elke's first project with GIZ was an environmental program in cooperation with Argentina's private sector, followed by positions as Head of Project and Specialist Planner at GIZ's internal think tank, focused on topics such as waste recycling, industrial environmental protection, and the environment. I'd now like to welcome Elke to give a few opening remarks.
Yes, thank you very much. Dear co-conveners, dear panelists, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to participate in today's session on the essential role of women in water-sensitive climate action. I very much welcome COP27's focus on climate change adaptation and the recognition of women as key players in this field. Women are agents of positive change. Needless to say, women and girls are vital to economic growth, social cohesion, and overall resilient society. As providers of water and food for their families and managers of resources, women are in a key position to actively respond to and mitigate the impacts of climate change. For example, their equal participation in climate resilient water management and decision-making processes can lead to up to 7 times more effective water project outcomes. Despite their central role, however, women remain disadvantaged, marginalized, and underrepresented in almost all sectors of the economy, representing only a fraction of policymakers, regulators, or technical experts in the water and climate field. Gender inequalities not only limit women's access to water resources, but also disproportionately increase their exposure to water-related climate risks, such as droughts and floods, by increasing the likelihood of waterborne disease that particularly affect young children and their mothers. The price of such inequalities is high. The World Bank estimates that the economic costs of gender inequality worldwide is over $160 trillion. Hence, to adequately tackle these challenges and harness the potential of women as dynamic agents of change, German Development Cooperation through the Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ, pursues a feminist development policy by promoting gender transformative approaches for improved water security and climate resilience. To name just a few examples of our engagement, to support climate protection and promote sustainable livelihoods in rural areas, we are working with the EU on the water, energy and food security nexus, and support a women's agricultural cooperative in the Niger Basin to strengthen food security by addressing water scarcity and climate risks. In Bolivia, we are applying a gender lens to water governance by involving women in decision-making processes to improve water security while tackling the impact of climate change. In Zambia, we are promoting a resilient water and energy sector by strengthening the capacities of female water professionals through innovative, gender-responsive vocational training concepts, as well as promoting a national network for women in the water and sanitation network. It is evident that the equal participation of women and men is indispensable for successful adaptation, planning, and in coping with water scarcity, heavy rainfalls, and floods. To this end, we must actively address power imbalances and structural inequalities by enhancing women's agency, promoting female networks to attract more women to the sector, and harnessing a gender transformative perspective on water security and climate change. We need to change the narrative and understand women as agents of positive change. Women play an essential role in tackling the effects of climate change, now here more apparent that through innovative water management at local, national and transboundary levels. As such, we need to advance integrated water and climate policies and action plans that specifically respond to the needs of women and girls by involving them in planning and decision-making processes at all levels and strengthening their participation in climate negotiations. Let us step up our efforts and join forces to reach the goal of the Paris Agreement and to advance the SDGs. 5, gender and equality, 6, clean water and sanitation, and 13, climate action. Yes, and turn the tide towards accelerated action and meaningful impact by 2030 and beyond. Thank you very much, and I look forward to a fruitful session and an inspiring contribution here in the side event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elke, for those powerful opening remarks. So without further ado, I'd like to commence the session. Our first segment is going to be on water sanitation and hygiene, presented by Melita Grant, Fabiola Tabora, and Nada El Bohi. You've probably heard this before. Women and girls are disproportionately impacted by climate change. But what does it really mean, and how does it apply specifically to water sanitation and hygiene? So for this first segment, we'll look at a short video highlighting the importance of gender inclusion in the WASH sector to address climate change. We'll first look concretely at the challenges women face and how they are adapting to them, and then focus on the role of institutional and policy frameworks before looking at concrete solutions from Lusaka, Zambia. We'll then look at the recent scientific findings and the responsibilities of sectoral and global networks, such as the RAWSA and Susanna. So our first speaker, Melita Grant, specializes in integrated water resource management and water sanitation and hygiene in international development. She has a focus on gender equality and inclusion and has worked in governments, universities, and civil society organizations. With an academic background in political science and environmental management, Melita has experience in water governance and policy development and has applied this in Australian, Southeast Asian, and South Asian contexts. Our second speaker, Fabiola Tabora, is an environmental engineer with a master's degree in integrated watershed management. She has more than 15 years of experience in national and regional processes related to water resource management, including the coordination and development of technical studies, capacity building in risk management and climate change, and the strengthening of policy frameworks and planning instruments for IWRM, as well as the coordination and implementation of technical assistance in the implementation of SDG 6. We also have Nada El Bohi, who is a highly motivated partnerships manager dedicated to finding innovative and intersectional solutions for advancing women's rights, health, safety, and well-being. She's a co-founding member of Network of Empathy, a digital space and global community using empathy to address local and global challenges. Experienced in policy analysis, international and team-oriented settings, and cross-cultural communications, she has advanced skills in research, writing, and public speaking. So we can probably play the video now.
Climate change is impacting communities around the world, and for many, that means more difficulty accessing clean water, decent toilets, and safe hygiene. Within these communities, men and women experience climate change differently. When the effects of climate change increases disease, women and girls are expected to care for sick family members. When it impacts water sources or sanitation systems, women and girls must often walk further to collect water for household use or to access decent toilets, risking their safety. Yet women and girls adapt and create practical solutions to help their families keep going. They are adjusting to climate change, but without the resources and support they need to be resilient. What can we do to support them? We can create water and sanitation services that last and that can come back quickly online after a climate hazard. WaterAid is committed to this work. Across Africa, we work with government partners and communities to help communities adapt to climate change while responding to diverse gender needs. In West Africa, this has meant securing guaranteed water allocation for women and girls during times of scarcity. In Rwanda, we are starting a new project to improve over 60,000 lives by ensuring climate-resilient water and sanitation services that everyone can use. There is still much to do. The voices and experiences of women can provide valuable insights into how to adapt to climate change. But from communities to the global stage, women's voices are still missing. Their challenges, innovations, adaptations do not reflect in national strategies. There's still much to do. Women must be at all the tables where decisions are made. Their insights must be heard. Their advice must be acted upon.
Greetings from Central America. Maria Alicia, a middle-aged woman who lives in the dry corridor of El Salvador, has told us that the time and effort she spent in fetching water she now dedicates it to her family and to community work. In Central America, as in many places around the world, women and girls are often responsible for obtaining water for their homes, being highly vulnerable to extreme events such as droughts. As we all know, the consequences of water scarcity, climate change, and natural disasters affect women disproportionately, which deepens the gap between women and men. It is therefore increasingly important to address gender inclusion at all levels and build climate resilience through sustainable water management, including the revision of policy and legal frameworks to make sure that actions are aimed at transforming societies into a culture with equity and inclusion of all its actors. In a recent study, GWP Central and South America have found that although most countries in our region have gender policies in place, it does not translate into the incorporation of the gender approach at the sectoral and programmatic level, at the levels of climate change, WASH, and IWM. Understanding the gaps at policy level offers important insights to continue advancing towards equality and towards climate resilience. It also provides a basis to work on paths towards gender inclusion at the policy level, including national adaptation plans and NDC. Let's take heart that despite the sometimes adverse circumstances, there are numerous examples of women who have emerged as important catalysts of change, women like Maria Alicia, who can manage a rainwater system that benefits her family and community, but also women and men who are working as mayors, ministers, water directors, and other leadership positions who are committed to making sure women are part of the way forward in our resilience towards the changing climate. We invite you to review our recent study on the level of inclusion of gender approach in the water and climate change legal framework of 8 countries in Latin America, which is available online. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experience in Central America.
In Lusaka, Zambia, with regards to climate change action, we take pride and promote in a partnership idea that looks at a holistic approach in trying to address water security issues in Lusaka. That involves climate action, mitigation, and adaptation, not only in Lusaka as a city, but Zambia as a whole. We have on board public sector organizations, private sector, international organizations, the civil society organization, as well as the community themselves to address water security issues and climate action in the country. We have on board various organizations, women institutions, and organizations such as Women for Change and the Africa Women in Sanitation Professionals Network, because we believe it is through these channels that we can create awareness and address climate change issues at that level because we believe that women are mostly hit and impacted with climate change impact around the world. And so our message today is for every organization out there to channel their efforts, to channel their projects, activities, and energy towards climate action, not only at the city level, but a national level as well as international level. We have done it before as Lucy, and we believe together we can through collaboration, coordination, and promoting water security. Thank you.
Our research using the new measurement tool called the Water Sanitation and Hygiene Gender Equality Measure, the WASHGEN, confirms other evidence that women are disproportionately impacted by climate change. For example, our research in Lao PDR showed that women felt more unsafe than men during climate events in attending to their wash needs, and also that their influence and decision-making power was significantly reduced during these severe weather events. To better understand and respond to these differentiated climate impacts on women and girls and other marginalised groups, we need to draw on the latest thinking and evidence on how to advance gender equality and inclusion within the societies we work with and in. With partners from the Australian Government's Water for Women Fund, we've developed guidance which offers insights into developing effective partnerships between wash sector organisations and rights holder organisations. And rights holder organisations are those such as women's organisations and organisations for people with disabilities. Our guidance provides practical recommendations for effective collaboration in all types of partnerships and is designed to support those looking to begin or build or strengthen their partnerships to achieve mutually beneficial outcomes. In order to build climate resilience, we need to strengthen and build the WASH system overall. And a WASH system approach looks beyond the infrastructure and the services and includes the people, the organisations and the governance aspects and the environment. All of these are critical to a long-term resilient WASH service. Rights holder organisations form an integral part of the WASH system and help to ensure more equitable, resilient and inclusive decision-making and connection to key actors.
Gender defines the roles, responsibilities, and opportunities of people. This includes the needs, access, and use of water. We can't truly address water sanitation and hygiene or implement effective WASH programs without approaching it with a gender lens and ensuring that it's gender responsive. This is crucial because gender shapes the experience and particular needs of women, girls, and people of diverse genders. The limited access or complete absence of water supply and sanitation facilities have disproportionate effects on women and girls. Across the globe, gender norms often leave the responsibility of managing and finding water for drinking, cooking, sanitation, and hygiene for the household to women. This can be dangerous, time-consuming, and physically demanding, leaving little time for education and work. On the one hand, these gender norms and responsibilities are prioritized over their education and work, leaving them marginalized and with limited opportunities. On the other hand, without water or toilets at home, women and girls are more vulnerable to violence while walking to get water, or using outside toilets or shared facilities with men and boys. Particularly now, as climate change-induced droughts and forced migration increases, finding water and having home toilets becomes even more scarce and dangerous. They have to walk even farther in search of water and toilets. The farther they walk and in more desolate areas, the more vulnerable they are to violence. In addition, the struggle to find clean water worsens, leaving a possible need of using dirty water, which of course leads to detrimental health issues. And crucially, we can't talk about women without talking about their health. And we can't talk about their health without talking about sexual and reproductive health. Women and girls have specific hygiene needs during menstruation, pregnancy, and child upbringing. So it's not just about women's health, but their children's health as well. And without WASH, they become vulnerable to ill health. And when faced with violence, women also need sexual and reproductive health services. So WASH programs, policies, and action plans must be approached through a gender lens. And women need to be included in the planning, decision-making, and governance of WASH services to put their contextualized needs as well as solutions on the decision-making table. This is vital for women's empowerment. With safe, clean water and toilets at home, they have the chance to pursue education, work, take better care of the household, and contribute to society. It can change their life.
As we have seen in this video, many efforts are being made by different stakeholders towards inclusion of gender in WASH interventions to tackle climate change. But there is a need to coordinate these efforts and speak with one voice. Global networks such as Susanna can help achieve this. With over 380 partner organizations and more than 14,000 members, it has become one of the most established networks in the WASH sector. Susanna provides a collaborative platform that has the potential to bring field experiences, regional dialogue, and scientific evidence to the level of global exchange. So today, let me speak for Susanna by conveying this important message to the WASH and climate community. If we want to address climate change effectively, women must be heard and actively involved in WASH interventions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those great presentations. And one thing I took away from that is really the importance of bringing in WASH and gender challenges and adaptation into climate strategies. So that includes national adaptation plans and NDCs. So we'll move on to our next segment on agriculture and food security. And this will be presented by Zenobia Carucci, Cristina Loyatza, Trinidad Franco, and Mina Bilgi. Zenobia Carucci is an agronomist engineer with a specialty in management and integrated watershed management. She also has experience in advising at the national level in integrated water resource management and the incorporation of gender and intercultural approaches in public policies. Dr. Mina Bilgi will be joining us live virtually, and she works as a development professional, consultant, researcher, assessor, trainer, and advocate for several multi-layered, people-centric, gender-sensitive, and ecosystem-based projects on natural resources.
De concejal entre el 2015, por distrito nos dijeron que saquemos para un hombre y una mujer. Gané, estuve en la segunda concejalía porque no había muchas mujeres esas veces, no hay, hasta ahora mismo medio las mujeres temen todavía asumir estos cargos. Hay ciertas circunstancias, a veces las mujeres no podemos fácil salir de nuestro hogar, nuestra casa, nuestros hijos, nuestros quehaceres en el campo, no es pues como a vivir aquí en la ciudad.
Los problemas asociados al cambio climático incrementan estas brechas y los efectos negativos se reflejan en el acceso y gestión de los recursos naturales diferenciados. Por ejemplo, las desventajas se ven en la afectación de los medios de vida por la pérdida de alimentos. Las mujeres se ven afectadas principalmente en sus ingresos económicos, la falta de oportunidades laborales y la posibilidad de mejorar sus capacidades y conocimientos para enfrentar estos retos.
Porque creo que la dificultad hoy en día por el cambio climático hay mucha lluvia y después se sorprende las lluvias, hay sequías y la sequía se prolonga. O sea, también hay fenómenos de granizada, ventas, de todo, ¿no? Yo pienso que el cambio climático nos está afectando creo que a todos, ¿no?
En las cuencas Acero y Guadalquivir de Bolivia se han diseñado acciones estratégicas para la incorporación del enfoque de género e interculturalidad en procesos de planificación de la gestión hídrico-ambiental mediante políticas nacionales. A nivel territorial se han desarrollado planes directores de cuencas, instrumento que orienta acciones como el uso eficiente del agua a través del riego tecnificado, la cosecha de agua de lluvias para consumo humano, la protección de fuentes de agua, la implementación de huertos familiares con cultivos de frutilla, arándanos, hortalizas para diversificar la dieta familiar.
exactamente desde el 2006, 2005, 2006 he empezado, porque aquí, digamos, era que empezó por lo que me daba miedo del abono, en primer lugar que usaban mi papá mucho abono químico y el suelo se iba quedando más duro. Mientras más usaba los abonos químicos y el suelo se volvía más duro, entonces el próximo año tenían que volver a colocar más. Por eso ya empezaba a cambiar de meta, dicho. Y el ingeniero una vez ha venido aquí a la casa y dice, hagamos abonos orgánicos. Y yo no creía al principio. Cuando ya empezó a descomponerse el abono, que decora, y ya cuando yo tocaba esa tierra así la mano, ya se entraban los dedos, entonces era blando. Entonces yo he dicho, no, eso funciona. Y ahí ahora ya lo manejo sola ya. Incluso hago para la venta también. Vendo abonos, vendo los productos. Tenemos un grupo de mujeres que siempre estamos haciendo abonos. Somos 12 mujeres que emprendemos este trabajo.
Aún existe mucho trabajo por hacer desde el enfoque de género y medio ambiente en el marco de cambio climático. Sin embargo, hemos evidenciado que las mujeres de las cuencas ocupan posiciones de liderazgo y se sienten capaces de contribuir hacia un desarrollo sostenible.
So we'll now have Dr. Mina Bilgi present.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Mina.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I am going to show you some slides. Please tell me if you can see them.
Yes, we can see them now.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk on investing in women and girls is crucial. Examples from India about gender budgeting and from other countries. So the topic is gender budgeting for raising future leaders in agriculture and food security. Both rural men and women are key to ending hunger and extreme poverty. Women make up to 48% of agricultural employment. They work as farmers, as farm workers, as businesswomen, as entrepreneurs, as community leaders. So they have a very important role throughout the agriculture cycle in food value chains, and they look after or they manage all natural resources like water, livestock, forest, land, and so on. And there are examples, there are evidence which has recognized women as major change makers in agriculture and food security in developing countries. Yet we see a lot of gender gap in agriculture and food security. As consumers, the women and girls are food insecure as compared to men in every region of the world. As producers, they face many barriers in accessing productive resources and services, technology, market, mobility, financial assets, and also in terms of getting information. Women are underrepresented represented in local institutions and governance mechanisms at all levels, whether we talk at the village level, at the city level, they have very less decision-making abilities and powers. Moreover, the changing extreme weather conditions or the climate change is a threat multiplier. It is creating, because women and men are differentially impacted by climate change, and the women are getting into a lot more vulnerability, and it's a kind of vicious cycle for them. Long-standing and prevailing gender norms further undermines their work. Their work is unrecognized and unpaid, even though they do a lot of work. Changing labor market and increasing migration of men has led to feminization of agriculture. Agriculture is feminizing. It's very, very clear in many, many developing countries. And so women are again taking a lot more roles and responsibilities. Their roles and responsibilities in agriculture and allied activities is very, very important and significant. This makes a very strong case for why we should be investing more on women and girls, and what are we learning from gender responsive budgeting exercises which has been undertaken by different countries. And I would like to share my personal study on gender responsive budgeting from India, specifically from the state where I live in. It's called Gujarat. Several global policy frameworks call for addressing women's rights as human rights and for greater allocation of resources. Whether we talk about CEDAW, we talk about SDGs, we talk about Addis Ababa agreement and so on, everywhere very strongly it has been mentioned that more and more allocation of resources should be there for girls and women, primarily for the reason because women and girls play a very important role in agriculture and food security. Gender responsive budget means preparing budgets or analyzing the budgets from gender perspective. It involves using tools, techniques, and procedures of budget cycle in a very systematic way to promote women empowerment and gender equality. It retaliates transparency, the engagement of all the stakeholders in the budgeting process and tracking the gender responsive budgets. Over 100 countries in the world have adopted gender responsive budget since the first International Conference on Women, which was held in Beijing in 1995. Evidence shows that in some countries it is recently being introduced, gender responsive budget. There are countries which have 1 or 2 decades of experience of gender responsive budget. Some countries have done very well. Some countries are learning. The overall, on an average, if we talk, then progress has been made in the majority of the countries in establishing gender responsive budget frameworks. The frameworks tend to operate as an add-on rather than as a strategic and integral part of resource allocation decisions, monitoring and auditing. The major issue which has come up from all these countries is lack of, gender segregated data. So data management is one of the issue, and therefore it becomes difficult to audit and so on. Countries, even those having substantial experience with gender responsive budget, can point to specific examples of impact. There are case studies, there are studies, evidence which shows that, okay, gender budgeting is promoting gender equality and women empowerment and so on, but concretely, we still have to go a long way. Gender responsive budget in agriculture sector. So I'm going to share with you the example from Gujarat, India. In India, it was adopted in 2005-2006. Ministry of Women and Child Development, Ministry of Finance, and General Administration is nodal agencies. In India, 18 states and 57 ministries have adopted gender responsive budget, and they are at varying degree of execution. While the gender responsive frameworks, including we have this gender budget statement, which is a kind of reporting mechanism, institutional mechanism, which includes training institutions, there are gender resource centers, there are gender focal points, there are several pressure group, civil society organizations who are acting as kind of watchdogs. They are all at place, but gender responsive budget as a tool for gender equality remain a kind of lip service. I mean, we say, okay, gender responsive budget is there, so many ministries are doing it, but is it really benefiting? Is it really promoting gender equality? That has to be looked into, and we have a long way to go.
Dr. Bilbegi,
Data
we might
and-
just ask you to wrap up soon, just in the interest of time.
Yeah, okay. So data collected over 10 years shows that gender agenda remains underfunded. There has been stagnant or declining allocation of resources in the agriculture, even when agriculture is feminizing. There is a lack of political will, administrative commitment, coordination mechanism, limited engagement with macroeconomic policies, and continued discrimination against women and girls. So it would be incorrect to assume that gender equality can be achieved only by earmarking public funds. While earmarking public funds are very important, but just by doing that, it's not going to help. We need to have gender disaggregated data and track the progress, understand the gaps, look into the opportunities, and act on the information, and embedding gender-specific approaches within the normal annual routines of the budgeting process, and complementing accountability and transparencies within the government and among other stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those presentations, and it's so great to see these local examples of innovation demonstrated by women for increased resilience and economic livelihoods. And it's really important that governments recognise, support and promote these initiatives so that they can be scaled to greater geographical areas. So moving on to our next segment on nature-based solutions, and this will be presented by Jenna Gami. Jenna is the Director of Forest Trends Water Initiative, which aims to scale up nature-based solutions for water security and climate resilience. She lives in Peru, where she co-leads the Natural Infrastructure for Water Security project funded by USAID and Canada. And this has strengthened policy, knowledge, and tools while developing a portfolio of over $300 million in new investments in nature-based solutions. So we'll play the video now. Jenna, you can commence if you want to.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were going to go straight to the video. It's great to join you today. Thank you for the opportunity. Let's go ahead and get started. So as mentioned in the intro, Forest Trends with our partners, we're working in Peru to scale up investments in nature-based solutions as a strategy for water security and climate resilience. And one of the first things that we found when we started working in this space was just how gender gaps in the water sector more broadly really impede the ability to develop sustainable and effective nature-based solutions. So we published a study in 2020, which found on one hand that both men and women play very important roles in managing natural infrastructure and water at the local level. We've heard a lot about women's roles in water management today. On the natural infrastructure side or the nature-based solutions side, it's important to highlight that a lot of knowledge is passed down generation to generation, from mothers to daughters and from fathers to sons, in terms of land management, in terms of kind of patterns in rainfall, and how, for example, springs might be recharged, in terms of how different species are used, and how to kind of know through indicators in the landscape if an ecosystem is being degraded or if it's healthy. This type of knowledge that's local and very important for nature-based solutions and for adapting and resilience in the face of climate change is often passed down generation to generation. And coupled with differences in roles at the local level, and also what we're finding in Peru, as Mina mentioned, the feminization of agriculture as men are increasingly migrating seasonally, also as partly a result of climate change. Both men and women play really important and often distinct roles at the local level for these solutions. But when we look at local, regional, or watershed level and national level decision-making spaces in the water sector, we found a huge imbalance. So that graph on the right side of the screen here shows in the orange part of the graph the percentage that women make up in these key different kind of decision-making spaces across the country. And in most of the cases, it's not even 1 in 5 women who, or 1 in 5 people who are women in these areas. And as has been recognized today, this is due to a lot of reasons. Access to land and water resources is a basic reason that often prevents participation, especially at the local level and these decision-making boards. That's related to other structural challenges. Women are charged with domestic work and therefore don't have time often to participate for education or to participate in other opportunities. Gaps in formal education and gender-based violence all contribute. So as part of our project, we have developed a cross-cutting gender strategy that aims to begin to address some of these structural drivers for inequalities in the water sector, which prevent women from participating actively from the beginning of designing the programs, identifying the needs that nature-based solutions should respond to, and then the potential solutions that can be brought to bear to ensure that they respond to both the needs of men and women and can also count on the contributions of both. Our strategy works both at the institutional level, we're mainstreaming a gender approach in the main water management institutions in Peru, which is very exciting work, but we won't be focusing there today. We also are developing guidance and specific case studies in this portfolio of investments that we're developing on how to include a gender approach from the beginning of project design through to implementation. And we are starting to have some really interesting lessons on that front also. And then on the individual side, what I wanted to share today was that through our Women's Leadership Program for Water and Natural Infrastructure Management, we've been able to train and connect a network of over 100 women leaders, from local community leaders through to leaders in national agencies, leaders in academia, on both technical skills and on leadership skills that help them to position their leadership, to be recognized, and to advance their own initiatives as well as gender equality in their own institutions and communities. And so what I wanted to share today was just a few of these stories of women who have participated in this program and who are making a difference in their communities. And so this first woman I was actually hoping would be able to join in person there. She was at COP up until yesterday, representing FEPIQUECHA, which is an association of indigenous peoples from San Martin, in the Amazonian region in Peru, Marisol Garcia Apagüeño. And she says that how she's closing gender gaps and using what she's learned and accessed through the leadership program, first of all, is through maintaining a resistance of the green heart. It could be a translation, but also she's working with women's associations and also with local male leaders on reforestation efforts and trying to bring both men and women together to be able to improve governance on their landscape. Let's see, I need to move this. Gabriela Alaña Marquez is a community member and a councilwoman in the community of Sicaya in Junín, and a councilwoman in the municipal district of Sicaya. And she reports that one of the initiatives that she's leading is to develop a new local regulatory instrument that would promote gender equality in water management and natural infrastructure in her district. And so as part of the program, she received mentorship and guidance and connects with other women about how to advance initiatives like that, which we're very proud of. Miriam Rosario Mamani is a young and very inspiring woman who's a representative of Rimay Warmi, which is an organization of women leaders, and she's based in Puno. And she's working with women to monitor and evaluate surface water affected by mining in the Puno region. Ana Cecilia Dueñas is one of the participants in the program who's a young leader in academia and really advancing research that will help to close key knowledge gaps about the role of women in natural infrastructure management. And so she's working with women in a local community called La Raus in Lima to raise awareness about ancestral knowledge and its contribution to conservation strategies that those women are proposing. Maria Jenny Quijano is a specialist in water resources management in the regional government of Lima, and she's working on modifying regulations governing designation and election of representatives to watershed councils, incorporating a gender perspective to ensure that women are involved at that level of decision making. Rosie Taboada Hermosa works at the National Institute of Glaciers and Mountain Ecosystems in Peru as a sociocultural advisor to the president. We work closely with her, and she's really emerging as an important leader nationally on natural infrastructure. She's also working with local communities in Ayacucho on capacity building and advocacy to increase women's participation in those organizations. And I can see in the work that we do with her, she's bringing that approach also to the broader work of INAHEM. So that's just a quick overview of just a very small sample of some of these very inspiring women. We're looking to build on this program that we have now run in 3 editions in Peru. We want to be able to offer a global or regional program next year. And to do so, we're looking for partners that could participate either as a co-organizer, a speaker, or maybe folks who are interested to be a mentor or a participant. We've created a very short survey where you might be able to express interest if you're interested in partnering with us on that. And we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jenna, for that presentation. And I really liked your framework with the 3 I's, the individuals, institutions, and investments. So thank you so much for sharing that. And it really shows that we have to approach these challenges through different angles. So moving on to our 4th segment on water diplomacy, and this will be presented by Julian Njiki and Dr. Zodwa Dlamini. Julian is a program officer and gender equality champion in the Water Resource Cooperation Department at Stockholm International Water Institute, and she's responsible for supporting water diplomacy processes as part of SIWI's Shared Water Partnerships program. Dr. Zodwa Dlamini is a seasoned international transboundary water management specialist, development professional, and senior infrastructure projects manager. She's the former South Africa's chief delegate and permanent representative on the Lesotho Highlands Water Commission for 11 years, and she oversaw the water project and its implementation, and also served as South Africa's chief negotiator for phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands water project that's currently being implemented. So we might get our speakers on the line, and it would be good if you can keep your presentations as short and sweet as possible, just in the interest of time, so that we can get through everyone.
Morning, everyone. As you had already said, my name is Zodwa Dlamini. I'm sitting here with Julian Njiki, and we are talking about empowered climate resilience, women as the change makers for water-sensitive climate action. The impact of climate change on women, it's about nutrition, health, education, employment, social stability, safety, and security. And those are very, very important, and you know how much they impact on women and children. And then why do we really need to focus on women? We know that women are heroes, and when it comes to climate change and mitigation thereof, they are experts, because we know how much they go about, looking for water, ensuring even in dry seasons, women will always find solutions in ensuring that water is available, and how to mitigate it. And also when it comes to matters of water management, women are always in the forefront thereof. We know that when you talk about water, especially when it comes to peace and security, that also plays a major, major role. And only yesterday, we were talking about, when we were attending another meeting at OCE, it was, very clear the role that women play, as change makers, but importantly as peacemakers, even though at a lot of times, these women are forever excluded when deals are supposed to be clenched. So even here, we know that women are peace ambassadors, and not just locally, but globally. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next one. We have seen, with it comes to women as change agents and what they have done in terms of climate change. We have the late Dr. Wangari Maathai, an amazing Kenyan woman who developed that amazing project, the Green Belt, ensuring that climate change is managed. Women are often strong body of knowledge and expertise. And also we know that there is evidence from the water sector that suggests that women's involvement in management of water resources and water infrastructure improves efficiency and effectiveness, and also enhances outputs and improves sustainability. We know that there is also evidence, ample evidence, that countries with greater women's empowerment and gender equality are more peaceful and stable. And when it comes to cost benefits opportunities, when we talk about failure to include women equitably in these matters, these have got a direct cost on political decisions making transboundary at transboundary level. And also it undermines progress towards cooperation and sustainable management. And so when we support women water diplomats, we are giving them opportunity to elevate distinctive knowledge, perspective, and experience, more comprehensive understanding of relevant water issues and challenges, and also broader set of equitable solutions. Resources, we do understand that they are scarce. However, investing directly in women, and it's easy, and we know that they will always make sure that they deliver on whatever they had promised to do. So persistent barriers that we see in this field is that women are, when it comes to funding for women, it's always tough to get funding for women to go to conferences or to do certain, projects within their communities. And women water diplomats have a lot of different responsibilities wherever they are. And also they have a better understanding, and they can even negotiate better when it comes to matters of water sustainability. And of course, there are also political barriers, especially with conflict, that we have also observed with our sister organization in Central Asia and Afghanistan, especially our sisters in Afghanistan. But what we have observed is that they are persistent, even though they are outside of the country. Those sisters in Afghanistan, they are continuing to do whatever needs to be done in the area of water and transboundary cooperation. Now I am going to give to my dear sister to continue.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zulba Dlamini. It's a pleasure for me to address you all on this auspicious occasion. So to address the persistent barriers for women to participate in those climate change dialogues, COE has, through the Shared Waters Partnership Program, developed, designed a system to support cooperation over shared waters in fragile countries and regions where water is or may become a source of conflict. The Shared Waters Partnership is supported by Sweden, by the government of Netherlands, the UNDP, and the United States Department of State. It's a multi-track approach to water diplomacy processes, which focuses on inclusion decision-making with an emphasis on gender equality, youth empowerment, and the human rights-based approach in line with COE strategy. So the Shared Waters Partnership has been supporting a key initiative since 2017, and that's the Women in Water Diplomacy Network in the Nile. So the Women in Water Diplomacy Network in the Nile was established in 2017, as I mentioned, and has gone through a variety of phases where adaptation was required, especially during COVID, where women were not able to gather together and discuss some of these issues. So we've had to adapt the meeting processes through online engagement, but we've been able to maintain the sustainability of the network since 2017. And here I'm just showing some pictures of the women when they were still able to meet to discuss some of the initiatives at national level that they are involved in. Most of these women are negotiators. They sit on teams for cooperation and mediation in the Nile Basin. And the Women in Water Diplomacy Network in the Nile has inspired many regions in the world to establish Women in Water Diplomacy Network as well. And one of them is the Central Asian Afghanistan that my mother, I call her my mentor, Dr. Zodwa mentioned. The Central Asian Afghanistan Women in Water Management was established in 2021 with the support from the Organization of Security in Central Europe, as well as the CARIC, the Central Central Asia Regional Environment Center. So the Women in Water Management Network in Central Asia and Afghanistan, similarly to the Nile Network, focuses on strengthening capacity of young water diplomats, but also more experienced diplomats to bridge the gap between generations. It also focuses on dialogues between riparian countries and empowering women to work together with male champions. So here are just some pictures of the Women in Water Diplomacy, Water Management Network in Central Asia. One of them was taken at the Dushanbe Water Conference, and the other one at the Stockholm World Water Week this year. So the Women in Water Diplomacy Network mission is to improve gender equality in high-level decision-making in transboundary basins, with focus on women's leadership in regional dialogues around shared waters, with resultant positive implications for regional peace and human security. I'm not going to go through this in details, but rest assured that we are going to share a link as a result of the strategy for more details. But in a nutshell, the Women in Water Diplomacy Network, the objectives are to improve gender equality in high-level decision-making in transboundary basins, to support technical and research cooperation, knowledge exchange, peer-to-peer experience exchange, and capacity building opportunities to enhance cooperation between regions and at transboundary level, to elevate dialogue, knowledge, and experience around the intersecting themes of the Women in Water Diplomacy Network, to contribute to empowering young water diplomats, and to engage new sustainable core and thematic partners. So in order to deliver this task, we have established the Women in Water Diplomacy Leadership Council, initially in the Nile, but expanding very soon. And here I'm just presenting to you the Leadership Council, of which Dr. Zodwa Dlamini is a member. It's constituted of 6 representatives of Nile riparian countries and 2 countries that are outside of the Nile. And the council has a mandate between 2021 until 2023 to deliver on the strategy that I'm going to present to you in just a few moments. And to support the Leadership Council, we have also established the Network Process Support Team, which is made of the partners, the implementing partners of both initiatives in the Nile and in Central Asia and Afghanistan, where I sit with other colleagues from the Stockholm International Water Institute, but also all the partners that are joining with us through this process. So the overarching goal of the Women's Water Diplomacy Network is women's empowerment and leadership in high-level decision-making in transboundary basins. And this will be achieved through 5 strategic pillars that Dr. Zodwa Dlamini will present to you now.
the main pillars that we're talking about in the strategy are gender and youth empowerment. And the next one is peer-to-peer learning and research cooperation, as well as linkages to the basins. And of course, we cannot do that without the process support. But most importantly is that this strategy is an overarching strategy that can be used, and it provides the framework and the blueprint for any other network or any organization that would want to forge ties with us as an organization. But most importantly is to also say we are not leaving our youth behind as we do this. The next, we're moving to the, and then the next one is where, when we were in, we held our very first global forum meeting in Stockholm during the World Water Week. And these are some of the beautiful pictures of these women. And the energy was just transformative, but also exhilarating. So thank you very much on that one. Let's move on. And we could not have done this without the support of all the partners that had made sure that, even during this, the global forum in Stockholm, more than 50 women were, came through from Central Asia and Africa. All these women made it there, and it would not have been, possible without these amazing partners of ours. And I'm sorry that I'm not going to be able to do to read out their names at this point in time. However, we're forever grateful. But it's also important for me to say at this point that we are still open. The doors are open for any collaboration. We know that the UN 2023 is up, is right along the corner, and we definitely need sponsorship for our people to go and attend and for our voices to be heard. And now, Amina often says that we need to always make sure that women are not left behind, that the table, they said yesterday that we may need to also, configure the table or the shape of the table. But I say that as women, we can also bring our own chairs and even the grass mats so that we can all be, heard and our voices heard. And thank you very much for this opportunity for us to also share during this COP 27. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much for highlighting the positive benefits and the importance of removing barriers to help women participate in global water diplomacy and dialogues. And thank you also for sharing those 5 pillars that will help us get there. So, to conclude this session on women as changemakers for water-sensitive climate action, I invite you to our final segment, which will address the topic of access to water and sanitation employment for women. So before we dive into our virtual panel, let me introduce you to our panelists. Firstly, we have Dr. Letitia Akun, who is a development practitioner with over 20 years of experience in the WASH and environmental sector and mainstreaming gender in WASH programs. She's currently the gender specialist of the African Water Association. Secondly, we have engineer Malama Munkonge, who has worked in the water and sanitation sector in Zambia for over 22 years in government, private sector, NGOs, international development agencies, and is currently working in academia. We also have Maren Huevels, who is a WASH policy advisor at GIZ and a member of the Secretariat of the Sustainable Sanitation Alliance, or SUSANA, and she has founded the Women in Water Sanitation Network. And finally, we have Professor Juliet Willits, who works at the University of Technology in Sydney and leads applied research to inform water and sanitation policy and practice in Asia and the Pacific. Her achievements have been recognised by multiple international, national and UTS awards, including the Australian Financial Review's 100 Women of Influence. So we have our panellists online. So Professor Willits, let me now kick off the conversation by asking you our first question. You've been leading research on gender and diversity in the water and sanitation workplace over the last 3 years under the Australian Government's Water for Women Fund. What are the greatest insights this research has yielded on the issues and the solutions?
Thanks, Tanvi. So on the issues to be addressed, it's about the really low proportion of women that we see overall. It's the low proportion of women in senior roles and the low proportion of women that we see in technical roles. And these reflect wider gender inequalities, attitudes, and behaviours. And so that means that actually we need changes at quite a fundamental level to shift gender norms, as you've heard from the speakers in this session so far. And in terms of solutions, our university, UTS, along with other partners, including the World Bank's Equal Aqua initiative and the International Water Association's Equity and Diversity initiative, have been very active in this domain. And some of the solutions, they're about attracting and recruiting more diverse applicants, policies that support flexible work practices, mentoring support and career development for women, and offering them wider support networks.
Great. Thank you, Professor Willits. Speaking of mentoring, support, and career development, Malama Munkenge, the African Women Sanitation Professionals Network, organizes mentorship programs to provide female students in Zambia with practical experience in water utilities. Could you please tell us a little bit more about this and explain what the limitations of such a program might be?
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Okay. So our Africa Women in Sanitation Professionals Network is working very closely with a group of key stakeholders that form the Skills Advisory Group. And the Skills Advisory Group has come up with an internship program where they bring graduates, recent graduates from the water and sanitation related programs in universities and colleges, and they place them in the 14 or so water utility companies in Zambia. And so we've partnered with the SAG to provide our mentorship role to those interns. And they're using this same process to try and get as many young female professionals in the water supply and sanitation sector to be placed in utilities and hopefully get jobs. This internship program is for 3 months, and it can extend to 6 months depending on the utility company, and it is hoped they'll be employed. Some of the challenges, of course, is the funding. Only limited number of graduates can be put in the program. We're still looking for funding. The great thing is that now NGOs have even joined the SAG, and they're also supporting this program. So it's very exciting, actually. I know I'm supposed to talk about challenges, but it's exciting to see how hands-on these interns are. Most of them are placed in places like water treatment plants and the distribution plants. Some of them are public relations people. Not all of them are technical, as in engineering graduates. So it's a cross-cutting group of professionals. And the other challenges are really sometimes the money, their allowances, the time the allowances come, and some of them experience transportation problems unless the utility companies decide to step in and provide transport for them. We are looking closely to see what the gender gaps will be. And in the first group we had, there was a bit of that, but it really didn't come from the supervisors, but rather just from one colleague. So our water utility companies have really embraced their gender roles very, very well, and they treat these interns so well. So the challenges really are the job placements, because after that, after an exciting internship opportunity, what next? Because not all of them are picked by the utility companies to work. So this is an opportunity to now put on our thinking caps. And it's great that we're here at COP27 to talk about water jobs, because now it seems we have to think about bringing on board the issue of entrepreneurship to give these young graduates, young professionals in the WASH sector, some skills in entrepreneurship, and also to facilitate
opportunities. For instance, in the utility companies, it is possible. Most of the utility companies have taken on pico-sludge management, where they try to empty pit latrines, mainly in peri-urban areas, and try to move that waste to treatment plants. So that process is looked upon as one of the sanitation value chain systems that opens up to a lot of opportunities, such as providing pit emptying services, managing the mini treatment plants, and also engaging in recycling of pit latrine waste, where you can get many products, such as briquettes that can actually be used to replace charcoal. And we all know charcoal is coming from deforestation of trees, and the deforestation, cutting of trees is one of the leading issues why climate change is so difficult. The effects of climate change are very difficult to manage. And because of that linkage, I feel sanitation jobs, especially driven by women professionals, can actually help us see some of the quick gains in improving the climate situation, especially in Africa.
Great. Thank you so much, Malama, for sharing your insights on that valuable work. I want to move on to Dr. Letitia Okun. Based on your experience in working with the African Water Association, what are the contributions of women professional networks in WASH towards a sustainable and climate-friendly WASH sector?
Thank you, and good morning or good afternoon to all listeners and also participants to this session. Yeah, as we know, gender diverse companies tend to report higher profits, benefit from more innovation, make better decisions, have more satisfied customers, and stronger governance. Yet we still have women underrepresented in decision-making in these water utilities. So the Women Professional Network in WASH was established by the African Water Association, that's AFWA. In response to this, is to address the issue in relation to the attraction, retention, growth, and advancement of women in the sector. And presently, it's also operational in 15 countries in Africa. The network serves as a powerful platform for advocacy for the inclusion of gender in water management through empowerment, skills development, peer-to-peer coaching, and mentorship. Currently, the various networks have been embarking on activities aimed at building the capacity of the women in leadership and promoting coaching and mentorship program at the utility and community level. AFWA is also developing a gender strategy to mainstream gender into the operations, structures, and programs of water utilities, and supported with the building capacities of women in senior positions and also the young professionals. This is to ensure that we build capacity so that people can really take up the positions that we are asking them to do. They can only go to the decision-making points if they qualify. So we are building capacity on that through mentorship and leadership skills. We also organize outreach for high schools, because how do we get a lot of girls interested in the WASH sector? Because even when you place adverts, you do not find them. So we conduct outreach outreach programs in high schools, vocational schools, and tertiary levels. And it serves as a means to encourage more girls into science, technology, engineering, and mathematics courses. And the women go there to serve as role models to attract these children, girls and young ladies to know that women are engineers, women are technicians, so that they get interested in these male-dominated jobs, which they perceive due to their social cultural practices. They think that it is a male-dominated area. So our women go out there to let them know we are also engineers, we are managers, we are also doing well, and you can come on board. And this has been very rewarding. And we hope that at the community level, we also have interaction with women on empowering them to be on boards, on water boards, not only to be treasurers, but to be chairmen. And also we've seen results in doing that. So I think that giving women the chance, we are able to come together as a professional network to bring the synergies together and then help to advance the welfare of women within the utilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Letitia. And finally, over to Maren. We've heard some very inspiring initiatives from networks and associations in Africa. During the last World Water Week in Stockholm in August, the Sustainable Sanitation Alliance, in partnership with global and regional women's networks, organized the event Stronger Together, Water Women. How do you assess the need for such an event, and how does this activity complement regional initiatives?
Yeah, thank you. I hope you can all hear me. It's a pleasure to be here. I think what we learned today is there's a lot going on, and I think this is very necessary because there are not enough women in utilities, in nature-based solutions, on the diplomacy level. So we need the women to fix the climate crisis, to reach SDG6. So there is a demand on every level. And what I've learned through the last 13 years of water sector career, there are not many women in your everyday life. And I think it's very powerful. I think also what the water diplomat said, to have women in one room and hearing that there is interest in mentorship, there is interest in peer learning, there is interest in networking and really being stronger together. And being here today is hearing all the different perspectives. It's so empowering to feel like you're not alone. You're a group, a global group that comes together on events like this to share and to network and to get to know what each one is doing. And I think it's about the different initiatives. We should not get into this competition for scarce funding because inclusion costs money. Sending women to conferences costs money. Getting visas done costs money. So we should not compete, but to really align and coordinate and be united to say we need all the voices. There is not a better voice, a less important voice. We need everyone together. And I think that's my lesson learned from the events we did on Susanna this summer, but also online in the last years. There is such a power and such a willingness to cooperate that this, I think, is very, very important if you look at the current crisis to really come together like today and be stronger together. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Maren. And thanks to our 4 panelists for these very insightful contributions. To close this important discussion on jobs, I'd like to ask each of you to formulate in only one sentence the key message that you would like the audience to take away from this topic. Professor Willits, we'll start with you.
Thanks, Tanvi. So for me, I would say that changing mindsets and thinking is the starting point, that women and diverse groups are really capable, that they're needed, that they deserve support, and that they've got different types of workplace needs. And therefore, we really need a focus on gender equality and women's active participation in water and sanitation jobs. And that together is key if we can change the mindsets that help take us there. Thanks.
Thanks, Juliet. Maybe we'll move on to Malama.
Thank you. I feel that sanitation jobs in the private sector, especially through entrepreneurship, is a very exciting space. And women have a great opportunity to dominate that as one of the entry points for women to lead to greater levels of contribution towards this fight against climate change. And I think what we need is more visibility, of course, more funding, more mentoring to really make this happen. And I hope after this COP27, it will begin to happen.
Great. Thank you, Malama. We'll move on to Dr. Letitia Kun.
For my end, I'll also say that Women Professional Network Platform serve as a powerful means of giving visibility to the contribution of women in doing advocacy and including them in decision making and empowering them to take leadership position. So some attention should be given to accelerate achievement to women so that they can help to accelerate the achievement of the SDG. And we encourage more women to get on board let's not be working in our little silos. Let's come together, and we encourage more utilities to form networks, because it is in doing that that we can build capacity, empower ourselves to be able to work together so that we do not feel isolated. That's what I was saying. I will encourage that even as we form the African Women Network, we have the European Women Network, we have the Asian, let's come together and see how we can have a global impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Letitia. And finally, Maren.
Yeah, what to say now? I think there are an ongoing water and sanitation crisis, and that's really enhanced by the climate change. So what we need is on all levels, from very local to very global, women in all positions, and that needs to be investment. So let's invest in women, and let's be stronger together as women in the sector. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Maren, and thank you so much for this wonderful session and for sharing your wonderful insights. Before we wrap up, I'd now like to invite Anton Earl to say a few words. Anton is an environmental and development professional. He leads teams in water management and the development internationally and facilitates the interaction between governments, civil society, the private sector, and other stakeholders for risk reduction and investments in climate resilient development. So I'd now like to invite you to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Tanvi. And I'm also a very proud male champion of the Women in Water Diplomacy Network that you heard over there. Thank you very much. It's interesting listening to this session. Tanvi, you opened up this session by saying that water is a woman's affair. And I'd say, well, if only it were, if only it were recognized as that. Because what we hear is that women are typically viewed as consumers of water, but not viewed as managers of water. And that's the ultimate failure. Picture any other business that discludes 50% of their target market from any decision-making around it. I mean, it'd be inconceivable. And yet that's the situation that we found was being faced by many of the women that we've heard from over here. But it's also inspirational. You know, I realized that next year, 2023, it'll be 10 years since I published a short paper outlining how gender-blind water diplomacy is at the international level. And that paper actually got criticized for painting too bleak a picture of what the situation was. But when you looked at it internationally 10 years ago, there was absolutely no mention of gender anywhere in transboundary water management and water diplomacy. And yet here we are hearing about networks of women starting to play a role, taking up that rightful position. So I'm very pleased to see there has been progress made. And we heard of several good programs, like the internship program we just heard of over there in Zambia. We heard of a few different networks where women are coming together. And I think that plays a really important role in shifting the needle on this. So in a way, it's a stock take of progress that has been made, but also shines the spotlight of how much more has to be done. And I'm sorry that our colleague Elka from GIZ had to leave. She let me know that there's another engagement, but I think she summed it up very nicely in her opening. And I'll quote, "Drive towards accelerated action and meaningful impact by 2030 and beyond." And I think we can say that we are seeing accelerated action, but we are still waiting to see the meaningful impact that Elka was speaking about. Thank you very much, Tanvi.
Thank you so much, Anton, for those great words. So just before we close the session, I'd like to ask you all to complete a bit of a survey. So when scanning the displayed QR code, which will hopefully show up on the screen soon, you can access an anonymous survey that we've created to find out about your takeaways of the session. So we ask you to recap the last 90 minutes and to think about the views that you had before and those that you have now on women's role in water and climate. We also want to hear your opinions on the challenges that women are facing in climate and water-related work, as well as if and how a gender approach will play a role for your work in the future. So via the Zoom chat, we'll also share a link where you can find further documents and websites on the topic. But thank you so much for attending, and we hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you. Oh, and sorry, one last thing. I just wanted to say a huge thank you to our technical team who have been doing a marvelous job managing on-site and pre-recorded videos as well as live virtual sessions. So thank you so much.
hello, test mic, hello. Hello.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session this afternoon on working with Indigenous peoples to approach climate-resilient water management with community and traditional knowledge. I live and work on Narrandjeri land in South Australia, and I pay my respects to elders past and present. In Australia, the welcome to country and acknowledgement of country is a very important way of giving Aboriginal people back their place in society. It's paying respect in a formal sense and following traditional custom in a very symbolic way. My name is Carleen Maywald, and I have been involved in the world of water politics, policy and reform for what seems like forever. I am formerly the Minister for Water Security with the South Australian Government and formerly the Chair of the Australian National Water Commission. And I'm currently the South Australian Water Ambassador. I'm also a partner of the Australian Water Partnership, and I acknowledge the enormous support offered by them to enable us to be here today. Thank you, Australian Water Partnership. Today's session will focus on the deep insights that Indigenous people have into water management, traditional knowledge that's passed from generation to generation, continuing to this day, recognising the importance of water and its centrality to life. Historically, Australia has not had a strong track record on recognising the importance of Indigenous people's traditional knowledge in the climate space or any space, but this is changing. 60,000 years of walking softly and sustainably within a changing landscape cannot and should not be ignored. This session will explore water and climate stories from Australia and the Indo-Pacific. We will highlight community and traditional knowledge approaches for inclusive action on water and climate. It continues a conversation that's building on momentum from across global forums, from Stockholm to Cairo to the 2023 UN Water Conference, about the potential of applying such valuable knowledge in a changing climate. Now I'd like to introduce my colleague and fellow collaborator, Mr. Phil Duncan. Phil is a proud Gamilaroi man from Moree in Outback, Australia. He has extensive experience working with community and government to enable Indigenous voices in decision-making, particularly in natural resource management. Phil and I have worked together for nearly 30 years, and I've learned as much from him as almost everything I know. And with Phil, our relationship is deep, and I now call him my Dagan, my brother. Over to you, Phil.
Marabu Carleen. I would like to share the load and not just talk about it, but actually demonstrate it. And I'd like to ask my sister, Dr. Virginia Marshall, to actually do an acknowledgement of country, because it's not just a male thing. Women's centrality to our communities, our families, and our cultural way of life and their knowledge, and as decision makers. So my sister, my Bawa, I'd like for you to do the acknowledgement of country today.
Thank you, Phil. Maringyaraya, everyone. Yunari Virginia Marshall. It's wonderful to have you here. Well, I think after Gender Day, what we both discussed is that, women are so important, not only for the future of the planet, we know that, but also for the transmission of knowledge, for the instilling of ethics and our customary laws and practices with our young people. So that's really an essential thing for our community. And we know that women carry the load generally. Across the world, we can see that in remote and rural Australia. They're usually making sure that, the good health and well-being of our community is really working, right, and working for everyone. They're the first people to go out there and wanting to be part of the Indigenous land and sea ranges, for example. The sad part is that in Australia we don't have parity yet. We have 2/3 men in the Indigenous land and sea ranges who do a lot of work in caring for country, on country, biodiversity and many other areas. So we need to include women on a 50-50 parity at least. That's one thing that we agree on, as well as many other things. But I think that, we can see in the landscape in Australia that we've really been here forever. That's what we say, always was and always will be. But the carbon dating also puts us at about 80,000 years that we've actually been on this planet, which is pretty extraordinary. And probably with our presence here, it's really been so different to come here to so many voices and events. And Glasgow was very different last year because, it had a different buzz. But I'm certainly feeling that the Egyptian people have been very warm and also very hospitable. We've had a really good and hospitable time here. And we're learning just the basics, which is wonderful as well. And that's what we do. We exchange language, even with the white settlers. When the French were there in Wadden, in Dharawal language, we know that La Perouse was teaching our people French, and we were teaching him Dharawal. So that was really amazing. And we've done that also with the Dutch. We had that language exchange, and those were in the 1600s. So it's pretty amazing. Our history is pretty amazing. And we're still here in spite of colonisation, in spite of assimilation. And the legacy of our communities is with us and will always be with us. And the legacy of our old people that really fought for us and our generations in the future. So we really give that legacy to them and the celebration that we're still here for 233 years later. Thank you. Madanguwu.
So I want to start out with saying, Marabou, that was wonderful. And to the four ladies that I get the wonderful opportunity to share the stage with, thank you for allowing me to share the limelight with you. I'm going to talk about collaboration. I'm going to talk about cultural science. I'm going to talk about building the confidence and capacity of our champions. In Australia, and I believe it's globally, but particularly from an Australian perspective, we know that we have a lot of champions that want to not just talk with us, but walk with us and learn more and more and more about our cultural way of life, our spiritual and physical connection that is not just about land, it's also about our Aboriginal constellations. The stars guide us on how we interact with our country. And it's a cultural science. I know that people call it traditional ecological knowledge. I believe we need to transgress that. I believe that cultural knowledge, not just within Australia, but globally, is a science. It has sustained us. And from an Australian point of view, it has sustained us on the driest inhabited continent on this planet since time immemorial. Can I just go back one slide, please? Sorry. I just want to highlight cultural science. It may not be a written science. It's a narrative. It's lessons that have been handed down from generation to generation and continues to today. We use our cultural science. It's interwoven into our song, our art, and our dance. And everything about our cultural way of life is interwoven into that. That's how we tell our stories. Rock art, etchings, stone carvings, middens. We know our country. We know it backwards. I want to highlight and acknowledge my cousin, Faye Mosley, who grew up in Cootamundra Girls' Home as a stolen woman. And this image is of three mighty arteries. You call them rivers. It's the same thing, we call them arteries. You call them creeks, we call them veins. It's the same thing. It's the same science, it's the same branding, just different language. So this magnificent river here is called the Darling. now co-branded to the Barker because of the Barkindji people. The middle one is the Murrumbidgee, and that is its traditional name, the Bidgee. And the bottom one is that of the mighty Murray. And I choose to call it the Dungala, which is my lessons from the Yorta Yorta people. And you'll see the tapestry of sites of significance that are interwoven into this artwork. Meeting places, food security, burial places, our native fish. So our cultural science doesn't need to be a written science. We should not have to conform to a Western ideology of science. This science, our cultural way of life, enshrined in that is our cultural responsibilities and obligation to not just care for country, but be involved in it, in the repairing of country. And I'm going to be a bit bold and say that it's taken 233 years since first contact to see the disconnection of our arteries and our veins. Just very quickly, we talk about country as a living, breathing entity. And for a living, breathing entity such as us as human beings, we need all our vital organs to be operating in unison, to be functionable. It's the same as our country. And water's centrality to that is paramount in our culture. Without Gali, that's what we call water in my language, life becomes very hard. We've seen native fish populations decrease over the last 233 years to less than 10% since first contact. But the story in with that is that we are now being engaged with our traditional knowledge, our cultural science, in re-establishing those populations, particularly of those native fish that are on the precipice of extinction. So, next slide, please. So globally, we've seen this movement called Nothing About Us Without Us. Now, in my country, and when I get the opportunity to talk, we use our totems, our sites of significance across our country, particularly in my case, across my country, to be able to tell the story. I was with so I want to start with the artwork again. That's a better image of it. Talk about our totemic species and the values. You know, you talk about health indicators. Our totemic relationship and spiritual relationship with various animals and plants is alive and vibrant. And they are health indicators on how country is functioning or it's dysfunctional. So I want to point out mullion, the wedge-tail eagle, strength, wisdom and protection. And I trust that Mullion's watching over us and these wonderful women that I get to share the platform with today to give us strength to deliver a very powerful message together about collaboration. The middle symbol, and I stand before you as a very proud Aboriginal man to be a champion of women. We sit equally. In my nation, we sit as equals. We understand the role. We understand the need to bring all that knowledge, that traditional knowledge, that cultural science, that knowledge into play. And it's not just a male thing. And we also have that reinvestment into our next generations. Because we know that we need to have one thing about Aboriginal life is the changing of the guard. So we are now resetting and establishing a pathway for our youth to realise their potential as future leaders by taking them on the journey with us and with our champions. Our meeting places where everybody sits around with us. Our champions, our non-Aboriginal champions that are inside government agencies working to unlock or to provide the windows of opportunities for us to have a greater voice, to build our capacity to understand Westminster systems of government, policy, legislation, and where we can identify instruments or mechanisms inside the legislative instruments that we can use to our benefit. So nothing about us without us. We have always had governance. We have always had structures about decision making. But as we progress forward, and I'm going to show you a timeline shortly, about how we've operated in a vacuum of opportunity through not understanding our cultural way of life, that cultural responsibility, and our laws and customs and practices. So nothing about us is not unique to Australia. It's a global movement with the Indigenous world that we live in. Next slide, please. So to create a greater understanding, we use modern day technology and imagery to educate our non-Aboriginal partners, decision makers, policy makers, legislation makers about how our connectivity. Now, I'm gonna try and not step on some women here, but I want to tell you a story about my grandfather. Where I come from is the northern part of the Murray-Darling Basin. And my nation, you can fit 3 Great Britons in it. 11 rivers, the Great Artesian Basin, and an international Ramsar site. And my grandfather told me as a very young man, the northern part of the Murray-Darling Basin is the lungs of that food bowl. I want to show you something, outline something. What's that shape like? A lung. And I sat on the Dungala with Uncle Colin Walker, and I think Uncle Colin is about 88 now, 89, down here on the Murray River, and he said, yes, he said, we're the kidneys. We are the kidneys of the system. Remember what I said about all our vital organs, the connectivity, the blood flow, the river flow, the water flow, through our arteries and our veins? That connects us. So we use these modern day tools to enhance every opportunity we can to educate our champions. We understand that they're afraid of saying the wrong thing, from, asking the wrong question, but we create safe environments where we can have the courageous conversations, the necessary courageous conversations, for you not just to talk with us, but to walk with us, to take you on a journey of understanding, and that two-way knowledge exchange is where you learn about our culture, but we also get to learn about mainstream ways of making decisions, unlocking the opportunities through legislative instruments, policy development, and turning our communities into empowered communities that are capable of making the necessary decisions about their cultural footprint. Next slide, please. So we have developed a water timeline in Australia. We start here. I want to tell you that, probably going to give away my age, but in my formative years, I was not recognised as a human being. I was part of the flora and fauna of my country. It was only when the 1967 referendum, when 92% of Australia, not Aboriginal because we didn't have the right to vote, but 92% of Australia said yes, they are citizens. So when we talk about collaboration and reconciliation, it's not this wonderful 22-year-old ideology for me. It's been going on since first contact, but we don't talk about it because everybody wants to learn about the acts of genocide and all the atrocities of yesteryear. This is living, breathing, visual collaboration. So in 1983, the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Rights Act of 1983 is recognised in the UN as the most progressive act of any state in the world for Indigenous people. 1983, land ownership, freehold title, and with that became a financial economy. In 1993, we had the federal government's Native Title Act. I want to highlight those two because one's the state and one's the federal. They are both designed to give the same outcome, land ownership, and that custodial ownership and responsibility to care for country. The other thing I want to point out is it started in the red. Sparsely populated, and if you'll see, we've gone from amber to blue. And if you look at the far end of this timeline, I've deliberately coloured it green because it's all systems go at the moment. Through the leadership, the strong leadership of our champions that are in the corridors of power, that have walked and continue to walk with us. Virginia and I, and Virginia will talk more about this, sit on the Committee of Aboriginal Water Interests, which is a federal committee, and it is equal. Men and women, equal numbers, sitting around, sharing and respect, but also sharing the voices and sharing the load and sharing our knowledge, more importantly. You know, Virginia could wax lyrically about the Human Rights Commission. There's a whole range of things that Virginia will entertain you with from an Indigenous woman and an Indigenous perspective, but particularly from an Indigenous woman's leadership perspective. So I want to come back to now the collaboration is only as good as what we make it. The Australian Water Partnerships has given us the opportunity to be here today. An instrument that is funded by the federal government, that is focused on inclusion, respect, and sharing the journey, and their willingness to come with a wondering mind to sit with us and learn and how we can be better together moving forward into the future. It's not easy. We have many trials and tribulations, and we test one another ourselves, but we test one another with respect. So I don't want to talk much more because I think that, well, I want the female people that I'm sharing the stage with to have the stage today. So my job is just to set the scene. And we don't have a word for goodbye because goodbye is definitive. So we say Yanay. In my language, Yanay is we'll go. In other words, I'll go now, but I'm going to see you soon. So I say Yanay.
Thank you, Phil, and what a wonderful way to set the scene for us all here today. There's a couple of really strong messages out of that, and it is a journey that we're all traveling on, and it's a journey where we're all learning from each other along the way. And the key element for me is that respect and understanding and empathy for someone else's situation creates the opportunity for meaningful dialogue, and that's creating a momentum in Australia that we're really proud to share with you. We're not there yet. We've got a long way to go, but we are really moving in the right direction, and I'm very proud to be working with people like Phil and Virginia. Our next speaker is Dr. Virginia Marshall from the Wiradjuri Nyimba country. Virginia's academic achievements are extensive and include the inaugural Indigenous Postgraduate Fellow at the Australian National University with the Schools of Regulation and Global Governance and the Fenner School of Environment and Science. Virginia is a solicitor passionate about Indigenous rights and is involved in numerous high-level committees, panels and boards. Virginia Marshall is an influencer. She's an influential leader with a fascinating story to tell. Over to you, Virginia.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil, for setting the scene. It's always wonderful. You want to go this way? Thanks for setting the scene, because there's so much that we want to tell you about our experiences, and I also acknowledge the Indigenous peoples from Australia sitting here today. And we have an incredible history, and it's really amazing that we've all survived it. It's just a testimony to our resilience, and so may it ever be. So I guess I'm also really happy to be here because one of the issues when I started in academia, I had 4 years of high school and I had 4 children and went off to university to do 6 degrees in 5.5 years and then my PhD. So I wasn't working hard enough, obviously. But it's just been an incredible journey, and I've just come out of 5 years as a postdoc with ANU, the Australian National University. And it's really an amazing insight that I've had, because I chose to actually work with Fenner School of Science and the Australian National University, and also the regulation of global governance at the Australian National University. So it was really interesting for me because as a practicing lawyer, I've got my own firm that I started in 2013 because I was really keen to see human rights and also the elevation of what we've been talking about today is rights in general, legal rights. I've come out of a native title case this week, this year, 6 weeks at the federal court with respondents. So, you know, it's really incredible. I started as a criminal defense lawyer and thrown in the deep end, and I guess some of you here have been thrown in the deep end of that experience, and really, you know, it's really helped my work that I've been pursuing. I've just been appointed as one of the 3 women to the climate change advisory to the minister in Australia. So that's been fantastic, because a lot of the work that I've done last year with the local communities, Indigenous peoples here at Glasgow, was amazing for COP. And, you know, those commonalities that we have with you, with the Indigenous peoples from across the world, it was just so astounding that we had those commonalities. But as I said, Indigenous peoples from Australia are also very different. So we have different cultural needs, and a lot of that plays out with how I've been really approaching my work in the last 5 years at the Australian National University. Because as Phil said, some people don't believe that Indigenous knowledge and practices and mimicry and bioindicators, for example, are science in Indigenous knowledge sense. I think I've proved that wrong over a number of years, being invited to give climate change lectures to climate change professors and their students, talk about agriculture and non-carbon markets to students that rarely get the opportunity to really listen to Indigenous people speak about these things. And many other opportunities, working with Jamie Pittock, for example, Mark Howden at the Institute for Climate Change and Energy and Disaster Solutions. So all of that has really prepared me for the next adventure. And the next adventure I'm going to talk about now, which is the Australian Research Council grant that I got with just over $1 million for 3 to 4 years to ensure that we can have Indigenous-led medicines. So this is communities getting that toolkit, getting that understanding of how we actually progress through the system that we have in Australia at the moment. I'm sure you're familiar with the FDA in America, but in Australia we have a very immature system with medicines, and we have medicines that are men's medicines and women's medicines, and we have that knowledge that transpires. But in the Therapeutic Goods Administration, which is that similar body that the work that FDA does, is that they have more of a reliance and understanding and valuing of 2 systems. One is the Chinese system that is written about medicines, so they acknowledge that that is a very strong case, and also Ayurvedic medicines from India. So they can see, because that's in writing, that it's stronger than oral evidence. But I'd actually say that's ridiculous, because when I've been in these native title hearing this year, we have a part of the Evidence Act which says that when a claimant gives their evidence, that evidence is admissible. It's not hearsay at all. And when they do give that evidence, of course, it's tested in cross-examination. So we have that rigorous system. But when we say that it's oral evidence, it's accepted. That's my point. But in the current system, we're looking at ways that we really will convince the TGA, the Therapeutic Goods Administration, that because it's oral, it doesn't mean that it's not safe. And we can transgress over those toxicology issues and many other issues that are demanded for a plant to be patented, for example. For the last 12 years, I've been a volunteer lawyer with a community. 2 of those community members are really the driving force in my team, and they're paid, which is really a revelation, because not many Indigenous peoples are paid or recognised properly in research. So I think that that's really fantastic. So I'll just go to that slide before with Mum Annie, one before that. So this is us in the Kimberley. This is Annie Milgan, and she's a traditional owner, a cultural boss of women's business. And what she has in her hand and my hand, we've got the seeds that the community have actually gone out and really collected. And it's their seeds from their country. And that's really important, because that seed collection is not an easy job, right? Some of the seeds, for example, in kangaroo grass, are so fine, I couldn't fit them between my fingers. They're like little slivers. And when you think that we use those to create bread in those early days, those little seeds gave life. You know, they were really, really important. And we used to call them Johnny cakes, right? So, you know, those sort of things that collecting seeds are important and planting them on country, because the one thing that I've always found as being a lawyer on this, this particular community is that when you look at the importance of the supply system, you need to have harvested plantation, right? We can't keep on depending on taking from the natural environment, because if we're going to do commercialisation, we need considered supply that's also going to ensure that the rest of that particular plant or the tree is not going to be just cut down and left with nothing at the end of the day. So, you know, that's really important. These cultural plants, the genetic resources are really important for responsibility, for teaching, for the transmission of knowledge. You know, and we do that with our foods. You know, a lot of the foods that we eat are culturally important. They use herbs and spices. And this is really a representative of why, you know, we do what we do, because it really strengthens women's resolve and it strengthens their knowledge to give to the young ones. Next slide. So Bruno Dan, this is a really fabulous story. A Nyul traditional owner. Gubbinge is a very incredible antioxidant, but it also has more vitamin C than oranges, for example. And it was really interesting because Wolverine, Hugh Jackman, was really interested in actually progressing a soft drink with Gubbinge. And I'm sure it would have been very popular. But I, again, with my colleague a number of years ago for the rural industries and for the Australian government, we developed a really good template, a contract for Gubbinge that's grown on country and Nyul, but also in other states. So there were 3 other states. And the really interesting progress for that was it had to be written from a specific point of view from Aboriginal people and what they would want. So the benefit sharing, the acknowledgement of Indigenous knowledge, that was really essential. So I think the other thing is, if we can just skip to the next slide, this is an example of some incredible salt bushes. They also create a lot of good health, and you're able to actually use these and take them and suck on them when you're in the desert. The next one, please. We know that the UN Convention on the Biological Diversity is so important. We know that the Indigenous peoples across the world manage the majority of biodiversity. But in Australia, only 233 years old, but the rate of destruction, the rate of endangered species coming up year by year is just shocking. So, you know, we need to do better in that. It's great to have a convention, but, you know, we have to implement it. We have to have compliance. We have to have outcomes that protect it, because, you know, just relying on small communities themselves to make compliance happen doesn't happen. Nagoya Protocol, just a quick notion on this one, is that we haven't ratified the Nagoya Protocol. We need to. So that's a really important point, because like the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People, we haven't legislated that. So unlike Canada, BC, they have legislated it. It does have a narrow sense and application in Canada. What I'd like to see is that we do have more stronger powers if that was legislated in the future. Next slide. So John Watson, who I work with on this project, the Australian Research Council grant, an incredible senior person, again saying, you know, burning country is so important. We've actually delivered incredible responses and learning, people learning again on how to actually cool fire practices and how to burn country without burning the top of the trees, and making sure that we don't burn the bottom. Now here is just an example. The Kimberley Land Council has done some amazing work in Western Australia. Again, Indigenous land and sea ranges, there's about 188 of the land and sea organisations, and they are living on country. They're amazing work. We're hoping that we get more women too. We don't have parity. Eugene Bargo, another gentleman that has walked his boundaries of country. He's delivered incredible learning to youth at risk to go to jail. So he's done a lot of work. He lives in a cabin. He was living with his King Brown snake at the bottom of his bed until they came to a disagreement. So, you know, he's a cultural man. He's an incredible leader, and he's also the real deal. So, you know, he's got amazing capacity. And again, the Northern Territory, we've got a lot to do there. We've got a lot to do in many states. For example, we've got a pretty woeful Heritage Act in Western Australia. There's more things that we can do. Indigenous knowledge, again, it has to be acknowledged as a science. When we do toxicology, safety, testing, Aboriginal people have been doing that for tens of thousands of years. So, you know, this time next year, I hope I can tell you that we've advanced with some of these reforms. I hope at the end of 4 years that I can say these findings are going to be relevant to all Indigenous people and cut to the chase and say it is science and yes, it is our knowledge. Thank you. Mbanangubu.
Thank you, Virginia. And you can see the blending of Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous science with Western science leads to really good outcomes. And the bushfire and the examples that have been put before us by Dr. Virginia Marshall are real evidence of how that can work. So thank you, Virginia. Our next speaker is Ursula Rakova. Ursula Rakova is a community leader. She's an environmentalist and a climate change activist from Papua New Guinea. In 2008, she was awarded the Pride of PNG Award for her environmental contributions to the development of her country. Over to you, Ursula.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for being late. I got lost somewhere, but I just want to give you a case study of what we have done. I come from a small atoll island in Bougainville, northeast of Bougainville, Papua New Guinea. The islands are 1.2 meter above sea level. And before we had water wells where we could drink from. Nowadays, we don't have those water wells anymore. Yeah, so that's where I come from. The small blue secular is where I am from, and that's Bougainville, northeast of Papua New Guinea. I'll share with you what we have gone through, what our issues are, what our challenges are, what have been our steps in trying to deal with water, because we have lost that on the island, and just my conclusions. Like I've said, water is really precious to us, and we've got our own ways of preserving water. In Bougainville, we are known as the rainmakers. Our elders can do chants and then the rain will fall. Nowadays, it's very difficult. Rain comes in every time. We can't foresee when the rains are going to fall anymore because they're just coming every time. The storms are also coming in frequently. We cannot, basically, we cannot drink from our wells anymore. They are inundated with salt water. We can't wash from them. We just need to use the sea. Previously, the sea that we loved is no longer being helpful to us. It's no longer being friendly to us because it's washing over our islands and making those islands really too salty for us, even to grow our food. We've actually relocated 30 families from the atoll to mainland Bougainville. We have relocated those families onto Catholic-owned plantations that were previously owned by the Catholic Church. They have gifted those plantations to us. But what has really created those? Climate change is the biggest factor of what is causing destruction on our islands. It's even uprooting mangroves that were grown during our ancestral days. Those mangroves, some of them are rotting away because they cannot withstand the strong currents, and those mangroves are dying away. But what have we done? We've actually planted in our new relocation site, we have planted 152,000 trees. We aim to plant 500,000, which in return will basically provide itself. We also trying to do tree nurseries. We are nurturing trees so that when they are 6 or 9 months old, we plant them. We replant them where we want to plant them. We are seriously looking at wash projects, not just water tanks, but wash projects. Water tanks where they'll come in with sanitation and health. Far too often, international groups come in and they say they are doing wash projects. But they only provide us with water tanks. So what happens? Where is the sanitation? Where is the health and hygiene part of the support that they want to give? In Bougainville alone, we have more than 40 rivers, running rivers, fast flowing rivers, but we can't drink from those rivers. We drink from little mountain water that's dropping from inside the rocks, and we put in bamboos. We get bamboos, we put them onto those stones, and then we can fetch water from them. Because we know that those are clean, but not our running rivers. You are seeing these pictures. These are pictures by young people, our young people. Because they know that if we plant trees, we plant mangroves, we contain our shoreline rivers, our shoreline water springs that are coming out of the sand. And inside land, we have water also springing from underground. We can protect those. But we need to plant more trees. We need to plant more mangroves so that we contain those water sources and that they are clean for us to drink from. Water contamination is a big issue for us. Although we have more than 40 rivers, we cannot drink from them, as I have said. Sea level rise continues to destroy the shorelines and shrinks the islands that we live on because of the sea level rise. On my island, it's I think the height is 1.2 meter above sea level. So you can basically, if we say we are going to dig, we are actually going to dig into the salt water. Loss of food security. We cannot say that we will continue to live on those islands because we can live on those islands, but what are we going to plant? And if we do plant them, when can we harvest them? In 3 years' time? By then, what happens to us? Loss of livelihood. I know that we are moving to mainland Bougainville. I know that we are going to leave our ancestral homes. But we need to move because we need to sustain our lives. An old uncle once told me, we can't leave the island. God gave us this island, so he can't take these islands away from us. And I told him, We can live on the island, but what are we going to eat? We cannot continue to survive on fish alone. We need to get something else so that we can survive. We have no protection for our special groups, widows, children, women, people living with disability. Far too often when we don't have food on the island and it goes for months, these are the people we want to save. So this is why we have to relocate them and move them to mainland Bougainville where they can sustain themselves. But we can't continue to do this on our own because we have done that. For the last 15 years, we've been doing this as a community group. We need support. We need support from countries or industrialized countries who have created climate change. Because we are in this together and we all need to come up with solutions together. We all need support from each other. This is a picture of our mini food forest. We planted these trees in 2011. These trees are now 30 to 40 meters high. These trees are hardwood, softwood, fruit trees, nut trees, and palms. 152,000. We aim to plant 500,000. Eventually, we will end up with 1 million trees. And we are doing that. We are committed to doing it. We want to contain our dances so that we can take part in our cultural events. Our dances are our identity. It is our culture, and we want to maintain those dances. We want to continue to protect our forest so that our forest will protect us. We want to continue to protect our mangroves because we know our mangroves will protect us. Our next step was, I told you, we just don't want water tanks. We want a shower room inside our homes, and we want a toilet inside our home. So far, we are doing nurseries in 5 communities. And in those communities, we are nurturing 5,000 mangrove seedlings. In total, we will nursery 25,000 mangrove seedlings. On Carteret alone, we are nurturing 15,000 mangrove seedlings. And we know those 25,000 mangrove seedlings will end up being a lot of mangroves. In Bougainville alone, we have 12 species of mangroves. I know that in the world, there are 43 or so mangroves. We only have 12, but we want to protect our mangroves. We are also establishing 5 nurseries of trees: softwood, hardwood, fruit trees, nut trees, and palms. We also want to maintain our cocoa trees. I know that a lot of you eat chocolates. Yes or no? Yes. So when we export our cocoa, our dried cocoa beans, please provide us your markets. We'll flood your markets with our cocoa. We also want to construct 350 climate smart buildings made of bricks so that it's easier for our people living with disabilities, our elderly, and people who basically unable to access steps or staircases. We are also looking at developing 5 school curriculums for our high school and secondary schools. One on climate change, one on mangroves and its importance, and one on disaster risk management, so that the schools in Bougainville will learn how to maintain and contain the resources that they have, but at the same time appreciate what we can do for them. Climate action now. I know that in 2015 in Paris, we talked about climate financing. Where is it? My community has not seen that. And the theme for this COP is Together for Implementation. Finance our mangroves. Finance our forests, our tree nurseries. Finance our climate smart homes, 350, only 350 climate smart homes, finance them. Thank you.
Well done, Ursula. Wow, what a powerful story that is. And it's a demonstration of true community leadership, Ursula. We take our hat off to you. We dips our lid, as we say in Australia, and say, well done. You're an amazing, not only woman, but a leader within your community. So we hope your message is being heard loud and clear, and we hope that you get the support that you need, because you've got the means, you've got the know-how, you've got the community connections to make it happen. Thank you. Now, I'd like to introduce Elisangela de Oliveira Menezes from the Brazilian Special Secretariat of Indigenous Health, and Camila Amui, who will share with us the national program for access to drinkable water on Indigenous lands in Brazil. Over to you.
Boa tarde a todos. Hoje é um dia importante para a saúde indígena no Brasil, pois temos a honra de estar participando da COP27, compartilhando as ações da Saúde Especial, da Secretaria Especial de Saúde Indígena do Brasil, e especialmente o Programa Nacional de Acesso à Água Potável, num evento de tamanha magnitude. A Secretaria Especial de Saúde... Oh, one moment.
Hi everyone, I'll be translating to Elisangela. So she said good afternoon, and she said that she's very happy to be here because it's a very special day for Indigenous Health of Brazil, because we are being able to share with you our new program, which is the National Water Access Program to Indigenous Communities. And she's glad that it's in such a big event like COP27.
A Secretaria Especial de Saúde Indígena, ela atua com ações de atenção à saúde primária, ações de água e saneamento em 34 distritos distribuídos ao longo do Brasil. Hoje contamos com aproximadamente 760 mil indígenas em mais de 6 mil aldeias.
So the Special Secretariat of Indigenous Health in Brazil is part of the Ministry of Health, and it's divided in 34 districts, sanitary districts of Indigenous Health. The districts attend over 700,000 Indigenous people in Brazil, which are divided in over 6,000 communities.
Nós trouxemos um vídeo que mostra pouco das ações de saneamento e água, e posteriormente a minha colega Camila vai seguir com a apresentação.
She said that we brought a video to show a bit of the program, and then we'll carry on with the presentation. I think they're just having technical problems to start the video. Do you want us to present? If you want, we can just talk. Yeah? Okay. So can you put the PowerPoint presentation and then we can talk with that? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, that happens. So the program that we're talking about is the national program to provide water access to indigenous communities of Brazil. And it's being made by the federal government with the indigenous communities. So the CESAI, which is the Special Secretariat of Indigenous Health in Brazil, is made in such ways that the indigenous communities are part of the organization. So we are divided in 34 districts, and the indigenous leaders divide themselves in councils in the communities, which are goes to like local councils, then go wider and wider until they made part of the national ones. And in Brazil, we have 27 states, but we have 34 districts because they are divided in ways to group the communities as they identify themselves. So the districts attend those communities, and we are launching a program to provide water access to those communities. So how do we do that? How can we make it in a way that we absorb and they are part of the decision making? It was a hard challenge for us because today now in Brazil, we have over 50% of the population without water access. So in Brazil, indigenous children have over 14 times more it's more likely to die. Sorry? Okay. So indigenous children in Brazil are more likely to die from waterborne diseases, and we have to do something about it. So we launched this program, creating the program with them. I think the video is ready, so we can show the presentation.
Não condizem com a pureza da tradição cultural, com a saúde e com a existência da vida no meio das florestas, nas planícies e em outros biomas brasileiros. Por isso, a Secretaria Especial de Saúde Indígena do Ministério da Saúde criou o Programa Nacional de Acesso à Água Potável em Terras Indígenas, o PNAT. Observando indicadores de saúde e índices populacionais, os técnicos da CESAI vão identificar, avaliar e realizar obras de infraestrutura fundamentais para o acesso à água potável e de qualidade nos 34 distritos sanitários especiais indígenas. Os sistemas de abastecimento e tratamento de água vão chegar às aldeias e comunidades nos lugares mais distantes, por meio de poços artesianos ou equipamentos de captação nas superfícies dos rios.
Por meio dos sistemas de abastecimento de água, que levará a água até próximo às suas residências, os indígenas não precisarão mais se deslocar até os rios, a água levará mais vida, mais saúde e mais alegria às nossas comunidades.
A meta é levar água potável a 78% da população atendida pelo Subsistema de Atenção à Saúde Indígena, já nos primeiros 4 anos do programa. Ações educativas vão capacitar os próprios indígenas para realizar a manutenção das infraestruturas de abastecimento e manter a qualidade da água.
Porque a água, para nós, ela é vida.
Hoje, então, ministro Erivelto, senhores indígenas, todos que nos assistem, TEAMB e CESAI como um todo. É um dia de celebração e de vitória, é um avanço da CESAI, é um legado que a CESAI deixa no dia de hoje para os indígenas e para o nosso SUS. Muito obrigado.
Dizer que, para mim, é uma honra muito grande participar dessa cerimônia que institui o Programa Nacional de Acesso à Água Potável em Terras Indígenas. É uma conquista que é fundamental. Como foi dito aqui, a água é saúde, a água é vida.
Esse programa que vai levar 20 anos de programa, eu não acho, como eu tenho certeza, que ele implantado verdadeiramente e for instalado na ponta, como deve ser, ele vai ajudar muito, muito, muito mesmo a todas as aldeias, todas as comunidades indígenas, todas as terras indígenas, não só daqui da região do Distrito Médio do Rio Purus, mas de toda, dos 34 distritos do Brasil.
Subindo do Rio, da aldeia Cocai Moro para a aldeia Ricarô. Vamos inaugurar um sistema de abastecimento de água, fazendo o que a gente precisa fazer nas aldeias do Brasil. Essa inauguração simboliza a ação, o nosso programa que a CESAI está fazendo, que é o Programa Nacional de Acesso à Água Potável nas Aldeias Indígenas do Brasil. E esse é o padrão CESAI de construção de abastecimento de água. Nós temos aqui um poço de 130 metros de profundidade, nós temos o sistema de energia solar e a captação de água na caixa d'água e abastecimento de todas as casas da aldeia. Então, isso é CESAI, isso é Ministério da Saúde, isso é Governo Federal. Muito obrigado.
Yeah, so maybe we can put the presentation now. Is it okay? Yeah? Thank you. Yeah, so you can pass this one and the next one. Can I? Thank you. Yeah, so we're launching. We actually launched it last week, PENAT, which is the national program to access to Indigenous health, and you saw the video of it. And the program goal is to attend in 20 years over 95% of Indigenous population, which is over 700,000 people. And how can we do that? We identified with the communities what are the main goals, and they suggested also strategies that we could implement. So with them, we identified that we needed to implement and renovate and expand water systems, because sometimes we have systems in the communities, but they don't work properly. They don't have the right maintenance, or maybe the community needs to understand about the chlorine, that sometimes it's hard for them to drink because of the taste. It has to come in the right dose. So we need to also go to those systems implemented. We need to control the water quality. So not only implementing the system, but making sure that they work and we want to do that by implementing water labs in places in the middle of the Amazon and also in the other districts of Brazil. We also want to do educational actions in sanitation and health, as you said, like WASH programs, because we believe that we need not only to give the water, but also to make sure that it's been used correctly. And we also want to maintain this water supplies that are already there. For us, one of the main goals of this project is the social participation. So to build the main structure of it, we had workshops being done with the main leaders of those 34 districts. Not only that, in those workshops, the indigenous leader listed the main problems that they are facing and also proposed solutions to them. And those are the solutions that we implemented in the program. But not only that, because it's a program that will last 20 years, what we want to do is to make sure that we keep learning from it and keep changing it. So it has to be flexible enough so we can see in the middle of the way where we need to do better and change it to do so. The program will be financed by the Ministry of Health of Brazil, but we also want to look for partnerships with national and international organizations, governmental and non-governmental organizations. So that was a bit of a rush, but we want to make sure that indigenous communities of Brazil have access to clean water. It is unacceptable that the communities that take care of the Amazon don't have the water quality that they need to survive to do so. So it is also an act of protecting the climate to protect those communities. And we want to make sure that we do that, providing water to the program. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Camilla. And I do apologise for the problem with the technology, but I would like to actually ask you all now to join with me in thanking our amazing panellists and the stories that we've heard today from Australia, from Fiji and Brazil regarding Indigenous action in implementing climate resilient communities. So congratulations to you all and thank you all for sharing your stories with us.
Afternoon to the people on the front, to the people on the back, and the others beyond the borders of this pavilion. Welcome to the event Building Community Resilience and Addressing Human Mobility Challenges and Opportunities in the context of water-related impacts of climate change. Today is the day dedicated to accelerating youth, indigenous, and gender action on climate and water. Noting youth, indigenous communities, and gender are critical to finding solutions. Today, we will initiate a conversation with governments and civil society about the dimensions of resilience and the challenges of water-related impacts. I will briefly present a bit of the framing and the challenge that we are faced in this global interconnected planet, and then I will introduce my panelists and the experts on this thematic that will give us their perspective of how governments and civil society look at these issues. I won't elongate myself, but I will bring some statistics because I think numbers are good to frame the scale of a problem. Climate change is exacerbating water stress globally, and this is manifested through recurring floods, water scarcity, and droughts. According to the UN, by 2050, the number of people at risk of floods will increase from its current 1.2 billion to 1.6 billion. By 2050, the number of global population would live in potential severely water-scarce areas is predicted to increase from 1.9 million in mid-2010 to up to 3.3 billion people. And in 2021, 22.3 million people were displaced globally because of weather-related events, storms, floods, and others, noting that the total of people displaced by natural hazards was 23.7. The majority of these displacements and these impacts have been felt and are related with water and weather events. Building resilience is key to fight against water-induced climate change impacts, including disaster risks and displacement. Cities and communities are and will be at the forefront of this fight, and the resilience building for climate change adaptation needed will involve social transformation, economical empowerment, and infrastructures redesign. I would like to thank the International Organization for Migration for having co-organized this event with a Fundação Avina. A Fundação Avina promotes local, regional, and global processes of collaboration between diverse actors that integrate social, technological, and business innovations and actively promotes the protagonism of the most vulnerable sectors to generate systemic changes in three areas: climate action, democratic innovation, fair and regenerative economy, the three components of moving forward sustainably. And today for this conversation, I have three distinct panelists. I would start by introducing to you Ms. Eva Tomic, the Ambassador at Large for Climate Diplomacy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia. Previously, she served as the head of the International Organizations Department at the Director of General and Multilateral Affairs. Prior to that, she served as the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Republic of Slovenia to the Council of Europe in Strasbourg, France, and was the head of office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in the occupied Palestine territories. Welcome and thank you for your presence. We also have today Dr. Banak Joshua Daywal, and is the representative of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management of the Republic of South Sudan in Juba. He is a humanitarian worker with intensive and extensive expertise and work in humanitarian sphere, with more than 25 years of working closely with pastoralist communities in the rural areas of South Sudan. Thank you, sir. A pleasure having you here. And finally, we have Ms. Paz Gonzalez from the Fundação Avina from Argentina. Paz is a consultant for the Avina Foundation on climate action, biomes, and water programs. She has a degree on environmental sciences and 20 years of experience in climate change with a focus on adaptation policies and measures and the collaborative processes. As an international consultant, she has extensive experience working with national and subnational government agencies, with international organizations such as the United Nations, the World Bank, UNDP, and others, and civil societies. Since 2011, she has also worked as university professor at national and international level. Thank you, Paz, for being here with us. To further advance the understanding of the questions today, we have a small video for you before we start with some questions for our panel, followed by questions for the public that I invite you all to reflect and be able to present for us today. Thank you.
Uma experiência de construção de resiliência no semiárido brasileiro. O semiárido brasileiro tem uma área de 1 milhão de quilômetros quadrados. É o equivalente à França, Portugal e Alemanha juntos. Aqui tem uma população de 27 milhões de pessoas. Historicamente, as políticas públicas apresentadas pelo governo brasileiro têm sido de combate à seca. Essas políticas não têm atendido as populações difusas do semiárido. Elas têm ido para as grandes fazendas, para o latifúndio. Porém, a sociedade tem criado estratégias de captação e estocagem da água. E as políticas, a gente vê aqui duas visões. Uma de combate à seca, outra de convivência com o semiárido. Enquanto o combate à seca valoriza as limitações da região, a convivência com o semiárido valoriza a vida, as capacidades locais e a criatividade do seu povo. O povo do semiárido sempre desenvolveu estratégias de captação e estocagem da água de chuva. E é nesse sentido que a sociedade brasileira propõe ao governo uma proposta de acesso à água, de democratização da água, a partir de tecnologias sociais que foram gestadas no seio da sociedade. Sobretudo, a partir de 2003, se estabeleceu uma parceria entre sociedade organizada e o governo brasileiro, no sentido de propor uma política de convivência com o semiárido, através de tecnologias sociais que são geradas no seio da sociedade. E foi apresentado o programa 1 milhão de cisternas. Essa maneira inovadora de construção de políticas, que parte das iniciativas populares, em parceria com o governo, fez com que as populações do semiárido passassem a ter água para beber e água para a produção de alimentos. Isso transformou a vida do semiárido, fez com que tivéssemos uma agricultura mais resiliente ao clima. No século passado, 1 milhão de pessoas morreram de fome e de sede. Entre 2012 a 2017, 2018, nós tivemos a maior seca dos últimos 100 anos. Não houve migração em massa, não houve mortes. As famílias continuaram a permanecer em seus territórios, com vida digna, com água para beber, com água para a produção de alimentos, que fez com que essas famílias acessassem a alimentos diversificados e saudáveis, chegando a alimentar a sua própria família e muitas vezes ainda chegou a vender esses alimentos no mercado, onde surgiram centenas de feiras espalhadas pelo semiárido brasileiro. É importante também dizer que essas ações de convivência com o semiárido resultaram em uma melhor qualidade de vida para a família agricultora, sobretudo para as mulheres. As mulheres, juntamente com crianças, caminhavam de 6, 8 até 10 quilômetros por dia para pegar água. Então, com essas tecnologias sociais, a água está do lado da casa, porque é uma tecnologia que faz a captação dessa água do telhado e é guardado na cisterna. Isso tem trazido vida para o semiárido. Nós podemos dizer que as políticas de convivência com o semiárido, as estratégias de captação e estocagem da água de chuva, o cuidado com a terra, a produção de forma harmônica com a natureza, são experiências como essa que podem salvar a crise climática das regiões áridas e semiáridas do planeta. Muito obrigada.
Well, I think that we have seen just now how adaptation and indigenous knowledge need to walk hand in hand, and how exporting ideas, technologies, and capacities across continents is beneficial and critical for our common survival. But I would also like to start and inquire our panelists, maybe not difficult questions today, but to bring a bit of diversity on this conversation. I would like to tell you that we will try to look at different experiences and the consequences on the context we have seen recently on the video. We will try to approach community level practices, water diplomacy, and the messages that these questions bring, not only to the negotiations in the rooms here, but in the months ahead of us towards COP28 and the UN Water World Conference next year. I will put the first question to you, and apologies on the saving paper, the letter is really small, so I have to put this closer to my eyes. Water vulnerability linked to climate change is affecting a significant number of countries around the world. Could you please tell us what water vulnerability is in your region, or how is understood and faced, and how such water vulnerability is affecting the lives and livelihoods of people?
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Before answering your question, I would like to make an introduction to the person that was speaking in the video. She's Gloria from an organization that, I'm sorry, I have to check the name, is Articulation in the Semi-Arid of Brazil. It's a network with more than 3,000 organizations, and it's an ally from Fundación Avina. I am sorry, but I wanted to explain some context of that, because I have just realized that was maybe not clear enough. So you were asking me about the climate change and water access relation in Latin America, right? Okay. Well, unfortunately, I think that our region is going through the same situation that many of our regions is going through. We have a very diverse, and we have, I would say, all the impacts that you can imagine, because it's such a big region. Not only drought, hurricanes, and so on, inundations, floods. But what I would like to say in just maybe 30 seconds is about the desiguality that there is in the region, the economic differences, the different opportunities that people has, and how these impacts are also affecting the traditional knowledge of the communities on the ground, on the territory. I think that instead of talking about the impacts of climate change that we are unfortunately very aware of, I would like to highlight the impact that is causing in the lives of the people on the territory. They are losing the traditional knowledge. They are losing the opportunities of getting food, getting shelter, getting in contact with nature, because they are also facing the threats of the expansion of different extractive activities. And that is causing migration. The people in the rural areas, as my colleague in the video was saying, need or are pushed to migrate to the cities, big cities, where they definitely do not have the opportunities to really develop. So what we try to promote is that they continue having good opportunities on their territories to live a decent life in contact with nature.
Thank you, Paz. And following from that, and in a country particularly vulnerable to water impacts, but maybe from a perspective of excessive water, I would ask Dr. Banak, South Sudan has been impacted by consecutive floods for the last 3 years in a row. How has these floods affected communities? Do you see changes in the human mobility patterns of these communities, both internally and across borders?
Well, thank you very much. I think this is one of the easiest questions. I thought the question would be outside this. First of all, although I did not follow the language, I did not know the language, but I think the translation in English really describe part of what I'm going to say about South Sudan. Maybe some of you or most of you don't know South Sudan, maybe even in the map, because it is a small country of 12 million people, and just gained independence in 2011. So South Sudan history is complex. We started the migration due to displacement because of conflict since 1955. So maybe 2 years before I was born. So we have into conflict from 1955 until 1972. Then we had a little bit of respite for 11 years. And then again in 1983, we went back to war again for 21 years. And then we had a respite in 2005. And then after 10 years, and then we went back again into war. So the displacement has been the norms in the country. So, so everybody has been on the move, the majority of the population. So to come back to the question of the displacement due to the climate change and attached to the flooding, actually in the last 4 years, because this year again, I think we have had one of the worst floods in many years. From the history, the flooding in South Sudan used to come every 10 years, and with the low scale, and not many people also are displaced. But what happened in 2019 and 2020 and 2021 until 2022 has been unprecedented in many areas. One is that it found people also, they were already displaced because of the conflict. So the people who migrated because of conflict were hit now by the flooding, which made the situation more vulnerable and more complex in the situation. And I want to capture here the vulnerability of the certain group in society. I think women, and when we talk about women, we mean also children and even the elderly. Because of the conflict, the youth were engaged in the conflict, and the women and the elderly were the ones looking after families. So in this case, women were faced with many challenges. One of them is that once they are displaced, they hesitate to move from, they better stay vulnerable than moving, because if they move, they don't see the future. They don't see the future. Why? Because the question of land ownership in our society, women are not allowed to own land unless you have a man next to you, right? Maybe not necessarily your husband, but there must be a man to protect you. So that one also disadvantage a lot of women, and then they decide to stay where they are. And then of course the casualties, there will be women and children, because once women decided to remain behind, it means that the children will remain behind. Second is that women are not part of the decision making. Even when it is discussed that we have to move, they are put aside, and then they will be told when the decision is already made. So isolation of this group of women, and sometimes you find a lot of them are illiterate, and the majority. So if you isolate the majority and the people who care for a daily service in the family, then we are making a very big mistake. Now, the social economic impact of this flooding has become biting. I know people are talking today about the Ukraine war. We don't have maize. We don't get maize from Ukraine, but we get maize from our neighbors. But while we have flooding in South Sudan, our neighbors are hit by Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya. They are hit by droughts. Even there are some pocket of drought also, even inside South Sudan. So the impact of flooding in South Sudan is cross-cutting. It's cross-cutting. So what is South Sudan doing to make sure that to mitigate the impact of this of the flooding? Well, the video also spoke about the framework. Framework are there, but framework if they are not supported by funding, then it's like we are really wasting time, because you have the policies, you have the laws, you have the act, but once again, when it comes to the commitment to put concrete measures, actions to provide funding for the climate change and adaptation and the DRR, you will find that the budget is zero. In this way, it's still my country depend on a response than being proactive, and this has a very negative impact on the whole society, even including the people who think that they're untouchable in the big cities. Today, Juba, for your information, is the capital city of South Sudan. When there's heavy rain, is the town that is most hit first. Why? Because of unplanned urban planning. Everybody want to build a very good house, a very good building, mansion, but blocking the sewage system, blocking the waterways. And water is like a snake. you block it from this side, you go the other side. So it will hit it will hit another person. And who is that person? Unfortunately, is the most vulnerable, especially the children and the women. So I think that's what is doing in South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Banak. And I think that is a very powerful testimony, right? I've heard for many years, water has no memory. It always finds its way. So I think you illustrated that. But water is also a right. And in many countries that is not a given, but in others there are efforts for such. And so I would ask Ms. Eva that a question, because in 2016, Slovenia declared drinking water a basic human right in its constitution, which I think is quite pioneering. Can you please share some examples of water-related initiatives vis-à-vis climate change impacts that the government of Slovenia is inputting in its external action?
Sure, thank you very much. And I would like to initially to explain that while I am the climate envoy for Slovenia, we also have a dedicated water envoy, which is my colleague, Ambassador Tanja Miškova. She is not at COP, unfortunately. So, but we prepared my contribution for today together, and she's a real expert on water-related issues. I would not like to take credit when undue, but listening to my South Sudanese colleague, I realized again how relative everything is. You said you're a small country of 5 million. Slovenia is a country of 2 million of also. Oh, okay. Oh, we are a small country of 2 million. We also consider ourselves a young country. And we were established 31 years ago. So you see, everything is relative, and we have abundance of water. We have a lot of water, but this only strengthens a national identity, which is very much tied to the knowledge that we have to preserve and manage our water resources well. And this is why our inscription of the right to safe drinking water for everyone in the Constitution back in 2016, which also precludes privatization of water. It should be a public good in Slovenia. So this is last year we also had a referendum. There were some changes proposed to the water law, and civil society gathered enough signatures for referendum. We have these quite often. We're a bit like Switzerland in that respect. And on this referendum, people voted down the proposed changes to the law on the water that were deemed to open the door for privatization. So you asked me, Mr. Moderator, to give you some example of Slovenia's external action, and I would like to shortly present three. One is in Karongi, Rwanda, and all three projects are ongoing as we speak. There we are setting up 20 water stations. Water points are being built in the fight against COVID. There were 58 groups established for savings and loans on water-related issues. Livestock and hygienic sets were distributed to 1,500 families. So this is the first example. The second deals with on how you go to decent life with water, a bit what we have heard in the introductory video. Two wells are being built, enabling access to water to 500 people. Water collectors are being built, washing basins installed, biological sanitations. And then the third example is on water, hygiene, and food for decent life of the Darfurians. It's also ongoing project. The existing water system is being renovated and upscaled with related capacity building, training of trainers for renovation and for water management and conflict resolution. We are very happy. Slovenia is not a big donor player. We are a small country, but we try through small targeted projects to help communities on the ground towards a more decent life through better water access and management. I thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And I think that is very, for sure, interesting that a country with such a strong identity associated with water promotes the same values in countries that struggle with water access. I would revert back to Paz and ask her, we know communities have a wealth of knowledge, as we have seen in the video, when it comes to managing water scarcity, droughts, and even floods. Could you tell us a bit about the lessons learned by the Fundação Avina on how to promote and implement effective collaboration processes with communities on the ground? I think partnerships are a large theme of what's the future on climate action, so a bit of insight would be helpful.
Thank you. Thanks, Manuel. Yes, I would love to share you some of our experience. But first, I would like to start sharing a personal experience with rural communities in north of Argentina. I am from Argentina. It's a big country. Sorry to say. This experience that I'm going to share was in the north part of our country. I know. In a province called Jujuy. The community that I want to talk about is a community that is established at more than 3,000 meters above the sea level and in a very extremely arid region. Few years ago, I had the pleasure to go there, visit this community, and talk about the opportunities to implement adaptation measures, adaptation to climate change. The best part of this visit, of this work, was listening to them and to listen how they talked about the numerous projects that had been implemented by large funding organizations, large international organizations. They told me how those projects had been designed and planned by people living in big cities, far away from the place where they live. And they explained how those projects were not in accordance with the arid and rural reality that they live. For example, they told me about an organization that installed wet toilets when, due to the lack of water, what they need are dry systems, of course. They also talked about issues relating to their eating habits. And they explained to me how the schools give the children food that is bought in the cities, food that is very different to the vegetables that they can grow in their soil, in their ground. And they told me how those things erode their traditional knowledge, how those things make people even forgetting what their traditional knowledge is. They said how it is important for the schools to promote their typical food so that the young people don't lose contact with the food that really is available to grow there, because they do not need to grow any genetically modified vegetables. What they need, and they said that they need, is to be able to get back to the traditional food, the traditional potatoes that are naturally prepared to grow there. This little anecdote that I took the liberty to share has a part that for me was very inspiring. When we were talking in a meeting in one room, we were talking about climate change impacts and what science says. And a woman raised her hand and she asked me, then the impacts that we face are not a punishment from Kokina? Kokina is a god, a divinity of them, that takes care of the animals. And that comment taught me a lot about the importance of knowing the traditional knowledge, of respecting the traditional beliefs. And it taught me a lot about being humilde, being humilde, humble, being humble. Sorry, I forgot the word. This little anecdote summarizes the type of approach that we at Avina believe is necessary. At Avina, we are convinced that what is needed is to work together with those communities, to support the empowerment of local communities, and to generate collaborative processes that can be sustained over time. We believe in the power of collaboration. The communities of the territory, they are perfectly aware of the threats and the impacts of climate change. They don't need any scientist telling them, because they live those impacts and those threats every day. At Avina, we aspire that all people have access to water and sanitation, and that they can participate in democratic governance spaces, as you said. Like they are able to participate in the decision level taken. Our Access to Water program has existed as a regional agenda in Avina since 2009. We mainly work in rural areas and areas with underwater stress, such as Brazil, what you saw in the video, and Chaco region. I hope I'm not being too long. Okay. You heard, as we said, the words of our ally, Gloria Batista from ASA, talking about the semi-arid region, a unique place in the world, affected by extreme drought and dry periods. However, in addition to those adverse natural conditions, there is a history of practices that aggravated the degradation of that biome: deforestation, excessive cattle, fires, unsustainable agriculture, fertilizers. That increases desertification, soil degradation, reduction of biodiversity, and is worsening the population's quality of life, as you can imagine. Since 1999, the ASA network, the one Gloria presented, has, with around 3,000 organizations, has promoted real changes in the region with implementation of the largest climate change adaptation program ever implemented in Brazil or even in Latin America. Mobilizing and engaging communities, implementing different technologies of low cost for capturing and storing rainwater for human and animal consumption and for food production. These technologies are what they need because they told us that that is what they need, not because we told them. As I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, we need to work together with the communities, learn from their own experiences, and build a path that unites science with traditional knowledge and ancestral knowledge of the territories. The collective construction of knowledge, sharing of experiences, appreciation of common goods and traditional knowledge, the participation of women and young people are characteristical of ASA's way of work, and that is we in Avina love to support. Thanks.
Thank you, Paz. And I think that as we move our conversation and looking at the challenges, looking at the impacts, and discussing a bit a different vision for the future and how partnerships are important, adding listening to communities and an active participation on building resilience that is centered on people's needs and people's aspirations is very important. But as the world goes, communities and governments need to work together in finding the bridges between these two worlds are extremely important. I would turn to Dr. Banak and ask him, how is the government of South Sudan strengthening these autonomous adaptation measures through its planned initiatives, right? Governments work with budgets, governments work with cycles of planning and the interaction between the bilateral partners and how access to funding to address some of these questions. And I would put to you, what are the main efforts of the government of South Sudan to improve regional cooperation to meet these challenges, since the impacts of climate change do not stop at the borders when it rains in South Sudan, it rains many times in the countries around. So from your perspective, intra-regional cooperation, but also the structure of government responses. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, so thank you very much once again. Um, I referred to the video before, that the video characterized some concrete steps to ensure that we have framework to lead the adaptation process. We are lucky that in my ministry, for example, we have the national policy, which is based on DRR, and then we have the national adaptation policy, which is based at the Ministry of Environment, and we have cross-cutting policies within the DRR institutions in the government. But we agree that we can have a strong, you can't say that you have a strong policy without funding. Yeah, so the issue of funding at across the players, the stakeholders, is key to adaptation, and is key also to ensure sustainability and building resilient communities. My sister, she mentioned that the working with community is key. Yes, working with community is key, but if the communities are not part of the process, if the community are not part of the process from the beginning, I'm afraid that the policy will not be delivered, because policies are driven from the needs of the communities. And this has been the thinking of the big cities, that the cities, they think that what they have in the city could be implicated at the regional level. And this is where we go wrong when we develop our policies. But let me give you an example first before I go to the regional cooperation in relation to South Sudan policies. We are now engaged with the World Bank and IOM in South Sudan. There is one of the cities which is called Abur, Bor town. Maybe you have heard of this. This town has been flooded even before the 2019 flooding and 2022. So the communities decided to put their community dike using their hands. And now when other people saw that these people, they initiated something good, now the World Bank and the IOM and other communities came in to support the communities. And I think the last 3 years flooding has not affected this community in the same way like in 2019. So communities, they have the thinking, they have the knowledge, but we wrongly interpret this knowledge into our books. And when we go back, it's like we're coming with a new thing, and we are coming we are unprepared. So I think what we have done in South Sudan, we have also developed a strategy, and we have very strong link with our regional partners. One is IGAD. IGAD has placed in itself a DRM unit within ECPAC. This is a climate. This is a climate outlook entity within ECPAC, and our engagement with the IGAD and ECPAC is that they give us a quarterly weather information system, which help us, the pastoralists, and then the communities, especially the women and children, how best they can benefit from the weather information. And this is also another key issue that we also miss. We bring the information from the region internationally, from the center, and we keep them in our files, in our computer, and instead of creating communication channel that could be understandable to the communities in different languages, and then now when rains come, or when drought come, or when epidemic come, the communities are already aware of what to do. So in this case, I think these challenges, the challenges of communication, which we create ourselves, yeah, challenges of communication that we create ourselves, could be easily handled by translating the early warning information system into different languages. South Sudan has 64 tribes, and they speak different 64 dialects, you call them, or whatever. So you need to create a system that everyone at the same level has the information, relevant information at the same time. Second, the question of waiting. We wait until a disaster happens, and then now we start running around to look for funds, to look for people, to advise. You can't do this. That you must have preparedness. And today, with the early warning system or services, we are moving to early actions, or what we call the anticipated action. I think people need to wake up, especially the elites. I went to Bor to talk to communities, and I found that there is a very big road, very high road, almost 2 meters high, from the airport to the center of the city. And the first impression I got from the communities is that this road is disadvantaging us with the communities, but it's providing services to the elites, those who are using planes to come from Juba to go to city. It's not helping us in this state. It has diverted water from its path to our homes. So this is what I mentioned earlier: unplanned urbanization. Everyone wants to have a very good house. Everybody wants to have a very good road, but these roads and these houses are built in the way of water. So that's why I said the water is like a snake. You block this side, then you will find your way to get the other way. So in this way, our regional cooperation is in place, especially with the AU. And now we have what we call AMAWAS, the multi-hazard early warning. I think is a plus to us because, as I said, South Sudan also in complex in terms of hazards. We have also drought in some areas. While we are dealing with flooding here, we have other drought in other areas. And because flood has happened for the last 4 years, it has actually overclouded the intervention in other, especially the COVID-19 pandemic. So in this way, although we think that we are moving, but the movement has been very slow due to the socioeconomic conditions, not only because of the Ukraine war, but I think we have our own problems that also contributed to the low pace of development and community resilience in South Sudan. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Banek, I I thank you not only for those points, but for your candor on presenting that these challenges have to be addressed internally despite external. And it's that combination that works. Your point on early warnings incides very well on the call of the Secretary General on the importance of global coverage on early warnings in the next 5 years. Your points also on urbanization. We have reached, this week was announced, 8 billion people on the planet, and people are moving to cities in search of new opportunities. Urbanization will further bring disasters and will further bring complexity to cities and the management of cities. And the notion that water doesn't stop points us to the conversation on how water moves across borders. And we can talk about water diplomacy. And when we arrive to this, I will turn to our final question to Ms. Eva to ask her. Water diplomacy is among the priorities of Slovenia candidacy as an unpermanent membership of the UN Security Council for 24-25 period. And so we assume that addressing human mobility, climate change, security nexus, this complex topic, could you please elaborate a bit on what Slovenia sees as the most present current challenges that need to be tackled from the multilateral and multi-stakeholder context to address some of these dynamics? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. I think it's quite obvious that nowadays we are facing new threats, new security threats that are not just classical war as we knew them, but now food insecurity, um, um, water insecurity, our climate insecurity are also security threats. So first of all, when it comes to the Security Council, I think the biggest challenge is bringing the topic of climate and water security on the agenda of the Security Council. We know that it faced a veto on this proposal by, I think, Ireland and Nigeria to introduce a resolution on climate security. So more work needs to be done on this. The water and peace nexus is often understood differently by different countries. So we need to find a common understanding and a common narrative that we all speak the same language on this. Protection of environment and in particular of water infrastructure in armed conflict is another issue we would like to focus on, in particularly on the need for future development of a new legal framework. I may mention that since 2019, the International Law Commission is working on the draft principles on protection of the environment in relation to armed conflict. The ILA developed Berlin rules on water resources. The ICRC adopted guidelines on the protection of the natural environment in armed conflict, and the Geneva Water Hub developed the Geneva list of principles on the protection of water infrastructure in armed conflict. All these sources already represent a very solid base for further advancement of the legal framework, as well as for protection itself. We believe further the development of the triple nexus, humanitarian development and security, peace, when it comes to water and climate is also key, and such as conflict proofing and climate proofing our development actions, making water and sanitation more resilient in terms of climate change and conflict. I think for the time being, I will stop here. Trying to answering to your question.
Thank you so much. And I think you did. I think these issues are complex, and there are efforts that need to be made. There is large questions on the protection of displaced persons, on water, armed conflict. The nexus between climate change and security is something for sure that will be discussed over the next months and years ahead. We have a few questions, well, at least one from online, and apologies, I'm looking to my phone because the participants online cannot raise the questions to us. I would thank you for all your questions and ask you to bear with us with a few questions from the public. I would, if you don't mind, the audience, put the question on online and then open for the group of people that has been here with us. The online question, and I don't know who wants to answer, but I will maybe put to Paz. They say that the emphasis on the importance of small-scale production seems to be a bit troublesome to those who want large-scale production to meet the SDG 2030 quotas. Similarly, we emphasize the need for in-country agencies to have standards to evaluate their interventions to be more responsive. Who would send a $4 cook stove or $3 water filter long distance to be evaluated? How would these interventions be affordable as stipulated in the SDGs, if not localized? Over to you, Paz. I think it's a bit a question of, can we go scale if we do local? How do we multiply the local angle to have a larger impact on countries in many times with limited resources and trying to make value for money?
Okay, thanks. Well, I think that scaling processes, projects is usually a very complicated thing that we face. That is why we usually try to work with networks, because that gives you the opportunity to talk with one organization, but to achieve thousands of little ones or thousands of people. That is one of our main focus of work, working with networks that gather more and allow us to scale our initiatives. We also, I don't know if I got the question very well, but regarding access to finance, that's another big issue that is quite transversal for everybody. I don't know if everybody knows, but only 10% of the climate finance achieves at the local level. And that is quite a big barrier to make the changes that are needed. In relation with that, Avina is supporting a new initiative called BASE, B-A-S-E, which wants to have three main points that we want to highlight. One is access to funding. Next year, we're starting our first track of donations for local communities. The second one is to learn how the big funds can be more flexible, agile, and get to the local level in a faster way, because as you might know, sometimes presenting a project to CCF can take up to 5 years, and we don't have that time. And the third one is to be able to scale, to take the lessons we will learn with these initiatives and be able to scale it for other big funds. I don't know if that answered the question.
No,
but
I think the issue is complex, but the perspective of scaling and making finance available to people is extremely important. I would open to the audience. We have a few minutes left. If anyone dares to make a question. Oh, finally. Good, very good.
Hi, thank you so much to the panel. Sorry, I will speak directly into the microphone. My name is Cecily Kern. I represent Mercy International Association. I'm the chair of the NGO Committee on Migration in New York. And so I have a couple questions, but I'll limit myself to one unless we have more time. Okay. So I was really encouraged that water started to make its way into the migration space in May when water scarcity, droughts, floods, were included in the progress declaration for the International Migration Review Forum, the review of the Global Compact for Migration. And so now we're looking to get human mobility into the outcomes for COP and looking to the water conference next year to get human mobility into those conversations as well. So for our government representatives, how might you be planning on including human mobility into your contributions for the Water Action Agenda and here as we finish up with the negotiations for COP? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think we are returning to our colleagues from the government. Eva and then Banak after. There's a mic for each.
Yeah, I think that's a good question because earlier in my intervention I said most of the population have been living in water for the last 4 years, but there are two connotations for flooding in South Sudan. Well, people will be displaced by flood because, of course, it brings with it negative impact like the waterborne diseases. But again, it's also bring with it portions like bringing fish and then also bringing agricultural manure for that's a positive thing. But the negative impact also, of course, outweighs the the positive impact outweighs of the negative. But coming to the conference in New York with water, I think the approach that is being the best option is that to take what does the community think about the water management, because one of the reasons why we are unable to get out of the flooding every year is that there is no concrete plan from the government to do two things. One is to manage the water itself, so that it benefits the community itself. The second is the preparedness. So people have to be prepared, and to be prepared, it means that you have to put finances, you have to have money, you have to invest in disaster risk reduction. And for you to invest, there's a lot to be said. Work with the stakeholders, work with the region, get the experiences like what she just mentioned, get the experiences from other people, not necessarily from Holland, which is very far. Now we have some our neighbors who have done very splendid job in water management, right? So get the positive and then bring it home. And one last thing I would think is that yet still the national government within our region, maybe the development countries, to be specific, has not really prioritized the issue of vulnerability when it comes to flooding or when it comes to disasters. Very minor budget goes towards response only. And a response is like waiting for you for your day. You go. Otherwise, if we don't prepare, we don't have the credible early warning, we don't have the capacities. You mentioned access to finance. As in our countries, we don't have the capacity even to access the bureaucracy of the access in the climate adaptation funds, right? You need the capacities for you to know, because it will take you 3 to 4 years to access climate finance funding. So it's something that we think that also, if we have, like South Sudan, 10% of the population in South Sudan only has access to clean drinking water. The rest drink from where? So that's from water, from the flooding, from the River Nile. This is how we have been living. So if you have 10 million or 12 million and only 10% of the population, this is not a healthy community in terms of drinking of water. So I think commitment from the national government is a priority before we move forward to address the issue of drinking water globally. Thank you.
Thank you. I would ask Eva, because of your candidacy to the Security Council, framing these questions and these realities in the political space. Do you, from your perspective, see that we have the opportunity to elevate migration to the top of the discussions here in the COP and next year on the Water Conference? As a politician and as a diplomat, do you see that space to have that explicitly referenced that we can hook and work forward?
Does this work? Okay, thank you. And thank you for the two great questions. Um, I think this issue of climate migrants is becoming a very pressing one, and we have to be ready to face it. Now, to deal with an issue effectively, you first have to understand it well, right? Well-informed decision making is crucial. That means effectively employing the tools of water diplomacy, climate action, development cooperation, and humanitarian assistance in addressing the root causes of displacement. Now, Slovenia has put forward a proposal for a water envoy of the United Nations. Why we did so, and I with much gratitude, I must say that well over 140 countries already co-sponsored this call. Why we did so is because the water-related action is fragmented across the system. And you know, you need a motor to work on the issue to progress it. Integrated approaches to water and climate risks call for synergies. And so now I'm trying to describe what a water envoy of the United Nations could be useful for. This means these synergies, they must be cross-sectoral, multidisciplinary, ecosystem-based, as well as inclusive, gender responsive, as we have discussed, and conflict proofed. So the majority of water resources and climate change effects crosses national borders, and this is making transboundary water cooperation and management detrimental for addressing climate and water-related challenges, hopefully being able to prevent people from having to flee their places of origin. I think at this stage I would contribute this, but to me it is clear we have to look at both the root causes as well as the possible solutions to places like Kiribati or Vanuatu, or, you know, that are existentially threatened by the climate change.
Thank you, Eva. And unfortunately, we don't have much more time, but I invite all of you that still have questions to track our panelists down the corridors and have those questions and conversations with them. I would thank Eva, Dr. Banak, Paz, for being here. It's very important to raise voices, to have different opinions. We can disagree so that we work together to a common ground. Thank you so much, and also to the audience. Have a lovely rest of the day.
Okay. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Thank you very much for joining us for the last session of the day at the Water Pavilion. This session is called Water Short or Water Scarce, stories about accessing water and coping with drought. And the reason that we set this up is that many of the granularity that we're looking for when it comes to climate change action is hidden within the data. So whilst the data can give us good trends, it often misses the community stories, the community realities, and how local people are having to adapt to climate change impacts. We have a set of 4 speakers who will be talking to us today about their own experiences from Kenya, Bolivia, Nepal, and South Africa, Zambia, and to try and give us an understanding over what those realities look like on the ground. And then at the end of the day, we will have a short video about the power of wetlands from people who are actually living in wetlands and coping with the changes that they face, and looking at those ecosystems as powerful accessories in our challenge to store carbon for climate change. But first of all, I'd like to very much welcome our opening. And there's a reason why we've asked Ambassador Satyendra Prasad from Fiji to speak to us, and that's because of their historical connection culturally in the Pacific of telling stories and of passing information down through generations, something that I've witnessed myself having lived in the region. So it's very important that we bring that experience to this conversation, building on their past collaboration in hosting the Talanoa dialogues from previous COPs. Ambassador Prasad is Fiji's ambassador and permanent representative to the United Nations in New York. And he's also responsible for the USA and Mexico. He's also chair of the Pacific Islands Forum, and he has, in previous roles, worked for the World Bank and the UK's Department for International Development. Ambassador Prasad, a few words from you just to kick us off would be most welcome. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, and for inviting me to the very last session of the day, but nevertheless, one that is so important and so crucial. But globally, I know everyone in the water community understand very clearly that this is a year for of major progress. We hope and expect on water, because we are shaping up world's first water conference next year in April, and that is the most significant global dialogue on water to be held in many decades. That's very important. Second is that when we talk about water, and some of my examples will be from Fiji and Pacific Islands, we should know that the place where we feel climate impact first and foremost is on water, has to do with water. Is for small island states, saltwater intrusion into freshwater sources, you feel it straight, or for many countries like ours who are not used to, because of where we are on the planet, prolonged droughts, having to live with prolonged droughts. And I bet many people do not know right now that 2 of the worst water emergencies are in Tuvalu and Kiribati in the world, and also perhaps not a sense of what the scale involves. These are large ocean states. In Kiribati, if you transport water from one side to the islands on which droughts are taking place for the last 4 or 5 months, that is shipping water some 2,000 miles and paying fuel cost, etc. So it hits all of us differently. For many small island states, our entire water infrastructure, the built infrastructure, is less than a meter above sea level, and therefore highly exposed to storm surges and sea level rise. And in quite a few countries, the entire water infrastructure is now needs to be replaced to build resilience across those systems. So these are extreme examples of how climate change is impacting on water in small island states, and it is time for great international solidarity. The Pacific's voices on this is very loud, consistent, and persistent as well. Is that they do not only need international solidarity to build and rebuild their water security in forums like this. They need security, solidarity that they can feel, that allows them to rebuild water security for their communities, for their villages, and in some cases for whole countries. But these are many of the islands of the Pacific are now in the front lines of losing their entire built water infrastructure systems within a couple of decades, and we cannot stress the urgency of this for small island states of the Pacific. And I thank you very much for inviting me to share some thoughts and comments. We also, I'm wearing my UN hat, look forward to very pragmatic and practical contributions in the international conference on water to be held next year. And here we look forward to having a lot more conversations with you on and dialogue with you on what some of the partnerships that we could bring to the table for rebuilding water security in small island states of the Pacific. And I thank you very much and wish you well in this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for kicking us off. So let's start then hearing about some of these challenges from around the world and these stories. So if you can go to Gerald Kairu, Gerald from Global Water Partnership in Kenya. He's online. We can get that running. Just bear with us 1 minute. Okay, let's, whilst you wait for Gerald, let's go to Wilma. If Wilma can, Jordi, if Wilma is able to come up now, we'll go to Wilma Mendoza now.
Oh, can you hear me?
Hang on.
Moderator, can you hear me?
Hang on, Jordi, wait. Yeah, Gerald, we can hear you. Let's stay with Gerald.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. I was actually saying that my name is Gerald. I would like to share my story. I work in the Eastern Africa, the IGAD member states, comprising of basically 8 countries. And I wish to share basically my story. First, when I was young, I used to hear that people eat tree leaves. People digging underground to access tree roots to eat for a living. And then people were dying because of lack of what to eat. They didn't have food. And I wondered how. In fact, it never occurred to me that it was something related to drought. Besides, this occurred consistently in one part of the country, and that was northeastern Uganda. Until sometime later, I began hearing that government is getting relief food to take to the people in that part of the country because they are lacking food. That's when I began understanding that food is a very serious challenge and there are many issues behind having the food. Therefore, this shows that food production is really a pillar to livelihoods for the people. And any situation that causes an alteration in food production has a great impact on the socio-economic dimension of the population. It normally happens in the rural communities, in rural households, which are normally hit hardest because of their inability to cope with the situation. For example, by the time you begin feasting on tree leaves, it means that there's a very big problem with food availability in that area. And this is a situation that has occurred in northeastern Uganda. Now, this situation is common in our societies. And I must mention that in the region where I work, the Horn of Africa, or the IGAD region, it is even worse in the arid and semi-arid lands. These are lands which receive barely receive any rainfall. And in these communities, in this area, the biggest constituents are smallholder farmers who mainly depend on rain-fed agriculture. So when the rains don't come as planned, it causes a grim situation. And this is common nowadays. Actually, farmers do expect rain and doesn't come as planned. And again, when the rains come, they are in vast quantities, and at times they're very destructive. We have heard of floods in Eastern Africa, and at the times we have had droughts. So if there is not a drought, again there is a flood. So these are two extremes that we really need to think about. Now, in some countries in the IGAD region, climate information is not accurate, while in others, no climate information is received by especially the end users, I mean the farmers. Okay, some countries, they do disseminate some weather forecasts from their meteorology offices. However, the challenge is that it is too complex to understand the message. Interpreting the meteorological language by the rural poor is very difficult. So in the end, they lose out. Then again, another issue that I have seen facing in the communities that they are facing as a very big challenge is the quality of the plant material, the jamplers. Visiting a field, speaking to farmers, they will tell you, I planted an entire acre, a whole garden. But when you look at the garden, you see only a quarter of the plants in a whole acre. And now the question is, what has happened? It is due to the poor germplasm, the poor seed that they used to plant. I do remember years back when the local government authorities, at least in Uganda, tried to provide some extension services to the rural farmers in terms of getting quality planting material. This was done, but again done once. The arrangement suddenly stopped. It wasn't clear what happened. Actually, the government did not even come out to explain the sudden change. Now, this of course raises the question of sustainability of the interventions that we bring forward. So, as Global Water Partnership, and as a person working for the Global Water Partnership, I've observed a number of things in the field. One of them is the women playing a very big role in providing food for the household. I'm sure even others have done so if you visit the fields, the rural areas. Many people have said the same thing over and again, saying that women are the providers of food in the household. Now, this is a very big task because it must be sustainable. If you are managing a household, you are feeding a household, it means that you must continue on a daily basis. Short of that, you expect mortality in the family. And by the way, producing food is one thing, but cooking it is another. You may have the food and you may be unable to cook it simply because you do not have the firewood. This also means that the woman should have the cutters or has the cutters to go and fetch firewood to cook the food, meaning that the woman is also important when it comes to natural resource management. So the challenges that mothers face is very great. They have got greater financial and resource constraints, and therefore they need lots of support. And in comparison with the men, the women have lower levels of access to climate information, resources, and also other resources. But also this could be because Women are busy, either they are gardening, they're in the garden, they are cooking, or they are fetching water. While the man has more chances of getting information because they're wandering around, speaking to many people while they're out there, in turn getting much information, which is to the disadvantage of the woman. Now, because of these gender inequalities, you find that women face unique challenges. And when it comes to adapting climate change, the climate change such as droughts, they are impacted most. Again, I would also like to emphasize that one of the bigger roles of men, especially in rural households, is to socialize. By that I mean they go to drink. I do remember in rural areas, the men do form drinking groups or associations where they converge every evening and they are drinking and conversing all sorts of things. And they simply have to go home to eat. They just find food on the plate which the woman has prepared. Again, you find that the girls are not spared either. They bear a lot of burden. For example, the burden of fetching water for long hours. They do walk long distances because of the water deficits in the areas. If you go, for example, to Kenya, Samburu area, you find girls walking very long distances in search for water. And if they are lucky and they get a water point, for example, a borehole, they wait for a very long time. Now, that one exposes the girl to violation. Their rights are violated. For example, being raped. These cases are very common, for example, in Samburu, in northeastern Uganda, in the Karamoja area, where drought.
Gerald, thank you. Thank you, Gerald. That's great. Well, we'll have to move on to the next speaker, I'm afraid, but that's great. We'll come back to your point later on. Okay, thank you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. We'll come back to your points later on, Gerald. We just need to move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now we've heard a little bit about some of the challenges that are in Kenya. Let's move now to Bolivia and the Bolivia Amazon, and we'll hear from Wilma Mendoza, who's going to talk to us about her experiences. Wilma's going to speak in Spanish, and then her colleague Jordi is going to translate.
Hola. Bueno. Primero que nada, saludarles a todas y todos. Bueno, mi nombre es Vilma Mendoza Miro, soy la presidenta de la Confederación Nacional de Mujeres Indígenas de Bolivia, que aglutina 34 nacionalidades que venimos de territorios colectivos, ¿no? Entonces, soy de una nación que es el Mosetén, así que pues voy a hablar sobre, un poco me pidieron hablar el acceso del agua, ¿no? ¿Cómo es el acceso del agua desde nuestra vivencia de nosotros como pueblos indígenas y específicamente como mujeres indígenas, ¿no?
Her name is Vilma Mendoza. She's presidenta, eres, ¿no?
Sí, presidenta.
President of the Confederation of Indigenous Women of Bolivia. She is a Mosetén indigenous woman from the Bolivian Amazon. And she's going to speak to us a little bit about her experience with issues around water scarcity.
Bueno, últimamente el cambio climático hace que disminuya el agua, ¿no? Específicamente, la mayor parte de estas poblaciones no contamos con agua potable que se capte de un vertiente de ojo de agua, que para nosotros es lo más saludable, ¿no?
So we are seeing nowadays that there are increasing problems with water scarcity, and we see that the river levels go down, and this is creating problems because usually communities don't have a water installation, and they have to capture out water from a water hole, from a water source on the ground.
Sino que se capta de de unas norias que decimos, pero últimamente, por ejemplo, en la región del Chaco, está a una profundidad de 150 metros adentro que tenemos que cavar con máquina para poder obtener ese agua que todavía no es apto para tomar, ¿no?
So, in order to access water, for example, in the south of Bolivia, which is a drier region, often they have to drill to 150 meters below ground, which has a high cost in order to access that water.
Está fallando. Entonces, para nosotras, específicamente las mujeres, es muy preocupante y nos preocupa bastante porque somos pues las que tenemos que preparar el alimento, ¿no? Se supone que tenemos que preparar con una agua limpia, saludable y el alimento tiene que ser nutritivo, ¿no? Entonces, creo que en eso estamos muy preocupadas.
So women are particularly concerned about this because the women are responsible for preparing the food. And in order to prepare the food, they need to have clean water. They need to have access to water. And so in this situation, they're getting very worried.
Por otro lado, también en estos últimos tiempos ha reducido lo que son, nosotros lo llamamos en Bolivia y en la Amazonía, los paurus, o sea, los lagos pequeños. Entonces eso ha reducido y en otros lugares se ha secado, ¿no? Ya no existe. Entonces es muy preocupante específicamente para nuestras abuelas y nuestros abuelos que tienen que caminar muchos kilómetros para ir a bañarse, ¿no?
So another thing that is occurring is that in the Amazon, it's very common that you have oxbows. So the river will shift and you get a kind of a lake that is left over. And these lakes are where the older people in the village go to bathe. And they're drying up now. And so that means that they have to go further and further from the village in order to be able to bathe in the river.
Al mismo tiempo, tenemos mucha preocupación porque también somos mujeres y hay niñas y en estos últimos tiempos hay mucha violencia. Entonces, en el transcurso de que la niña va a traer agua, como es lejos, a veces tenemos esa preocupación de que le suceda algo, ¿no? Porque ya sucedió. Entonces, creo que son cosas muy difíciles para nosotros.
So another concern they have as women is violence against women and young girls, and that the girls having to go further from the village to get water puts them under a potential threat from having something occur. And she says this because there have been incidents, so it's not something that's actually fictional. It has happened.
Eso en tema de servicios, ¿no? Ahora, el tema, por ejemplo, de la producción, ¿no? El agua es para todos, ¿no? Y es muy importante, el agua es vida, ¿no? Debido a la gran escala de la deforestación, hoy en día en Bolivia hay mucha sequía, específicamente en la región chiquitana, el oriente y el Chaco, ¿no? Pero también la Amazonía, ¿no? Ha cambiado las estaciones, está muy modificado, se apagó. Está modificado las estaciones, entonces eso hace de que ya no tenemos la época de siembra de acuerdo al conocimiento ancestral, por ejemplo.
So what she's saying is that in many parts of Bolivia, the indigenous peoples are seeing shifts in the seasons. Yeah. So according to ancestral knowledge, there was a time when they should start their planting, but that depends on the first rains arriving, and now they're not arriving. So this is creating a big problem for agricultural production for them. And what you said at the beginning is that water is life, and so water is important for everything.
Entonces, como verán, realmente el agua en estos últimos tiempos es muy preocupante porque al esperar que llueva para poder sembrar, también tenemos la pérdida de las semillas, porque la semilla solamente tiene un tiempo, ¿no? Y esperamos, como no hay lluvia, entonces también las plagas como que le maltrata la semilla, es una pérdida también que hay, ¿no?
So she's saying because the rains are arriving later and later, they're losing a lot of seeds because they plant the seeds, but the seed can't stay in the ground forever if there's no rain. Yeah, and so it gets attacked by insects and creating problems for them.
Y entonces también en la otra región, por ejemplo, del Chaco, el agua tenemos que compartir con los animales silvestres y también con el ganado, ¿no? Entonces, creemos que tenemos que poner un poco más énfasis en lo que es también nuestro pedido a nuestro Estado mismo, ¿no? Pero bueno, ese es otro tema.
So another problem is that with more and more water scarcity, that the little water there is has to be shared with the domesticated animals, with the cattle and other animals, as well as with the community, and so puts more pressure on what little water is available, especially in the drier parts of Bolivia, which are the south, the Chaco, towards the border with Paraguay and Argentina.
Termino, ¿no? Es por eso que estamos también acá, ¿no? Haciendo lobby en todos los espacios para poder realmente sensibilizar a las políticas de Estado que están vulnerando a lo que es la naturaleza, la biodiversidad, de que eso está haciendo cambiar las estaciones y nos preocupa bastante de que nuestros estados, a través de las políticas públicas, estén deforestando grandes escalas y estamos perdiendo mucha biodiversidad cada año, ¿no?
This is why she has come here to try to influence policy of the governments, including our own government in Bolivia, because the high deforestation rates in Bolivia are leading to increasing loss of biodiversity. And this is tied to these changes in seasonality that they're experiencing as indigenous peoples.
Y pues muchas gracias por escuchar. Puedo yo compartir tal vez muchas experiencias, pero el tiempo siempre es poco, en estos espacios al menos, ¿no? Muchas gracias.
So she says thank you for the invitation, and she has many experiences to share, but unfortunately not a lot of time now to share those experiences. Muy bien.
Wilma. Thank you very much, Wilma, for that, giving us that overview of the challenges that you face in the Amazon. So let's move on to our next speaker now, because there seems to be a common thread developing here. Next speaker is Shrishti Adhikari. Shrishti, do you want to come up to the front here? And you're going to talk to us about your experiences in Nepal.
Yeah. Namaste and a very warm good evening to all of you. Myself, I'm Shrishti Adhikari and I'm from Nepal. So recently I am graduated in Bachelor in Agricultural Science and I have been working as a volunteer at Sea Changes Climate. Coming back from a global south country like Nepal, which is worldwide known as a mountainous country, I would like to better introduce myself as a Himali girl. Yes, climate change is definitely a global issue today. Nepal is one of the fourth most vulnerable country hit by climate change. Today, where the world leaders are talking about like we are in the track of 2 degrees Celsius and we have to come back to the 1.5 degrees Celsius, like based on Paris Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that even a 1.5 degrees Celsius is too hot for a mountainous country like us. Snows are melting every year. As a result, there is increase, in the rise in the sea levels. There has been a natural hazards like flood time to time. As a result, there has been a heavy rainfall every year in the last 30 years. Yes, mountainous regions once used to be a hot and dry area. It's still a hot and dry area, and there used to be a drought problem. People used to line up carrying an empty bucket. But now, slowly, the irrigation system has been developing in the mountainous regions. But unfortunately, due to the climate change, there has been a heavy rainfall in the last 30 years. Let me tell you my story. Okay, before starting my story, let me tell you that for an agriculture country like us, we are heavily economically dependent on agricultural sector. Our 1/3 GDP is generated from the agriculture sector, and it's very important for us to have increase in the agriculture productivity. But because of the heavy rainfall, our agriculture productivity has been decreasing every year. So let me tell you now my story. I come back from an urban city, the Kathmandu, the capital city of Nepal. I have never seen a remote areas. I have never seen the life beneath the city areas. I was well grown up in a facilitated area where everything was, like I've never seen what is life, like what is the meaning of struggle. And the time I came last year in the cup, this is my second cup. The last year when I came at cup, and everybody used to ask me like, "Where are you from?" I used to say like, "Yes, I'm from Nepal." The first word people used to say was, "Wow, mountainous country." And my reactions used to be like, though I come back from a mountainous country, I have never experienced what is life in the mountainous region. Like there was always thing like, do people have so much expectations, like, oh, mountainous country, she must be speaking something regarding the mountainous, like loss and damage, this, that. But I have never experienced those life. And the time in the year 2022, when I got my internship, you know, to work in the mountainous regions of Nepal, I said, yes, this is the time I should experience something new. This is the time I should come out of my comfort zone and see the life, what is in mountainous region. I went there. I lived for 5 months in the mountainous regions. I saw the life there. And I saw what are the farmers facing. Like Himali people, apple is the one of the most sustainable commodity of the Himali people over there. But in the last years and the last 30 years, I mean, where the heavy rainfall has been increasing every year, the apple productivity has been decreasing. Why? It's because of heavy rainfall. And due to heavy rainfall, there has been a heavy increase in insects and disease, which has ultimately, affect the quality and quantities of apples. And that's the only one thing that people know. There has not been other crops like rice, wheat, maize. No, these are not their crops. Apple is one of only their sustainability crop. And also what makes us more difficult is our Himalayan regions are geographically a challenge area. It's difficult to go there. Even you don't have a proper transportations there. For me, from Kathmandu to Himalayan regions, it took me almost 17 hours by bus to reach there. So it's geographically such a challenge area. That's why the extension service has not been able to expand, and we are just depending on the seasonal rainfall. Being a developing country, we do not have a big infrastructures of development where we can develop. Like okay, like see this Egypt. It's also a desert, and the mountainous regions of Nepal are also called as desert of Nepal. But see how developed is it? It's all because of we have a proper infrastructure of development. But see our Nepal, we are not being able to develop, and that's what we are just depending on seasonal rainfall, and that's what is our productivities are decreasing because of the heavy rainfall. And in my internship, what we did was I was working as an intern in Agriculture Knowledge Center AKC office. And then what we did was we taught a climate smart pest management practices at the ground level to the farmers. We conduct, 8 weeks trainings where we aim for 20 to 30 farmers of a particular regions, and we taught them what is, climate smart pest management practices besides those chemical fertilizers. We taught them how we can use the effective bacteria as a fertilizers over the chemical fertilizers, and that we run for 8 weeks. And what is the thing is like whatever services we have been giving is has been just for a short term. Now I gave there I came back after 5 months. What I want is to be expand for the long term. And it's not that the local issues has not been raised. Of course local issues has been raised, and there has been LAPA, which we call LAPA, and that's the full form is local adaptations plan of actions, which was actually started in the mountainous regions but has not been able to implement. So I think that's now is the time that to implement the local actions at the ground level. While we are talking so many things at the high level, negotiations are going on, yes, It's all about national policy level. As a common student, I don't understand these negotiations too much. I have to be honest. Yes, I'm coming here in the cup, but I don't understand what's the high level policies are going on. Maybe something is going on. Maybe they have been working in the track of 1.5 degrees Celsius. But what I can do is I'm the student who can work at the ground level. I can give something back to my country when I'm back. So what I want is that this such kind of key issues should be, we need to work at the ground level. If the youth like us are empowered, if youth like us are educated, then we can give something back to our country. And what uh, I don't know what is the scenario in other country, but I have to say that in my country, even youth like us do not know what is COP. Youth like us do not know what is the climate education. Yes, they are aware the climate is changing. Yes, they are aware that farmers are also affected. Even farmers are aware with the term climate change, but they do not know the adaptations measures to be taken for it. Even youth are not aware like how what is happening in the world, why it is important to maintain the temperature below 1.5 degrees Celsius, what will be the futures. But if youth like me, or like the others youth who are working at the ground level, if we are aware and if we want to save the future of our coming generations, then yes, definitely we can give back. And what I've been this issue has touched me so personally, because I left there for 5 months. I saw their life for the 5 months. The girl who has never been to a remote areas, where I have never, where I was always grown up in a very facilitated areas. And even my father, when he said to me, like, like when my internship was in mountainous regions, and my father said, like, do not go in that remote area. I mean, you can do here in Kathmandu. Why do you want to go in, remote area? I was like, no, this is something now I have to come out of my comfort zones. Now this is something I have to see the life, what is there. I'm just not an agriculture student. I have to see it in by implementing in the ground level. I have to see what is going on. And this is something I really have the experience. And this is a one-time life experience I will be getting. I don't know what will be the future where life will take me. So I feel like this topic has been, thank you so much for inviting me here, because this topic has been so close to me. And what I hope for the COP is, like we call at COP27 is implementations. Now it's a time for implementation. So I really hope that youth like me who are coming here at the COP will go back to the country and give something, whatever they have done. And I aim for teaching the farmers by initially starting with empowering, educating the youth like me, and then going at the ground level to teaching the farmers regarding the climate smart pest management practices. And yes, we may not, I feel like let's act. I just can say, like, let's act from the ground level. That was, we can do it. Thank you. Thank you for so warm invitation.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Shrishti. Shrishti, do you want to take a seat up here for us? Just we might have a few questions. That's all. And if Gerald is still online, could we see if he's still online from our tech people, please? We have another speaker coming, but unfortunately they're not on the link, so there must be a problem for them to be able to join. Well done, Gerald. Thank you very much for staying with us. We've lost Wilma because she had to go to another event. So I just wanted to sort of talk through a little bit some of the common threads that are coming up here. One of the things seems to be that we are experiencing a lack of climate data at the right scale, and therefore we're not able to basically make that relate to the realities of the challenges that people face on the ground. So I think there is a disconnect there. I think one thing that we maybe haven't really considered is that we talk about local knowledge and indigenous knowledge, but actually that's data. We think about knowledge as a different format, but all data is knowledge as well. And I think we need to start looking at the blending of this type of experience together, maybe with citizen science approaches as well, that brings perhaps a more structured approach to collecting that knowledge. But that's data, and I think we're not blending these two things together with formal data and local data. That we're seeing these seasonal shifts from all of the case studies almost that are impacting people's livelihoods and the ability to be able to adapt to those situations, and that there isn't enough data, and that the majority of the impacts are really felt for people through agriculture. and it's the implications on food supply that has that knock-on effect on their livelihoods, on their well-being, on their health, and also therefore on their alternative options to grow food or source food, or unfortunately therefore have to start paying for food and being pushed into a market economy from a more rural free economy due to climate change. So to me, these are really interesting points that we don't bubble up enough in our conversations when we talk about local experiences and local adaptation and indigenous knowledge. I suppose that the question to you, Gerald, is what would be the one thing that would make people's lives easier that you think is actually could be implemented in the next 5 years, for example? Is it data? Is it them being more empowered to share their experiences? Is it just simply an access to resources? What would be the key topic for you?
Well, thank you so much. From my perspective, the key issue here is the end users having accurate climate information. In that way, they're able to do the right thing at the right time. If there's that dissemination and they provide the feedback, I'm sure a lot will be sorted, and that will be good for the beneficiaries at the local level.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Gerald. And the same question to you, Shristi. What would be, within the next 5 years, what do you think will be the best thing that would help empower people to be able to adapt to those climate change impacts that they're seeing? Is it is it resources? Is it data? Is it their own ability to make their own decisions as to how they adapt? So what would it be from your experience?
So, thank you for the questions. What I think, based on my personal experience, is like there has been enough budget for the local resources that has given by the government. What is lacking is like because of the geographically challenged area, this has not been able to reach as much as it can be. But if the local government has is trying, if they try to act, and if farmers are so willing to learn, every time whenever I go whenever I was doing my research, also my research was also on climate change. So whenever I was doing my research also, people always used to say that we want to learn, we want to nobody comes such and teach us like we need to do this, we need to do that. We are just suffering the place which used to be once very much apple growing areas, and we have such a huge potential that we can even export to the other countries. So if we teach them at the local level, and if I think the action should also be from the local government. If local government can teach them, and if the students like us can also go like and teach them at the local levels, then definitely I think there can be not at immediately, but definitely there can be an increase in the productions of apples, which have a huge potentials in the future to even to sell to the other countries, and that can also be like increase in gross domestic GDP of our Nepal. So yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So we'll just see, does anybody have a question from the audience at all for the panel? Yes, sir, in that hat. Could we get a mic to you?
Thanks for the leadership of all the speakers, and then especially impressed by like your work and also your age, and for traveling here to share your story. And I'm also impressed by like your assessment of what needs to be done in the future. So basically, I represent a nonprofit. We're called the Mirrors for Earth Energy Rebalancing. What we do is to convert PET bottles, aluminum bottles, and glass bottles that's going to the dumps into solar reflectors, or basically mirrors that can be deployed in agricultural settings as a way to reduce air and soil temperature, reduce water consumption by evapotranspiration. So working on the sink side of moisture. And for this, we're wondering, on average, like how many, so what's the per person surface area of agricultural land that people generally are taking care of? So basically, are each farmer, are they taking care of 1 acre or 1 hectare or half a hectare? So what's the general labor availability? Because that's relevant to maintaining and upkeeping the infrastructure we're trying to develop for this application.
Oh, thank you for the questions. I was doing my research on this, and normally because they have a very large area, so what I found was almost more than 50% farmers have land over 10 ropani. We do in ropani. I don't know how much it is. I think it has to be converted in hectare, but normally more than 10 ropani. So people, there are also farmers who have 40 ropani and they are growing apple over there. So you can see, like, apple has been such a commercial product for us. So your question was just on a land, right?
I'm just trying to assess like how feasible it is to maintain, this low tech yet pretty, high tech solution, just based on human labor rather than machinery. So for something like orchards, I think that could be an ideal location because you already have the trees as a supporting structure for the mere sheetings that we're developing. But of course, each person has limited ability to install and maintain infrastructure. So if one person is responsible for 1 hectare, I think it's completely feasible. So it depends a bit the conversion between your unit and the hectare. So do you know how many meters squared is the unit you were mentioning?
Okay. I actually don't know this. I have to say, I actually don't know this because I didn't ask like how many hectares. I just asked, like we were taking research on Ropani. Like there was we call it, I don't know, it's called, in Nepali, it's called Ropani. So I just calculated it in Ropani, and that was like more than 50% farmer had 10 Ropani land, which was enough for apple cultivations. I actually don't know the area, but I have to search that. I'm sorry. I
Do
actually
you,
don't
do you
know.
have a mental image? Is it like a basketball field, a tennis court, or is it like a football field, roughly? Yeah.
Is it the size of this pavilion?
It's bigger. Pavilion is not, like they have a bigger area.
This building?
With this building,
Yeah.
not as much as this building also, but bigger than this pavilion they have, definitely.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, like you were just a bit far, so I cannot
Yeah. We can do some Google search after the
Yeah,
talk.
we can talk after this also.
Sure. Okay. Any other questions, or we'll move to the final video? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shrishti. Thank you very much, Gerald, for your inputs. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yes, you can move on.
Join us on this journey, navigating the coasts and rivers of history, learning the power of wetlands from around the world, some more than 10,000 years old.
Wetlands connect us through space and time, quietly supporting our life, our climate. They are the birthplace of civilization, the culture and livelihoods of billions.
Wetlands are not wastelands. Bound by our confidence in the power of wetlands in tackling numerous ecological catastrophes, we are youth from different identities and nationalities.
Wetlands are the intersection, and water is the connection. Plant and creatures thrive and interact in this aquatic and terrestrial transition habitat.
Wetlands are climate heroes, storing a third of global carbon in their soils, as they barely cover 5% of the Earth's surface. Silently fighting climate change, their underrated service.
Yet, as we celebrate half a century of wetlands conservation and endeavor, in the backdrop, wetlands continue to be drained, lost, and severed to agriculture, aquaculture, plantation, and highways. Some are even set ablaze.
Their power is weakened and reversed. Preciously kept greenhouse gases are released, transforming from a climate change mitigator to a climate disaster.
We need a world where wetlands are prioritized, where biodiversity and sustainable livelihood are prized, and climate change can take a hike to benefit both human and nature alike.
50 years of conservation efforts are celebrated today. We need increased efforts and commitments yesterday. National climate plans are still void of this silent power unknowingly enjoyed.
We believe there is little time to dramatically shift this paradigm, to stop our destructive behavior, to fight for a better present and future.
To our leaders attending the UNFCCC, Ramsar, and the CBD, know that we stand together with you, but require transformation through and through.
To our global leaders across departments and ministries, connect with our priorities. Stop putting wetlands last. We need wetlands in climate policies fast.
Together, we recognize the power of wetlands. For their climate solutions, let's make our demands. For the water we drink, the food we eat, for the clean air we breathe, let's bring down the heat. Since 1700, we have lost more than 85% of wetlands worldwide. But it's not too late if we act now, reverse the trend, and take a vow. What happens now?
We invite you to support our call for the integration of wetlands in nationally determined contributions, NDCs. Our voices affect the way that our countries respond to climate change. Join us in our global call for meaningful action by signing this letter.
Nous vous invitons à soutenir notre appel à l'intégration des zones humides dans les contributions déterminées au niveau national. Nos voix ont un impact sur la manière dont nos pays réagissent au changement climatique. Rejoignez-nous dans notre appel à une action significative en signant cette lettre.
Convidamos-vos a juntarem-se ao nosso apelo para a integração das zonas úmidas nas contribuições nacionalmente determinadas. As nossas vozes têm impacto na forma como os nossos países respondem às alterações climáticas. Juntem-se a nós neste apelo global. Para uma ação mais relevante, assinem esta carta.
Tunawaalika muungane nasi kwa wito wetu wa kupasha sauti ili ardhi oevu yazingatiwe katika maamuzi michango iliyoamuliwa kitaifa. Sauti zetu zina nguvu kwa maamuzi ya mataifa zetu kwa makabiliano na changamoto yanayoletwa na mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Jiunge nasi kwa wito huu wa kimataifa kuhakikisha hatua yenye maana kwa kutilia sahihi barua hii letu.
Te invitamos a apoyar nuestro llamado para la integración de los humedales en las contribuciones determinadas a nivel nacional, NDC. Nuestras voces tienen impacto en la forma en que nuestros países responden al cambio climático. Únete en nuestro llamado a nivel global para acciones significativas firmando esta carta.
सिमसार क्षेत्रहरू पनि राष्ट्रिय स्तरको निर्धारित योगदानमा एकीकरण हुन आवश्यक छ। हामी सबैको एकीकृत आवाजले हाम्रो देशले कसरी जलवायु परिवर्तनको लागि प्रतिक्रिया दिन्छन् भनेर असर पर्छ। त्यसैले हाम्रो यो विश्वव्यापी अर्थपूर्ण कार्यको लागि यो पत्रमा नाम लेखाएर संलग्न हुनुहोस्।
Inaanyayahan ko po kayong suportahan ang aming panawagan upang maisama ang Basang Kalupaan sa Nationally Determined Contribution o NDC. Ang aming boses at inyong kooperasyon ay malaking tulong sa bansa para tugunan ang pagbabago ng klima. Halina't samahan kami sa aming pandaigdigang panawagan para sa makabuluhang advokasya sa pamamagitan ng inyong lagda sa liham. Maraming salamat at mabuhay.
So with that, I'd like to just bring this session to an end. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much to our panelists for talking to us. Thank you very much to the ambassador for opening us up, Ambassador Prasad from Fiji. Thank you to you online for watching, and have a good rest of the climate conference. Thank you very much.